usually it is divided into 3 segments, no? You have a buff, meaning pinalakas. You have the nerf, meaning pinahina, and you also have some adjustments, no?
Ang magandang talakayan natin dito ay ano-ano nga ba yung mga usong metas per season. Simulan ko na.
Simulan mo na,
Per
Tol.
season ng MPL Season 1, favorite hero ng lahat, Funny. Bakit? Kuya Shinbu, siya lang ang may pinaka-unique na kit sa lahat. Mabilis yung rotation, mabilis nakaka-response, and malakas din yung damage.
I would describe Season 1's meta, aside from the funny, as a meta or a season of kills.
A season of
Kung saan napaka-popular ang mga assassins at hindi ganun kasikat ang mga support. Actually,
talaga.
walang pumipili ng support para Jin, di ba?
So, ayun nga yung Season 1. Kuya Shin, ano ba yung naging meta ng Season 2?
Of course, the Season 2 meta, paring Manjin, has been characterized of the buffs that was done on the front line and the direct nerfs doon sa mga assassins ng Season 1. Isa sa mga pinakamalaking indicator ng naging meta for Season 2 compared to Season 1 would be of Selena and Kimi.
Yes.
Because they can dish out good damage from a very safe distance.
So, meron kang damage na Kimi na simula hanggang malayo pa lang. Tapos, meron kang 3-second arrow stun.
Yes.
Na nagmula sa Selena, na ikaw na rin nagsabi, pwede ka magtimpla ng kape. Kada tatamaan ka ng pana ni Selena. And isa yun sa mga naging paraan ng team ng Cignal Ultra para manalo ng championship. With that, Kuya Shinbu, after Season 2, nag-evolve na naman yung game. Pumasok yung Season 3.
Nung Season 3, nagkaroon tayo ng kakaibang approach na naman sa meta. Mas lalo ulit binawasan yung damage ng mga burst heroes natin. At din, mga team fights ay mas mahahaba.
Matatagal,
Oo, matatagal. Kasi talagang ang taas na naman ulit ng mga buffs and changes pagdating sa prolonged team fights in the form of fighter.
And mind you, dahil doon sa mga fighter setup at mas matatagal na laban ng mga teams, parang mas naging safer din yung laruan ng mga teams. Mas natuto na sila mag-objectives.
Yes.
And pinakita yon ng Archangel.
Yeah.
Look at this. Ang baba ng score nito, 10 minutes, pero ganyan lang, 12-2. Medyo stamp na kasi to. Pero ng mga bandang early, medyo safe ang laruan nila. You know what, Kuya Shinbu, since siningit mo na yung mga supports, papasok na tayo sa meta ng Season 4. Ano pa ba ang mga kit ng supports na nagpapaganda rin sa kanila? Yung kanilang mga battle spells. At isa sa mga battle spells na gamit nung Season 4 ay ang best battle spell. And look at this, the Arrival battle spell. After na pumasok yung battle spell na yan with, actually playoffs din ata, nagkaroon ng update yan Yan din yung naging game changer sa buong playoffs.
And again, I just also want to characterize that Season 4 revolves more on the macro.
Macro playstyle.
Meaning, kinokonsidera na yung iba't ibang bahagi ng mapa.
Season 5, I think, nagkaroon ng parang pinakasikat na meta. And unti-unti na rin natututo yung mga players natin from ranked games and yung mga other teams na, ito yung gagawin natin itong meta. Ang tinatawag nating funnel strategy. At natutunan ng mga players na, paano kaya kung ibigay natin sa isang hero lang lahat ng jungle camps? Makakakuha kaya siya ng mataas na levels kaagad? Makakakuha kaya siya ng napakalakas na power spike kaagad? At dahil nangyaring natutunan nila yon at tinanong nila, yun yung naging strategy na.
Ngayon lang talagang Season 5 nagkaroon ng emphasis on getting that one hero to be really fed and become strong in leading your team to victory.
Ganon na nga, guys, nag-evolve ang meta sa buong 5 seasons ng MPL.
Well, that has been the meta review for all our 5 seasons, ladies and gentlemen. And tama nga paring Manjin, things are just getting more and more exciting and legendary for the ongoing meta of MLBB. Once again, kami yung naging host for this segment. I am Shimbu, the one for an
At ako naman si Manjin, and magkita-kita tayo sa susunod na episode ng MPL's Meta Dive.
Hi guys, I'm Shimbu, with the one for an eye.
At ako naman si Manjin.
At kami ang Manjin-Bu Tandem.
And welcome muli sa MPL's Meta Dive, kung saan this episode we're gonna teach you the basic fundamentals on how to win.
So, wag na natin patagalin to. Let's get into the very first consideration, which is the hero pool. Bagay na bagay actually, paring Manji, na maging unang bahagi ito of our discussion kung paano manalo. Kasi ito yung pagpili mo eh.
Oo.
Diba? Ano ang pamato mo, diba?
Oo.
Sino ang gusto mong gamitin? And the thing about hero pool, no, just a quick discussion, alam niyo na yan, napakaraming heroes for MLBB. But what hero, which hero, or heroes fits your playstyle? Ano ba gusto mo?
Like for example, Shinbu, ako favorite ko yung mga heroes na laging nasa likod at laging safe. Medyo bida-bida kasi ako minsan. Kaya gusto ko yung mga marksman. Tawag ko marksman Jin sa sarili ko. So favorite ko ang Kari, favorite ko ang Kimi. By the way, just to remind everyone, kada hero ay merong level ng difficulty.
Yes.
So kapag start mo pa lang ng Mobile Legends, ay meron ka mga beginner heroes na beginner friendly gamitin. Kumbaga, madali lang pindutin. We have Mia, we have Layla, diba, sa mga umpisa, Saver.
Oh, so fundamentally, ladies and gentlemen, again, ang pagpili ng hero is your very first step talaga
There you go.
into getting that win for MLBB. Kasi yun yung una mong pamato eh.
Yun na nga.
And it is very broad. Napakaraming discussion with regards to heroes in terms of class, in terms of difficulty of use. Pero the bottom line is you have to choose.
Siyempre, after mong mamili ng heroes, pasok na tayo. So, susunod nating discussion,
Setting up the emblems.
setting up the emblems. Kapag naglalaro ka, syempre, meron tayong mga tinatawag na talents and emblems na pwedeng magpalakas sa sarili mo at pwede ring makatulong sa game mo. Yep.
Pero hindi lang basta dagdag stats or numbers ang binibigay din ng mga emblems, mga kaibigan. There are also some aspects of your hero and with regards to gameplay na naapektuhan din nila.
Papasok tayo dyan, Kuya Shinbu, dahil gusto ko lang din i-remind ang everyone na per emblem, meron ding mga designated roles kasi ang mga
Oo,
heroes
totoo
natin
yan.
na pwedeng makatulong sa'yo sa pag-set up ng emblem.
Now, for the progression of your MLBB account, kailangan mong ipag-ipunan ang pagbuo ng mga emblems mo. Again, you need a magic dust and gold and even emblem fragments to get access through this. So, hindi lang basta hero din ang gusto mong pag-ipunan using your battle points, but also your emblem.
Papasok tuloy tayo ngayon sa patch notes na
notes,
naman.
yan.
Which is na pag-usapan natin last episode, yung tinatawag nating meta. Siyempre, alam mo na yung hero mo, alam mo na rin yung emblem mo, pero baka mamaya may binago pala.
Yun, nagbabago yan. Pwedeng magbago yan.
Kailangan mong i-take note, sino-sino ba yung mga heroes na binuff,
Yes.
na pinalakas? Sino-sino ba yung mga heroes na ni-nerf, pinahina, at meron bang mga binago? And all of that, you will take in consideration. So ayun nga, Kuya Shinbu, nakuha mo na yung hero mo, emblems mo, and nakapag-prepare ka na. Ngayon, ano ang gagawin mo entering the game? Yan ang question. Ang sa pinakauna dyan, checklist.
Okay.
Yeah.
Target mo siya.
Oo.
No? Of activities inside the game.
Oo. Ay depende din kung sa composition nyo at depende rin
Sa
again
hero,
sa
sa hero
hero
na
mo. So, at ang pinaka-favorite kong checklist sa lahat, Kuya Shinbu, lagi ko to kinikip in mind. Baka makatulong din sa inyo. Kailangan meron ka nung sure win mindset.
Yan, dapat
Yan.
sure win lagi.
Dapat sure win lagi.
Oo.
Oo.
Pero again guys, this is just a sample checklist for you. What we want to emphasize is you can create your own checklist. A very clear example of the checklist is also of that thing with the Claude dati. Yung timers ni Claude,
Oo.
'di ba? Na by this like around 4 minute, 'di
Makuha
ba?
mo na yung item mo.
4-minute mark or 4 minute and 30 seconds mark, dapat 2 core items ka na kay Claude. Okay.
Dapat preparado ka din pagdating sa drafting
Eto na.
phase.
Pero syempre, what we want to present to you here is, of course, the utility or technique that is counter-picking. No?
Yes.
One of the techniques na pwede mong gamitin talaga during drafting, ang pagka-counter-pick. This is the act of choosing a hero with regards to whatever hero was chosen din ng iyong kalaban.
Yep.
No? Accordingly with your team composition and again, against the enemy composition, then you have mastered counter-picking and get a nice tactic that leads you into winning your MLBB match.
Para maging sure win ka
Sure win eh, no?
at para makuha mo yung mga objectives, meron lang tayong i-remind para sa ating mga audience. Huwag maging toxic.
Yeah.
Kailangan pa ba natin i-explain? Well, Shinbu,
Diba, mga kaibigan? It's about the
basic lang
mindset,
naman,
no?
oh.
Kasi, gaya nga ng sinabi ko, no? One of the key factors nga na binanggit natin kanina is to make the right decision. Siyempre, kung hindi ka toxic and you have a clearer mind, then you make the right decision. Ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
At doon mo makikita kung ano ba sana yung mga dapat ginawa mo pa o yung
Totoo.
ginawa mo rin mismo. And
Oo.
in that way, you learn.
Oo.
And again, every time you learn, doon ka talaga pinaka nananalo.
Minsan,
Kasi mas well-equipped ka pa eh.
minsan pwedeng nananalo ka na ng nananalo kasi effective talaga yung naaral mo. Like for example, this one,
Gina G mag-adjust itong player na to. Hindi toxic.
Hindi toxic, hindi
Sherwin.
talaga. Nakapag-review and nakapag-adjust. Yun ang kailangan mong gawin.
Kasi dito mo makikita yung resulta.
Oo.
At ano pa yung mga kailangan mong gawin.
Oo.
Diba? On your next game nga. Ladies and gentlemen, that has been our episode with regards to our topic of how to win. Again, remember all those stuff that we've mentioned and of course further it na mas marami pang bagay. Ang importante is aim for that share win.
Yeah.
Sure win attitude. Mga kaibigan, ako si Shibu with the 149.
At ako naman, si Manjin. At kami,
Kami ang Manjin Butante.
Magkita-kita tayo muli sa susunod na episode ng MPL. Ito tayo.
Ibig sabihin ng MLBB sa akin, hindi na lang siya basta laro. Para siya nagbigay din buhay para sa akin. Nag-start ako maglaro ng Mobile Legends nung sunod-sunod din talo namin sa mga MOBA. Bigla ko nakita yung Mobile Legends sa Facebook. Nanonood na ako sa mga YouTube gameplay kung paano laruin yung Mobile Legends. Sa isip ko parang may something dito na pwedeng mangyari, mga possible mangyari in the future. Naging tapon ako sa tapon global sa leaderboards, tapos sa Assassin, like Fanny, Lancelot, Busher, Hellcurt, Saber. Yan, parang doon ako na kilala. Hindi ko talaga akalain na magkakaroon din ako ng contract sa mundo. Hindi ko talaga ina-expect yun. Balak ko lang talaga maglaro, grind ng grind, sumali sa tournament. Sa pro scene kasi kailangan kasi talaga doon full time ba talaga as a player. May schedule ka ng practice mo. Hindi ko kaya pagsabihin yung pro scene pati yung streaming. Hirap talaga ako kasi in term yun. Wala akong disiplina sa sarili rin. Namimili ako kung tutuloy ko yung pag-ML o pag-aaral ko. Pinagpalit ko yung pag-aaral ko sa paglalaro ng Mobile Legends. Tinatago din yung saksakan ng wifi namin. 12 AM, tatanggalin na yung saksakan ng wifi para di ako makapaglaro. Siguro madaling araw yun, tumatakas ako sa bahay para lang makapag-ML. Wala ko namang parents na gusto pagpalit yung pag-aaral sa ibang bagay. Yung idol ko syempre yung family ko. Kasi sila yung dahilan kung bakit ko nagagawa itong mga bagay na to. Kasi yung family ko kasi talaga dati nagkaroon ng problem. Nung nangyari lahat ito, parang unti-unti na nagbabago yung sa side ng family ko. Nasuportahan ko sila. Hindi ko magagawa yun kung hindi ako na-inspire sa kanila. Ang iniisip sa akin ng ibang tao siguro tahimik lang ako ganun. Iba ako sa realidad eh. Ako yung pinaka-makulit, ako yung pinaka-maingay sa aming magpabarkada. Ako din yung lagi nagpapatawa, ganun. Yung kasi minsan kasi sa streaming eh, shoutout ako ng shoutout, napapagod din ako. Pero syempre, kailangan yun eh. Yun yung gusto ng fans natin eh. Kaya kahit malit na bagay, kailangan natin gawin. Wala mag-aangat sa sarili mo kundi sarili mo lang din. Kasi sa umpisa, wala talagang susuporta sa'yo kundi ikaw lang. Yung iba manlalait sa'yo, nasabihin nagpapasikat ka lang kaya ka nag-i-stream. Wala kang mapapala dyan. Huwag kang makikinig sa sinasabi ng iba. Kung anong gusto ng puso mo, sarili mo, tuloy mo lang. Huwag kang magpapapait ka sa iba.
Mas gutom ako ngayon. Gusto ko makuha yung championship ng Season 6. Mahirapan pero tatrabahuin. Yun yung pangarap namin. Kasi di lang basta nandito ka, laro-laro ka lang, hindi ganun eh. Gusto namin makuha yung achievement namin na makakuha ng championship. Palagi kang positive, may mararating ka sa buhay. Palagi ako naniniwala na makakapasok ako ng MPL. Mindset ko lang, laro is laro. Lalaroin ko lang yung laro ko. And alam ko may ibubuga ako.
Shider is back!
Nung nawala ako ng Season 2, may katim na ako sila Demon, which is yung katim ko ngayon na si Drix tsaka si Demon. Palagi lang kami offline tour na. Noong Season 3 and Season 4, pinilit kong makapasok. Pero, fail. Nang Season 5, yun, kinuha ko ng BSB din, pinalad naman ulit. Naging fighter ako kasi nabago yung meta. Kasi mid lane ako nun dati. So, malaking adjustments yung nabago sa akin. Lumaki yung hero pools ko. Marami rin kasi nagbago sa laro sobrang nag-mature ako.
Pushback itong solo kill by Shider QT on the carry at the bottom lane. Walang kalaban-laban doon sa Cignal.
Dragon naging
Marami ako natutunan, lalo na kay Cap 1. Kasi every time na may error ako, sabi ko sa kanya, huwag siyang mahiyang magsabi sa akin kasi gusto ko nakikinig ako. Gusto ko matuto lalo. Si Ana, palagi rin nagbibigay ng payo sa akin. Mag-champion, kasama yung team ko ngayon. Yun naman yung hangad ng lahat, di ba? Yung makakuha ng title. Magtatrabaho ko na mabuti para sa karir na to. Mas pag-iigihan ko pa. Siyempre, pangarap mo makapunta pa rin ng MPL. So, masaya ako. Kahit nung wala pa ako sa MPL, masaya pa rin ako. Kasi ginagawa ko naman yung gusto kong gawin. Kaya gusto ko rin makapasok ng MPL kasi gusto ko rin makatulong sa family ko. Thank you, Ma, sa suporta. Sa ate ko, sa kuya ko, lahat sila kasi tuwing may laban kami, lahat sila nanonood. Pero may isang taong palagi naniniwala sa akin, yung girlfriend ko, si Ashley. Palagi niya sinasabi pag nadadown ako, laban lang palagi. Huwag ma-stress. Every time na pag natatalo kami, nandiyan siya palagi sa akin sa tabi. Kahit hindi ko kasama, palagi ang pinapayuan. Siyempre sa teammate ko, kay Boyet, kay Wilson, kay Drix, Robert, tsaka kay Coach. Maraming salamat. Kasi nung season 2, hindi pa naman ako sobrang mature. Kala ko parang wala lang. Parang may sponsorship lang na ganyan, maglalaro ka lang. Pero para siyang trabaho talaga. Kunyari, palagi na sa office, 8 hours, maglalaro ka.
Go to BSB!
Lumawak yung isip ko sa paglalaro and sa mga nakapaligid. Kaya mas pinag-iigihan ko mabuti. Maraming kailangan trabahuin. Pag kailangan mo ng ganito, pag gusto mo yung ganito, tatrabahuin mo.
May mga masayang times, may mga bad times, and yung mga experiences na yung humubog sa akin, na yung mga dadalhin ko this MPL Season 6 para mas maging better pa ako and yung team namin. As long as may Venus sa Onic, hindi basta-basta matatalo ang Onic. Si Venus, bago pa siya makapasok ng MPL, ay isang estudyante na kumukuha ng course ng computer science na nangangarap maging isang magaling na computer programmer. Bata pa lang talaga ako, mahilig na ako sa mga computer games. Pangarap niya din talaga maging pro player. And luckily, nakamit ko yun sa Mobile Legends. Hindi ko naman talaga na-imagine na makakapasok ako ng MPL. Talagang sinubukan ko lang, talagang sinubukan lang ng team namin. Pinakamahirap na challenge na binato sa akin ng buhay is yung pagiging gay ko. Kasi sobrang hirap, di ko alam kung paano ko yung sarili ko sa society. Especially sa ML community. May natatakot ako kung anong kakalabasan or kung anong masasabi sa akin ng mga tao. Mas madami pa din talagang supporter compared sa mga basher or sa mga nagja-judge sa akin. I mean, mapakita ko yung sarili ko at mahalin ako ng mga tao. Sobrang saya lang talaga. Laging first impression nila sa akin. Lagi nila sinasabi sa akin na mukha akong masungit, mukha akong intimidating, ganyan. Hindi naman talaga. Kasi si MLBB talaga, masiyahin talaga, lalo na pag nakabanding mo. Ang pinaka nag-inspire talaga sa akin para mas galingan ko pa is yung family ko talaga. Kasi gustong-gusto ko talaga silang tulungan, especially yung mother ko. Masasabi ko na natutupad ko na yung pangarap ko pa konti-konti. Siguro ang pinaka natutunan ko as a pro player is hindi ka laging tama. Matuto kang tumanggap ng pagkakamali mo and matuto ka rin makinig sa ibang tao. Pag naging totoo ka sa ibang tao, mas nakukuha mo yung trust nila, mas pinagkakatiwalaan ka nila, mas pinaniniwalaan ka nila. Especially as the captain of Onic PH, para mas makinig sila sa mga decisions ko and sa judgment ko in-game. Kung magpapakatotoo ka, mas madaling mabuhay, mas madaling maging masaya. And mahirap kasi magtago sa isang shell. Pakita mo lang sa tao kung ano at mamahalin ka na nila doon.
Nagsimula yung career ko nasa Obs Gaming. Kakampi ko sila Sire, Cignal, tapos si Cap 1. Unang qualifier ko nun, hindi kami nakapasok. Nalaglag kami sa qualifier ng Season 4, nung BSP pa ako. Piniam ako ni Zico na wag daw ako mag-alala, makapasok daw ako ng MPL. Tinupad niya naman yung pangako niya na kukunin na ako. Tapos yun, siyempre, grinab ko yung opportunity na makapasok sa MPL. Onic PH ako, madami ako natutunan nun, lalo na sa mga pagkatalo namin. Last championship, sobrang heartbreaking kasi lamang namin ng 2-0. Tapos naudlot yung pagkapanalo namin. Hindi nga ako masyado napagsalita nung after na yun, hindi din agad ako nakalis ng stage. Historical sana yung pagkapanalo namin kasi straight from quali kami tsaka rookie sa MPL lahat. Tapos yun, sayang. Kailangan na naming maghiwalay kasi hindi na gano'n nag-work yung communication namin. May mga players na hindi na din katulad ng sama namin dati. Siguro kasi party din yun ng paghihiwalay. Siyempre, nung nagkaroon ako ng opportunity nung kinuha ako ng Sunsparks, grinab ko yun kasi kailangan kong magkaroon ng new journey. Sobrang laki ng pinagbago nung nag-champion na ako sa MPL kasi finally na-prove ko yung sarili ko na kaya ako mag-champion sa PH kasi yun talaga yung pangarap ko. Haters ko na na-prove ko sa kanila na hindi ganun kababa yung laro ko. Sobrang motivated ko din kasi i-prove yung sarili ko sa sobrang daming hate na na-receive ko ng Season 4 and sa M1. Masarap sa pakiramdam kasi nalaman ko kung bakit sila yung champion. Ibang-iba yung feeling pag sila yung kalaro. Sobrang goods lang maglaro. Yung good mood lang ba, kalmado lang sa laro, naghihilaan lang pataas, ganun. Ngayon naglo-look forward ako na mag-champion sa ibang bansa. Yun naman yung tinatahak ko ngayon na goal. Dito ko natutunan maging kalmado. Especially kasi yun yung naturo sa akin ng mga ka-teammates ko sa Onic PH. Hindi lang pala siya basta game. Nabibuild din dito yung kumpiyansa mo, yung attitude mo. Lahat ng positive pwede mong matutunan din para sa Mobile Legends.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Professional League Philippines. Now in its Season 6, of course, our regular season. This is the second day of our 6th week. And we're going to be your casters. I'm your anchor, Shibu with the one for an eye with my partner here, Butters PH. And of course, the biggest thanks to our sponsors. We got our official telco partner, Smart. Ladies and gentlemen, squad up, rank up, and keep up with your favorite teams as Smart powers up your game with free games for all. Get up to 14GB for Mobile Legends and Facebook Gaming for 7 days. Simply download the new GigaLife app and choose free games.
We also have our official sponsor, Realme. The Philippines' fastest charging smartphone, the Realme 7 Pro, alongside the Realme 7, will be launching this 30th of September at 12 noon. On Realme's official Facebook page. Join the Realme revolution now.
Of course, the biggest thanks to our official sponsor. We got Gillette. Get free diamonds with purchase of Gillette's Mach 3 Razor, Vector 3 Razor, or Blue 3 Simple Force Pack in select Pure Gold doors nationwide.
Our partner in eSports, Paymaya. Get a free 50 peso credit from Paymaya when you download and register using the code MLBB. Terms and conditions apply.
We also have our partner in esports. We got TikTok Live. Check out MLBB's channel in TikTok Live and get a chance to win a legendary prizes from Mobile Legends. Also, the biggest thanks to our official gaming headset partner, Logitech G. Ladies and gentlemen, here like a pro. And the MPL-PH Season 6 is powered by Moonton. Like I said, we are currently in the second day of our 6-week butters, and we have a lot of awesome matches lined up for you guys, and would like to send the biggest shout out to all of our viewers there across Southeast Asia. Welcome to the English broadcast. We have the Tagalog broadcast being presided on by Rockhart and of course Wolf. But for now, here's our match. Our very first match would be of Omega versus Cignal.
Omega, they had a good, probably good is an understatement, because they just beat the undefeatable, the untouchable Titans of the MPL-PH Season 6 regular
Just
season.
yesterday.
Just yesterday.
Yes.
It was a 2-0.
Yes.
It was in dominating fashion.
Yes.
And everyone just, they didn't expect that to happen.
Yeah. Yeah, and I love the idea here. Actually, Omega did show the world that it doesn't take too much overthinking actually to win Mobile Legends with the new patch. You have to account that Omega, of course, bolstering their standings with a win from Bren Esports yesterday, just rolled out with a standard funneled carry strategy during their match, and that leaves us with Omega sitting at aggregated points of 19, whereas you got Bren Esports here with an aggregated points of 20. Although Omega might have more matches that they played for this regular season, still that is a very strong statement of tailing and very close to say to the number 1 team right now in the regular season, that is Bren Esports.
Yes, and Omega, they are working their way up on the rankings here. One more point or just one more win can actually secure them the top spot of the MPL-PH Season 6 Group B.
Yeah, this win here against Cignal Ultra, it will mean a lot. It will not just headline of stopping the win streak that comes in from Bren Esports, but also of toppling them in the number 1 spot in terms of points. Whereas Cignal Ultra here, they're totally recovering. They're gaining some good momentum though. Omega also too, from their previous matches, as Cignal Ultra here has an aggregated points of 10. It would also be interesting for Cignal Ultra to get a beat against Omega, as they are a team which has characterized themselves as someone very willing as well to delve into new tactics, new strategies, and new hero combinations.
And if you think about it, Cignal Ultra, they're well in the hands of BSB. BSB can reach them in just a couple of series.
Yeah.
So for Cignal Ultra, it is imperative for them that if they want to secure this playoff slot that they have right now on the 4th spot of Group B, they should be winning this game.
They should be winning this game because BSB is just around the corner. And, one of the worst feelings right now, especially within the group, as for Group B, is actually dropping on the bottom position. Also would like to remind you that on Group A, we actually have all the teams with the exception of Blue Fire already locked in for the playoffs. Whereas for this Group B that we're mentioning, that includes Omega and actually Cignal Ultra here, it can still be changed as the maximum points available for the side of BSB here can still offset or go beyond the current points of the other teams. So anyway, guys, we'll be checking out, of course, our teams here and hear from them, their own stories, their own tactics, coming in from their own boot camps, how they synergize well, the interactions between their teams. Always better to know your team, ladies and gentlemen, especially now that they are competing here in the biggest league, that is MPL.
Describe ko yung team ngayon as Giyang Manalo.
Describe ko po yung team ko as family kasi po sila po yung second family ko. Kasi sila po yung lagi ko kasama ngayon.
Gigil. Kumbaga this season, gigil kami mag-champion and tingin ko ito na yung season na yun.
Mga sawa na matalo. Kaya gagalingan namin ngayong season 6.
Magkakapatid po dahil po komportable po kami sa isa't isa tsaka po pag nag-aaway magkakabati agad.
Chemistry namin lahat, kaming anim. Parang pag kami naglaro parang kaya namin manalo kahit sino kalaban. Gusto ko lang din malaman kung papalagbay yung lineup nila na yun sa akin.
Ladies and gentlemen, the team that ended Bren Esports win streak, that will be of the Omega squad. Roster lineup would be at GZ, Toshi, Kurt Z, Hayes, Heath, and Kenji. If you want to know more and of course check out more from the contents and the running stats and stories of our players of Omega rather, you can actually get your phone, scan the QR code that is there on the upper right side of your screen just above Kenji. And yeah, show your support for your MPL teams. So, your notes here, Butters, for Omega.
They showed a normal 1-3-1 setup yesterday. It had a bit of tweaks here and there.
Yeah.
Like Heath
On
having a saboteur
playstyle.
Like he really just went in and tried to sabotage everyone or everything that Bren was doing, and it worked on their favor because what happened was every single time that Heath would do something in the map, Haji Z is always ready to rotate and head there and get the kill.
Being the main carry here, and they know their primary targets. Actually, they started off with weakening the mid lane, weakening the pressure that can come in from Few on that Changu, and later on cash in whatever gold can be taken on the gold lane for the side lane here. Also would like to account of Kurt Z's performance as well on the, if I'm not mistaken, Yuzong, but we also have the Ruby performances on Kurt Z, and I believe Kurt Z was the one in the gold lane for the game number 1 against Bren Esports, of which the lane dominance from this guy fits really well on what the meta or what the patch, the project next patch is dictating of winning your lane.
And we have Cignal Ultra right here with their roster lineup. It's Hades, Rhea, Tujin, Imba DJ, Bensante, Yebmeister. Scan that QR code on top of Yebmeister. If you want to support your teams, it will link you directly to their social media pages. Now, what I like about this team is that they're feeling pretty confident that they can hold on to this fourth spot right now. And there's no pressure. I don't really feel that Cignal Ultra will feel pressure just because their motto is to keep calm.
Yeah. All right. Just to keep calm here, and it's very probable, although I would really characterize Cignal Ultra as a team who's willing to actually embrace and adjust what would be dictated of the meta. To be the first one as well to maybe adapt on it. But of course, it's always the answer to that question of who has prepared better, who has, the better bullet, who has the better notes and hero combinations with regards to the project next patch that just got deployed days ago.
And you know what, Shinbu, if there is a team that would experiment, I think it's Cignal Ultra. Right now, we did see a lot of not really nerfs on other supports, but let's say Chango got nerfed. Farsa indirectly got nerfed as well because of the configurations of the map, on how the map rotates. And I kind of want to see how Imba DJ deals with this.
Yeah. Yes. Especially with the support position that is now kind of the mid laner, right? Kind of the mid laner, and there is the demand of not just really being able to poke out your opponents, secure vision, and stuff like that, but rather of managing a lane, actually managing the shortest and yet kind of the most unchanged lane that we have right now after the Project Next patch. Ladies and gentlemen, well, there is a lot to be seen for this match. I'm actually looking forward once again onto that Imba DJ versus Haze match. I think it would be a sight to see, especially on the matchups for the mid lane. But maybe you'd want to account as well for Hades and Hajizi. I do believe that Hades, though, being kind of consistent, being kind of objective-oriented carry, I do believe that Hades is also participatory compared to other carries out there.
And if you would look at Cignal Ultra right now, their standings, they got one win against Aura.
Oh yeah,
And
yes.
they got one win against Aura, and that was the Digi strategy that Aura tried to pull off on them. Although Aura did say that it was reactionary on their side, that it was precautionary, that they just picked the Digi because they didn't want Cignal to get it.
Yeah.
It's still Cignal pushing the boundaries or pushing the drafting limits here of Aura PH.
Indeed. And well, if we were talking about pushing the boundaries and the limits here of Aura PH, then I think everyone has been pushed to a limit here, especially of, composing your draft as we head on to this Project Next patch. Also would like to remind you guys that for this week, just only for this week, we got the revamped heroes on Autoban status for the MPL, but for the next weekend, you'll be seeing maybe you'll be seeing the likes of the revamped Mia, maybe Eudora, right? Or Leila. We don't know, but they're on Autoban status right now.
I mean, Mia's been really balling it out in regular games. And if you think about it, the other ones, Alucard, Eudora, Zilong, it could be a possibility that they could get picked in the MPL.
Yeah. Well, we got the head-to-head statistics rather, for Omega and Cignal Ultra. Of course, because of that massive win against Bren eSports, it actually bolsters their KDA average to a 5.18 against Cignal measly 2.77. Take note that actually Cignal lost their match against Aura PH. That is their recent match, ladies and gentlemen. But the average kills per game still sticks onto Cignal Ultra because of the characterized low kill count per game of Omega matches, which is totally normal.
You know what?
For Omega.
I like the thing here about Omega getting 5.18. Well, for the side of Cignal Ultra, they have 2.77. Cignal Ultra has been known to use that Digi strategy. Omega, I haven't really seen them. So in terms of KDA,
that's why. So it got marred. 2.77.
It got marred. I mean, that KDA is an illusion.
Indeed. So it's actually hard to account for the KDA. I apologize for that part. But still, in terms of kills per game, it's really low on the Omega side. It's totally normal and characterizing again for their playstyle. They always love to take objective control and of course pressure control instead of kills. They take wins from that one. Hajisi now stands at the #1 spot of the KDA, and actually the number spot of the KDA is getting lower and lower. We got 8.27 for the running KDA, but this is even though it's still number 13. Interestingly, I think he sits somewhere in the middle and is also close to the others because I've seen a fair share of some support and side lane heroes who has a running KDA of 4. But look at this, unique heroes used totally unsurprising when it comes to the carry position. I think that's really the normal pool of carry position heroes back then before the Project Next.
You know what? The KDA here for both of these players, it's really volatile. It moves in mysterious ways just because your KDA, the way you raise it is you win more games and you
get more kills, get more assists,
kills,
right? Yeah.
Lessen your debts.
Yeah.
But it also actually goes up in rank when the other team or the other contenders for the top spot here keeps on dying.
Yeah. Especially when that denominator also increase. And actually just 1 point to that denominator means a lot. ladies and gentlemen, for that KDA. Well, that is the KDA battle, and yeah, I think it would be nice to look at the carry positions here, especially now that we are in the Project Next patch, where there are a lot of resources in the early game. You got gold for that gold lane. You got gold for that gold lane. You also got gold for that third shield.
And the teams, they dealt with it with their own understanding. And that's what I like about Project Next. We talked about this yesterday. How do you deal with the turret shield, the jungle, how do you farm it? And they just showed us that you don't really have to think outside of the box. And I'm excited because Cignal Ultra will be showing us how they understood it. Now, I think their understanding could be, how do I say this, influenced by Omega and Execration yesterday.
Yeah, yes.
It could be influenced because I mean, seeing those games, there might be some ideas that Cignal Ultra could have picked up from these two teams that battled yesterday.
Yeah,
they've
they've
watched.
watched,
I'm
right?
100% sure that they did, especially because they're the ones who's gonna go up against Omega this day.
Yeah, and of course, you've seen how Hit has performed on the Joy. That is actually a very, very specific statistic, ladies and gentlemen. If we are accounting for the Joyhead here onto the side of Cignal Ultra, they did pick it 5 times compared to the Joyhead pick here of Omega. It was chosen 4 times, and cannot but feel that it did 1-3-1 compared to the 3-2 here of Cignal Ultra. But you know, one of the stats here that is really important is the stat that is shown yesterday. It was played in the support position. It was a very, very disruptive role, and it feels like it really fits well on this new and improved jungle of the Project Next patch.
It's more on the part where you would see a Jawhead running at you. All the homing missiles can hurt you and can hurt the golems as well. So what you actually do is you try to pull him out of that certain area. And what he does in return is there's always a chance that the buff can be thrown out of the circle. It can get reset by just a simple ejector.
And that reset is actually very, very punishing, especially for your core, especially if you're doing the race for that part. Getting buffs is harder right now, but it doesn't mean that disrupting the jungler is harder. It's kind of more rewarding, honestly.
It's harder, and at the same time, when you think about it, 15% health damage reduction for every person that is there beside the one who's actually taking it.
Yeah.
It takes a lot of time for the first certain rotation of the jungler because of the leash, and then you would just throw it out.
Yeah, yes.
And you just wasted a lot of the resources here of the enemy team.
Yes, not to mention even picks such as Natalia has become more and more popular here on the idea of disruption. Also, one of the major change that is influenced by the Project Next patch would be of the lesser priority towards Selena, being that the direction of our bans would be looking towards the side lanes. Even Esmeralda is getting some good ban count now just because of that Project Next patch.
Yeah, and you know what, Shinbu, look at their position. I have to point this out. Ever since the regular season started, Heath
is with
Toshi.
Besides Toshi, yeah.
Besides Toshi.
Yeah.
But now, it's Heath with Haji,
Haji.
and Toshi is in the middle.
Yeah, yes.
So, I think, in a way, smart Omega, they found out that the tank and the assassin should be in direct contact with each other, the jungler, because they would know when to invade and how to counter invade a team.
Yeah, because the idea right now, and so far based on just yesterday's episode, is that the tank support is the saboteur. He is the one rotating. He is the one trying to target actually the jungler and make sure that jungling will be a horrific experience for the enemy jungler. And if you want kills, right? If you want kills to translate, you know, your main carry can just follow through because your main carry is actually the jungle itself, the jungler itself. You know, I think from yesterday you get Hajizi rolling on a Ling with the retribution, and that's why it is so rewarding for him whenever he follows up with Heat on that Jawhead, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that. You know, the win from yesterday really did lift up the spirits here for Omega. I think this is the most smile I've seen from them here during the regular season.
And they're actually fixing it. I don't really think that they know that they're on focus right now.
Yeah. That they're being broadcasted
They're being
right now.
broadcasted right now. MPL-PH Season 6. Here are your boys smiling on the camera, just treating it as a vlog.
Indeed. And I even saw Hit smiling. I mean, Hit rarely smiles, right?
Yeah.
Unless he is winning, actually. He's always so focused within the game. And yeah, this is going to be very, very exciting. Cannot but feel that, of course, there is an obvious momentum for the side of Omega. But remember, guys, we started yesterday's matches with a momentum on the side of Bren. And I cannot but feel that really the patch did impact. I'm certain. I'm certain that the patch did impact our players and our teams right now.
How strong was Bren?
Yeah.
Your previous patch, it took Project Next to take them down.
To take down Bren.
To take down their streak. But kidding aside, it was Smart Omega, and I feel that for Omega here, I'm pretty sure that they were prepared. They knew how to deal with them, and they just went with that.
Yeah. And we'll just be surprised in what will be the new strategy that can pan out here for Omega. Can't help but feel that they cannot really pull off the same strategy as last night. If that Cignal Ultra is ready and has watched and has focused on the information that they had gained from yesterday.
Yeah. I think Cignal here can just use that to their advantage. Like, the first one who shows the strategies for a big patch, they're usually the ones who get studied first. So
yes.
it's a certain advantage for Cignal Ultra that they went Omega went first.
Yeah.
So now they can analyze how the team moved on the map and probably send some people there to stop it or find a better way to work around that, not probably stop the rotations on another side, but counter it with another rotation or another invade on the other side of the map. That's probably the thing that's going on here for the side of Cignal Ultra.
It is always understandable of them building from the draft, from the information that they gained from previous matches. It is the most reliable anyway. It is the most reliable really anyway. Even if I'm accounting for the Project Next patch, we did mention yesterday that there are a lot of roles of theory crafting. There are a lot of posts with regards to theory crafting for the Project Next patch. What would be the most optimal composition distribution for the early game or the first rotation that you could go with it. I do believe that everyone has some good points and there are merits and actually why they said that. But the idea is those are theory crafts, and I think the best way to do it and go on about it is to really test it and see for yourself within the game.
So we talked about Omega, we talked about Cignal. What are my expectation for this match? I just feel that this is gonna go the distance. It's gonna head to a game number 3. But if it's the same brand of Omega that we saw yesterday, Cignal Ultra should watch out because that form of Omega will really take you to a 0-2 in just a snap of a finger.
Yeah, and I cannot but feel that it's very hard to prepare against Hit.
Yeah.
I really feel that Hit is one of the heaviest playmaker right now for Omega, and it makes it so easy for his teammates to follow up. For the vision that he has provided. And that goes way back before the Project Next patch. That goes way back on the popularity of the Hilda. Kind of feel that actually Hilda is still very, very strong right now. Even for the tank position for the jungle role. And I'll be expecting it as a definite ban, coming from the side of Cignal Ultra.
And we're just waiting for the draft right now. I mean, you know what? Let me tell you something, Shinbu. Haji now holds the highest average KDA in the league, 8.27, as it was shown earlier on our head-to-head. But the next one to him, in second place, is H2O. So these new players, or these kids, these players that aren't really seen as big boys, the big boys of MPL, the new ones, they're really making waves into the MPL right now. So I'm excited to see what Omega is going to bring to the table, but Cignal Ultra, they're known to be creative as well in terms of drafting.
Yeah.
What are they gonna do?
All right, let us see here, ladies and gentlemen. We got the YSS and also the Selena plus the Ruby getting banned by Cignal Ultra here. So there's no Hilda ban. We got Omega banning the Lancelot, interestingly, plus the Uranus and the Khalid for, against Cignal Ultra. Eyeing actually for the side lane and 1 key for the core. I cannot but feel that Omega will try to get a quick security and first pick on the link.
And Cignal Ultra
They did deny the Hilda, so that's the plan.
went straight for a Hilda. You know what?
Alright. We're not gonna be banning it. We are going to pick it.
And I mean, it's the same as a Jawhead.
Yeah.
Not as annoying. It cannot throw the buff out of the circle, but still, it has dueling capability
Should
when
be a
you go
link
for
here.
that wave.
This should be a link here for Cignal Ultra. I'm not so sure though if Omega. I think Omega will because of the Hilda pick. It makes a lot of sense to actually secure an Esmeralda. I'm not so sure about the Thams. I was thinking if that should be a link, but still against the Hilda, totally no problem. Like all the side lanes, so don't have to worry about Hilda now. But they are sacrificing on letting go of the link, and Cignal can capitalize.
I agree. You know what, Shinbu? There is emphasis right now on getting strong side lanes.
There we go.
So they got really strong side lanes.
Yeah.
The Thams and the Esmeralda, they set it onto the side lanes and they won't really have a problem. But for the side of Cignal Ultra, what they're gonna do right now is they're gonna bank on the mobility and damage output of a Ling and buff it with an Angela. So this is going to be the Angeling combination.
Alright, this is very interesting from the side of Cignal Ultra. I mean, this is no surprise. We did saw this already work. It actually works so good on the hands of Chujin, right? We were thinking that it was a Imba DJ hero, but even Chujin can actually roll out on that one and make his own respective plays. Again, this is what we expect. If the link gets denied, Hajisi will be relegated towards the Roger now.
You know what? I kind of find it odd that for Cignal Ultra, clearly, you can see that there's an Esmeralda on the other side. So that only means if Angela uses Heart Guard on Ling and Ling gets caught out by Toshi, that's going to give Toshi the extra shields he needs. So it's probably the idea of Ling not getting caught at this point.
Yeah. It's very heavy, ladies and gentlemen. You got the Valier also removed here by the Omega squad. Omega does believe that it's not just gonna be an Angela support, it will be of a side lane support onto Chujin, and that's why Cignal Ultra might be baiting. And Cignal Ultra did go for a very wise ban on the Jawhead, but Cho would still be available for hit here. I'm very curious, what would work nice against the... Well, you already have your side lane anyway, so I think the Angela could easily just go to the side lane, without regard.
I think for Cignal Ultra, Cho is probably a must right now.
To ban?
Just
or to...
well, for Cignal Ultra, if they can acquire it, then just go for it. But you know what? I actually think that there's something new for the side of Cignal Ultra here. Given that Ling is a jungler and focuses on the jungle more, that means it leaves the mid lane open.
Yeah.
And if you think about it, why do you put Angela on the side lanes? To get the extra XP that she needs to get to level 4.
If you're gonna go for EXP lane, that is very rewarding. You get level 4 very quick, and totally makes Hades online with the lane.
Yeah. So what they can do is just probably put Angela in the middle lane. It wouldn't really hurt them, and they can put through 2 strong side laners as well. Because I mean, yes, at first, if you think about it, getting XP on Angela for the first few minutes, just amplify him up, really escalate his experience gain.
Yeah,
is good. But you know what? If Link cannot really get the items fast, then Angela is going to be not really worthless, but she needs to find purpose in the coming minutes.
Yeah. There is time demand.
There is a time demand.
That is true, Butter. So there we go. We get the Cignal Ultra ban onto hit. There's a targeting on the hit, but Kufra is still available.
I'm actually surprised that they're not really giving out a lot of emphasis into Kufra
anymore. But I'm not so sure. I do feel that the Joy really impacts a lot. Even the Cho, I feel like hit is more comfortable on that one. I can still not forget the play that Hit has done, especially on targeting. But look at Hit here. Look at Hit's expression right now. but feel that doesn't look like a face of confidence here. But I think he's just trying to read what will be the side laners for Cignal Ultra here.
And they still go for
okay.
that Farsa.
Farsa, they're still saving the hit hero. Whether if is it gonna be a Kufra or will there be a possibility of an Atlas?
I'd say, you know what, Shinbu? I'd say a Hylos wouldn't be so bad here for the side
Honestly,
for the bad side of Omega right now, especially for Heath. Not seeing it as a bad option as well for Cignal Ultra. If they really want to, if they can put that Hilda into the off lane and just get a Hylos, that could really work on their side. But you know what? If for Omega, if they really just want to fight it, just negate the Angela for a bit, just get the Hylos and hug out people here for the side of Cignal Ultra.
I love the trend that is happening here actually from the side of Omega. Last speaking hit, you know, there is a clear emphasis towards him that, you know, hit has been an asset, a big asset for us. Let's try to allow him to at least get a better read of the enemy composition. And there we go. Something is obviously revealed here. Cignal Ultra bears their fangs. They're going to be very aggressive as they will go. That is going to be a laner, Angela, and their roaming support would be... They could have a jungle, Natalia, with the retribution. Of course, side lane, Terizla.
So it's going to be a side lane Terizla and a side lane Angela.
Yeah,
Okay.
and that's a problem. The moment that Esmeralda jumps, it can be greeted on by the Terizla. My big question here right now is, will the Kufra still be viable, or they will still go for the Kufra?
I mean, it's really just one of the best tanks right now. But there are other heroes on the heads of these two teams. I think the draft right now, Cignal Ultra really tried to go for something new.
Yeah.
But for the side of Omega, they showed us that it's still the same 1-3-1. You don't have to stay away from the previous picks that we had.
Yeah.
But then again, you know what? They're just putting it in front of us that you don't have to think outside of the box. Just tweak your rotation a bit and you'll be fine.
Imba DJ, not Chujin Angela. It's Imba DJ Angela. DJ Angela, and we got Chujin on that Natalia, ladies and gentlemen. That actually signifies that Natalia will be the one in the lane, probably the one in the mid. It's one possibility, whereas Angela will always escort the lane here. Well, unless there is a shift in playstyle, unless there's still a shift in playstyle, Chujin could still be, the Natalia could still be the one who holds the retribution here. Ling and Hades will be staying onto the gold lane, and I think Imba DJ will maybe go to the mid lane or maybe get some XP as well for that XP lane.
Let's see how will this pan out. I mean, we have an idea that
very unique draft.
That Angela here is going to be a key factor or a main chess piece for the side of Cignal Ultra. What I'm meaning is if he gets the middle lane and Imba DJ here gets level 4, there is ultimately a lot of backup on all sides of the map here.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our game. This is our very first series for the second day of the 6th week of the MPL-PH Season 6 regular season. On the blue side would be of Cignal Ultra against the red that is of Omega. Take note that Omega has one of the strongest momentum right now for their team, especially with a win against that undefeated #1 team of the regular season that is Bren eSports.
Okay, for Cignal, they start out with a 4-man rotation to the middle lane. They will try to clear it out, but on their side, if you would look at it, Ling has the Hunter Knife. Ben Sanity staying near this area. He goes straight for the mask. He doesn't really care about it that much that he gets left behind in terms of clearing out the waves because he won't even get gold for it. But Chujin here, he is caught out. How will you get out of that? He gets pushed back.
Yeah, he wants to go for the kill. And that's the problem. I think that is an awkward positioning there by Chujin, not accounting that he can actually beat Chase. But the delay is there, at least. For Hajizi. In terms of getting his own purple buff. And clearly, the level 4 race will favor Hades here.
And if you would look at it, it's a level 3 versus a level 2. Setup here.
It's about to get 4.
It's about to be 4 on Ling. And Ling, Hades really happy with this because he didn't really get any contest. Well, Omega, Haji here is fighting for his life. He is at 1/4 HP just because of that, and he's forced to go back.
Yeah, and this is the clear advantage coming in from the Ling. They did try on visiting the Esmeralda. So there we go. We got Imba DJ going for the EXP lane, right? We got Imba DJ going for the EXP lane, and it is gonna be of Chujin in the mid. He's the one dancing around and actually tried to disrupt the jungle camp here of Hajizi, and is going for it. But of course, Hit is also following through. So Chujin is becoming more of a disruption compared to Hit here. And yeah, look at that. Hajizi is totally delayed.
They're not even aiming
Level
to
3.
take down Hajizi here.
Yeah.
What they're trying to do is trickle him down, take his HP down to 1/4 HP.
Yeah.
Then, when he goes home, he gets delayed.
Yeah, make sure they get the vision. And here's the thing, it's not just the buff that is the objective of the map. We got also the crabs, right? The gold crabs here, and it is being taken in by Hades. We're still sitting at a level 3 Roger against a level 5 Ling.
For a set of Cignal Ultra, I have my doubts in terms of their single target lockdown just because of the the love strings coming out from Angela. It takes time before it latches. So Haji is forced to go out once again. Wow.
Yeah, it's totally heavy, ladies and gentlemen. We got a Fiend here. It's still up. And it's very hard. You don't expect Bensanity to easily go down with this kind of composition. Hayes has his level 4 already available, but I doubt he would be burning that towards the Hilda.
And if you would look at the Shinbu, we're at the 3-minute mark. We're just waiting for 3:30 till all the shields go down and the turtle will be available. So that means everything will normalize by the time we get to that. But Imba DJ here is a bit,
There's still a level lead on the side of Hades. Hades here sits at level 6. The GC is just at 4. Chujin is also very much willing to follow through along with Bensanity here. And they fall back.
And that is going to be a successful defense coming out from Omega. If you think about it, Shinbu, they did well. The arrival is there. No damage whatsoever. And look at this, Bensanity.
Oh, yeah, they're going all in towards Bensanity for their airstrike. One last tag. Hajizi is there. There goes the shield from the brush. I know, it's actually the Angela. And the body block being done here by Hades. Misses the shot on that flame. And Haze is there. Also the Blade of Tempest. Imba DJ to follow through. And I think that's it. It's just one kill against Chujin without answer by the side of Cignal.
Oh, what? The funny thing is, Chujin was the one who went down. It wasn't even Bensanity.
Wasn't even Bensanity. Look at that.
Wow.
Yeah, he did turn. He did turn for a bit. Yeah, and that is our Gillette instant replay hashtag shave the day.
And Haji here, at least getting a bit of free reign over his buffs. But then again, it doesn't change the fact that he is delayed in terms of just rotating onto the map.
Indeed. And here's the thing, Hayes is starting to cast his feathered airstrike, and Bensanity may want to recalculate the way he does this overextensions and engages, whether his teammates are willing to participate, because right now, objectives once again are escalating towards Omega, and their team, despite being slow, is the one who's very much willing to actually get more and more leads and more objectives after something is secured.
Onto the bottom lane, there is a bit of a skirm, 1v1 happening here, Hades and Toshi. And that is going to be scary for Toshi, but Toshi...
A little bit of a duel here happening. Of course, we do know how Toshi is still durable against Hades here. There is an arrival. I saw it get cancelled maybe. And got Toshi dancing around Imba DJ. He does know he can fully commit to the duel, but there is the heart. There is, of course, that stun or that hold, and that should be it.
You know what? I'm actually surprised at Omega here, even if they were the ones who got pushed back, like Haji is forced to go back home. Their side lanes didn't really flinch.
Yeah.
And their side lanes did a lot of work.
Yeah.
Haze is always there in the pressure points of the map for the side of Cignal Ultra.
And the lead is still there. Is still there, brothers, right? We got 3,000 now to the side of Omega. This is no surprise, especially on the Project Next patch. By the 5-minute mark, really, it's very easy to offset the lead of your enemy. We did mention that the game might be longer just because of the turret shields here. But because of the gold, it can also escalate onto one side very, very quickly. There is going to be that Clock of Destiny onto the Forza. And, Enchanted Talisman. Alright, towards Toshi here. Also that Skull as well. Curse Helmet for the side of Curtisi. So full core items being built steadily onto the side of Omega just because of that lead.
Slowly but surely, they're putting all putting all the damage here onto Haji. Then Curtsy knows that if he gets a cursed helmet, then that means his DOT or damage over time will be amplified, and it is going to be enough damage, and it adds up. But if you just put it on Haji to get the items, to get all the damage items that he needs. Just supporting Haji at this point might be enough.
Yeah, supporting Haji would totally be enough. We get 6-0 here. Butters, right? And it's not just Haji. Actually, Toshi is making, again, a consistent wave for himself. The top lane is being well maintained. There's no surprise that for Athams. But of course, look at that. Even the outer turret on the top lane is already destroyed. So these are a lot of objectives, very visible in the eyes here of Omega, waiting to actually be taken.
And Omega here just being so dominant.
Yeah.
I am actually surprised that they're doing this, but there is this pressure up top.
Yeah, but of course, that issue also ease up the pressure onto the bottom lane. They could go for the push. Omega that is. And Omega, some members of them very much willing to go for the dive. They're just guessing where the Natalia might be. Hayes dances around. Hayes will be targeted on by Hades. And I also would hit going for Chujin along with Imba DJ. And no turret push being done on other side of the lanes with this numbers advantage. It doesn't matter though. There's going to be Toshi. He will be dancing around. No sight towards Chujin.
Chujin, his Natalia play worked earlier, but if you would look at this, Chujin, one more hit actually goes down to the minions. Oh my goodness. And that is alert mechanic for ya. Being introduced into Project Next, and now we're seeing it do its work.
8-minute mark into the game, ladies and gentlemen, and it's all about the Project Next. 4,000 on the gold lead here of Omega on top of that 5-kill lead. Arrival is being put to good use as well by Kurtzy here, as they do realize they need to at least get numbers. They can even out the numbers advantage that can be pulled off naturally by the composition of Cignal Ultra, because they get the Angela, they get the Natalia. One hero can just spot up from out of nowhere, right?
I do agree. You know what? Haji here, he has all the stuff that he needs to just go for those monsters, just to clear them out and zone out Cignal Ultra from their own jungle. Now, the question is, for the side of Omega, how do you take down the lane? Because Hades here, he's been having a good game.
Oh yeah, Hades is totally having a really nice game here. I mean, with the Ling, but I cannot but feel it is because of the ease that was given towards him, especially with the pressure done by Ben Sanity. But like this, he needs more explosiveness to actually answer Omega. There might be it. Toshi would be able to walk away. Oh my god! And there goes Hades. He was able to snag one cut towards Toshi, but the chase is on. Coming in from Haji Z along with Heat, and no more ult coming in from Imba DJ. And ladies and gentlemen, the Angela gets laid. It's a 2-for-1, still in favor of Cignal.
And Chujin here, trying to see if he can go for the cleanup, but they're at half HP at 0-5-1. Even with that high and dry, I don't think it's possible, because Haji has superior HP regen and lifesteal as well.
Indeed. 4-8, ladies and gentlemen, at the 9-minute mark, and Omega now sits still at that consistent 3,000 to 4,000 gold lead. Of course, the map gets tighter and tighter, and it's also harder and harder to catch Chujin. But still, Omega, despite the early lead and what seems to be a game pacing that is in control of Cignal Ultra, Hajizi is fully online. He started off with a 2-level deficit against Hades here, but now he sits at 403, much higher compared to the running KDA here of Hades, although they're kind of equal, really.
I can't help but notice Hades here. He's just trying to split the waves, split the lanes here.
Yeah.
He's not really trying to get that kill, participate as much as possible.
Yeah.
Because Hayes here, if you would look at him, he's at 3-2-3. There is an imminent threat of a Forza or a Natalia rather on his side, but he's still doing a great job.
Yeah, it's fully online. Actually, he's just waiting out. He's landing his auto attacks the moment that there goes the Natalia. He would be Lycan pouncing in. And I think there is consistent follow-up coming in from Hayes. Ladies and gentlemen, just look at that. That fight that happened there easily cashed them 2 kills. And what might be an easy lord unless a play is done by Hades and Chujin. And it doesn't look like so.
Whatever happened in the early game, I would just like to break it down into things. Yes, Cignal Ultra did a good job forcing Haji to go back every single time that they took that purple buff on his side. But one of the things that they did not account for was how strong the side lanes here are for Omega. If you think about it, they got the 2 strongest side laners here on the red side. Well, on the blue side, it's actually an adjust pick. They get an Angela and they get a Terizla.
Yeah.
Not really the best heroes in terms of sample size, but I just feel that if you're not really sure about it, I don't think you should just put it in front of a Thams and an Esmeralda.
Yeah, you just need to actually kind of think twice.
Think twice.
Before putting that in front. Well, we got the Lord here. That is not a Luminous Lord. It will be knocking in, and Hayes got the opportunity to drop that Feathered Air Strike. Rhea goes in the middle of the Lord, and there goes Toshi. He knows he has the opportunity to go for the dive and go for the back line. It doesn't matter though. Already, the inhibitor turret down for the bottom lane is already destroyed. And DJ will be in critical health, and of course, the Blade of Death is being answered for by Hades here for the back line. Still, Hayes will be destroyed. It doesn't matter though. Toshi was able to answer through, and with that 5-man whatever wipe out in exchange for 1, we got this game won as well by Omega.
And that is going to be a 0-1 onto the side of Cignal Ultra. They did a great job accounting for Haji, but remember, MLBB is a team game. There are side laners that you have to look out for, and the composition here for the side of Cignal Ultra really costed them.
Yeah, and I think it is hard fought. Even though it does look like it's kind of one-sided, supposed to be on the side of Omega, because for the most part they've been holding onto the 3,000, 4,000 and fluctuating gold lead. It's still a gold lead for them. Still, I think believe it is hard fought. I think it is very threatening of what could happen or what might have happened if that lead by Hades translated towards the gold lane easily. I kind of feel that that is the part where Omega was able to remain vigilant and actually guard where Hades can actually make a snowball, right?
As for Hades here, he did his job. He really just tried to control all the side lanes, just get them even. Because they know that they have this certain disadvantage in terms of the fighters or the hero compositions for the side lanes. But the man can only do his job one side at a time.
One side at a time. Ladies and gentlemen, let's head into our solo analyst segment now.
Easy, oh. Nakaganon at saka si Toshi, man. Omega 1 victory away para makuha na nila yung top spot. If I'm not mistaken, top spot na nga dapat sila. Kasi, hindi, tabla pala sila ng Brenna 1-1. But then again, yes, ang taas ng emphasis talaga sa side lane, sa laning stage, sa first 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Let's look at the item builds right now for the teams. Ladies and gentlemen, Toshi immediately going for the talisman pick, no? The enchanted talisman ng 5 minutes. For later on, makikita natin yan. But I just want to say na that was an incredible plan for the side of Team Omega. Ang gusto sana nilang gawin ay i-disrupt yung rotations dito. Hajizi was at level 3 earlier. But then again, let's look at the items first. Toshi on the Esmeralda, having the enchanted talisman at around 5 minutes. Boots na upgraded, tapos enchanted talisman 5 minutes. Nakuha mo lahat ng gold. You're up against an Angela na nagbibigay agad ng shield. Eh di ano pa kailangan mong gawin? Atake lang ng atake, ng atake. First skill lang. All goods ka na. Those are the items. Of course, a GZ once again with a 607 performance. But I think, on my head, Toshi once again on this Esmeralda pick was the one talaga na nagdala, no, ng buong early game para dito sa side ng Team Omega, no? If we're gonna look at Hajizi's tower damage, there you go, and damage output, mukhang gamay niya din itong Roger pick na to. Unfortunately for Cignal Ultra, if you're gonna look at the levels right now, talagang nalugi din si Chujin, no? I think Chujin underestimated the capabilities of Omega. Interesting kasi to, kasi kung titignan mo yung concussive blast ni Heat, kung titignan mo yung mga AOE surroundabilities, tama ba yung word? No? Mga AOE, no? Concussive blast for Heat, aatake lang siya ng onte. Saglit. Okay, there you go. For Heat, atake lang siya ng onte. May concussive blast na. Lumapit lang ng onte si Chujin. Boom. Instant reveal on the Natalia. So sige, namamatay siya. But then again, the plan was to delay Hajizi. Nadi-delay si Hajizi, but the side laners are not delayed. Courtesy, the Tams is at level 3 against a level to Angela sa side lane, sa XP lane, and Toshi was clearly dominating the gold lane. I think Cignal Ultra was focusing ng sobra doon sa jungle na nakalimutan na nila mag-prioritize ng side lane. Moving on to our smart game highlights. As you can see right now, 3 minutes in, Hajizi is at level 4, Hades is at level 7. Clearly, nagawa ng Cignal Ultra dito yung plano nila. The plan was to really delay Hajizi, but with the capabilities, the fighting capabilities for the side of Cignal Ultra, this is a Kufra and this is a Farsa. Instant pick off, guys. No? So, madelay lang ng onti yung Angela sa ultimate, boom. Delete agad ang pwedeng makuha dito. And may kasama pang Roger na actually nakahabol na sa levels dito ni Hades. If I'm not mistaken, around 8 minutes, nakahabol na din si Hajizi. Maganda sana for the side of Cignal Ultra na kahit paano na weigh down nila yung side lane pressure and nakakuha sila dito ng mga, ayan, around this moment, nakuha sila kanina dito ng mga outplays but it was not enough to burst down and go for pick-offs kasi under-level dito yung ibang supports nila. Plus, hindi rin nagkaroon ng damage si Bensanity kasi 1 lang yung kanyang stack dito. Sobrang naging helpful talaga dito. I think na naging patient ang Omega on giving Hajizi the space. Nung ginagawa lang ni Hajizi kapag may na-stun si Heat, boom, kakalmutin niya na lang tapos mag-ultimate dito ang ating Farsa. Then again, Toshi was the one who is really carrying the game from the side lanes, no? Sa side lanes. So si Hajizi na naman ang ating MVP. Umabot na sa point na pati yung mga kasama niya, sabi, lagi ka na lang MVP Parang napag-ganon na yung mga kasama niya. Of course naman, no? Undoubtedly, kahit ikaw ay na-delay, no? Kahit ikaw ay na-delay, patience lang at tiwala lang sa kampe ang kailangan mo, no? So, si Hajizi, nung first 3 minutes, ganito ang mukha niya. Bad beat siya. Bad beat siya. First 3 minutes. Tapos, nung nakahabol na siya, wait lang. Nung nakahabol na siya, naging ganito na yung mukha niya. Naging masaya na. Naging masaya na siya. Nakadila pa. Yan, nakadila pa yan. Nakadila pa yan. Kasi nga, nakahabol na siya eh. Kaya, ang lesson learned dito, guys. What is the lesson for today? No? What is the lesson for that game? Kahit ma-delay ka, kahit magawa ng buffs mo, early pa lang yon, no? Hindi pa yung late game. Pag late game kayo, automatic, boom, sabog ang kalaban ninyo. So that's it for the game. Giveaway code natin, syempre, nandiyan sa baba. Kailangan nyo lang screenshot or i-type nyo na yan. Baka maunahan pa kayo ng iba. Of course, meron pa tayong bonus giveaway code dahil nga sali kayo ng sali sa ating mga paraffle draw. 13,000 ata ang sumali. Actually, tama nga. 13,000 nga ang sumali para sa ating raffle draw, kaya meron kayong bonus code. Speaking of raffle draw, mythical raffle draw natin, just visit bit.ly/MRD-W7. Kung ikaw ay sumali since week 1, pwede ka sumali up until sa ating playoffs, no? So that's it for that game, guys. Man, 1 win away ang Omega para sila na ang most unstoppable team as of now. Ang problema lang, hindi nyo pa nakakalaban ang team na wala ring talo sa MPL kasi hindi pinayagan sumali. Yun na yung Zen eSports. So that's it, guys. Hopefully, makabawi dito ang Cignal Ultra pero tutuluyan na ata ito ng team ng Omega. Balik na natin sa ating mga casters.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here at the Casters table. Thank you so much for the insights as well, Manjin. Well, we got that. We got that. I can't but feel that Cignal Ultra has their preparation set, you know, especially on the first rotation of that game. But Omega, I think their play start, their idea of a pressure picks well, right? Pays well for this, even with this current patch, even with the Project Next patch. And I can't but feel that if that is the only preparation, if that is the only homework that was done by Cignal Ultra, we might be seeing a series that runs 2-0. Right?
Yeah, I like the creativity, but it didn't really work here. So
Yeah.
I think it should be back to the drawing board here for the side of Cignal Ultra to, how do you say this, get better side laners? Because I think it was a battle of side laners. Yes, Cignal Ultra shut down the middle lane so hard. They got the jungler onto the side here. They got the Roger on a very bad spot. But if you think about it, if you cannot convert it into a turret, you cannot convert it into a easy turtle, then that means you're not really, serving the purpose of your
of the
lineup.
lead, especially of the lead that you got for that part. I kind of feel that really we did highlight earlier, Butters, that Hades should be more participating.
Yeah.
Especially with the he has established. That level advantage. He got a 2-level advantage compared to Hajizi. Although I'm not saying that he should mindlessly go for the dive, at least the play style should adjust to it, because that is where the obvious lead first popped out.
Yeah.
Right?
There's this clear thing about Roger that he can come back. And this is how you deal with the biggest threat, actually. You just get strong side laners. And they just keep it basic. Omega just seeing that opportunity to get the Esmeralda. They just went for it.
Yeah.
And I think Hilda was a good pick right there.
Yeah.
But they did not really capitalize on it. They did not really get the kills.
Here's the thing. I really find Esmeralda as a very strong pick right now. But you know why? Esmeralda is by default like a strong lane bully. If you want to beat the Esmeralda, you need to go dive her, shut her down very early. And that's where she cannot be allowed to actually go for the dives, just because she has a nice laning phase, because she's already behind by those early game ganks. Those early game ganks are only possible. I mean, it's possible as well, not during the 1-3-1, but during the 1-3-1, that's where Esmeralda struggles, because 1-3-1 is really so potent on delaying an Esmeralda. And 1-3-1 right now is not so encouraged. That's why, I mean, if you allocate some members and some support to really go onto a side lane, that means you're missing out on your jungle experience. That means you're missing out on the possible resources that can be taken from the jungle. That's why right now it's not really so rewarding to pull off the 1-3-1, and that's why there's more freedom for Esmeralda to just enjoy her lane and get that lead, right?
Yeah, and whatever she needs, does she need levels? You go to the XP lane. Do you need gold? You go to the gold lane. And that's what Esmeralda can do. There are different configurations on Esmeralda where you can let her go for damage, or you can let her go for the utility. And I feel if you're gonna let her go for utility, I think it's better to put her into the side lanes. If you want to go to the full offensive, that's the time where you put him on the gold lane.
Oh, yeah.
But then again, you have to look at your matchups as well. If there's a matchup in which where Esmeralda could face off two long-range heroes in one lane, then that's not going to be good on your side as well.
Yeah. Well, let us see, ladies and gentlemen. We got the Esmeralda, Uranus, plus the Valley here for the side of Omega. You also have Cignal Ultra banning the UISS, Hilda, plus the Khalid. That leaves still options such as Ling to be open, and also Jawhead to be open. And, the Hilda gets banned. And Omega did want for something more stable and more safe for their side lane, probably on Kurtz's side. And because this drop doesn't give out so much information. And they went for the Zams. And now, Cignal Ultra is once again starting to become more and more visible and put contrast on their draft by choosing that Selena and Ruby. Look at that.
So, good wave clear. Not really that easy to push out of the lane. It's because of the innate tankiness and sustain coming out from the Lolita. I like the pressure that Cignal Ultra can do with this Selena, and how will they track the rotations here on the side of Omega. I think invading right now isn't really the best thing to do, just because of the certain changes that happened into the jungle with the 15% added reduction onto the monsters. So, I guess in a way, the only thing that you want to do for the invade is if you have retribution and you want to catch out that person in shock. Like, okay, I'm just gonna go for the retribution. If he goes to a certain level of threshold, I'm just gonna go for it. I'm gonna steal it. But the other thing is, you would just get vision.
Yeah, you just get vision, and well, it depends up to you and how you can capitalize with that vision. But by default, it should be a lead. It should be a lead. All right, so with the Joyd here on the side of Omega, that actually comes to full circle as it gets paired up with the Ling, and we did saw this kind of composition for their match against Bren eSports. Kind of but feel that Omega doesn't worry about the Selena too much, whereas Cignal Ultra is putting more and more emphasis for that part. Kind of but feel as well that the backshot pick is not really a heavy counter for this Jawhead of Omega because the disruption will be there. Well, that depends on what hero will be the main core, the jungler here for Cignal
You
Ultra.
know what? I actually see Baksha as an alternative to a Jawhead.
Okay.
In terms of pressuring the other team, like your wheels, the second skill, the projectile, it resets when it hits a hero. So that means you can keep on pressuring people. You can push people back to the base if you can do that consecutive times. It has decent damage. It has a bit of a slow, and it has his passive. So what more can you ask for a Baksha? I think in a way it's not as effective as a Jawhead. It's not as safe. But if you get that certain setup where you can get consecutive second skill hits on one person, you're just gonna force them to go back.
Oh yeah, yeah, and again, even though it is not a kill, guys, being forced to go back still is a loss.
Yeah. I mean, if you think about it, Shinbu, the wheel, the first skill of Baksha, it can actually push out, knock back people for a bit. And it happens to monsters as well. So if ever the monster is put in a bad position, he can just, knock it a bit, then it goes out of bounds.
Okay,
it
for the
goes
reset,
back. For the
especially
reset,
on the reset zone.
I mean, it's not a mechanic that you would see every day,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
it's a possibility.
It's a possibility. All right, so we get Omega here on the Roger plus the Lancelot. They clearly want to disable whatever it is that pops out of Cignal Ultra, whether it is a Harit, a Claude, doesn't matter for them. They know that they're going to go in confident with this one because there are very little options to duel up with the Ling here once he goes in, once he goes out, and they still have a lot of options should ever Cignal Ultra rebuild their core. This is not going to be a core. This should be another, probably a side laner.
I think it's now time for them to get their carry.
Because
they get the show.
yeah, they have to hide for a bit because there's still 2 picks on the side of Omega. At least mitigate the damages onto the carry position because right now they're totally denied with the carry position. They have no chance of picking up the Lancelot, the Roger here. So they need to at least see what Omega will be picking for a side lane position and also for the mid lane position.
Okay, so if Omega goes for something here that doesn't have any lockdown or CC, I think Claude and carry could be a possibility, but it's more on the idea of Claude just being the better one for the side of Cignal Ultra. Chango, and the other one is Rare. Wow, dueling.
Wow. Side lane Freya.
And
But here's the thing. I mean, really against the Ruby, it would be a nice pickup. And the thing here is that the Ruby not dodge out the Freya because there is some sort of requirement for the Ruby to at least kind of stay in the gold lane. And if the Freya is in the gold lane, it's very rewarding, right?
And we did say that Freya, in a way, is totally on the means of slow build-up up to the items. We did talk about Freya as probably a funnel candidate, but I think it makes sense. If you don't give him as much priority, but you give him the gold lane, I think it would be it's going to be rewarding for that Freya to just stay there and get the extra gold that he needs. Claude is the pick here for the side of Cignal Ultra.
Yeah, and that is we saw this. Bren Esports actually has chosen a Claude against Omega. Omega made short work of that Claude with that Jesus Ling. So this is not really a statement, but like it's just the only option available. Anyway, I do understand this Claude the pick, especially with the Lancelot and Roger ban. It's just that we did saw this Claude already fall, and that is on a team that has an undefeated win streak. Yesterday on a god carry, I would say, on Carl Z, right?
So, man oh man, I really like the setup for both of the teams. Omega doesn't have that the things or the kit to account for the Claude.
Yeah.
So I guess we have to see how will this Jawhead really affect our game.
Well, let us see, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to game number 2 of our very first series for the second day of the 6th week of the MPL-PH regular season 6. This is once again onto Omega on the blue, and of course we got Cignal Ultra on the red. The top lane will be an experienced lane, and the decided matchup by Cignal Ultra here would be to bring the Ruby on the experienced lane Thams would be no problem. That is clearly planned for Omega. But that is kind of a free lane still for Freya, the gold lane. So this would be a very, very nice lane for Freya right now.
And they force out the flicker on Imba DJ. That is going to be a win on the side of Omega. So now, Heath still annoying the hell out of this Jawhead.
Yeah, look at that.
And they get the kill.
They get a kill. Totoshi on a Freya.
Wow.
Level 2, level 1. I mean, with the gold and all, and he's not even missing any artillery minion. And the thing here is that any siege minion. And the thing here is that Cho is level 1.
Look at what
And that's
he's
the
doing.
problem. Yeah, there's no choice really. This is how you win the lane. And yeah, there we go.
Look at what he's doing. He's just staying there, just treating it as
It's
a mirror.
it's like I'm not too sure what is the English for this, but it's like patintero. You know, it's like that enter game.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Let's see. I'll try to remember.
Yeah, Hajizi, will he go down? No, Hajizi was able to get the retribution and at least secure his own buff. And there goes Hit, now disrupting whatever is the disruption being delivered for by Cignal Ultra. The second kill for them, force the flicker out against Bensanity, and he will be rolling out.
Okay. So that is, wow, a very nice Transformer sound effect. But you know,
they should do that. They should do that for Baksha, you know.
I think so. Probably Johnson.
They got Johnson. They already have Johnson.
They already have Johnson. And Heath, it's the first time that he's going to get punished. Yeah. And it goes to the pockets of Hades.
Yeah, it was a very big catch on the arrow anyway. And, well, at least Hades is not really super behind. Both carries are sitting at level 4. But the problem here is this is the plan. Hajisi joining the gold lane. And good disruption there by Bensanity.
Toshi going 1v1 with Ben. Rhea here not really at level 4. So in terms of just getting that extra poke in or extra capability to take down people on his side, he only has it now.
Yeah, and the best part here is that of Hades also mirroring the gold that can be taken from that shield on the bottom lane side. But Rhea here might be in a top spot. Hit won't be given any opportunity to make the ejector, but he has his unstoppable force. Gets greeted by the way of the dragon. One last third hit, and Hit will be down. And also, of course, the target onto Rhea. So that's going to be a 1-for-1 Dara here by members of Omega against Cignal Ultra.
And look at this. Omega really flexing their domination onto the map right now. And they're even getting a bit of gold on that turret shield.
Indeed. Man, things are so heavy right here. 4-2 for our running game. Imba DJ forced to flicker out. Alright.
And they're just gonna gang up on it. And it doesn't even matter if you have 30% on your side. Because the thing is, 30%, if you get easy access onto your items, that only means that you're not gonna feel it at this point in the game. And it's already 3 minutes, 40 seconds, 3:30, everything goes down on the turret shields.
Yeah, well, we got 4-2 here. And still at least the gold is not so one-sided. At least that's the best part. I cannot but feel that they have a leaning even trade on this gold lane. And like I mentioned, I think it's parallel to this. We have the laning phase kind of concluded already. No more enhanced siege minions right now that carries scrolls or gold. So we can go back to that usual 1-3-1 setups maybe. And we can have all our carries joining also the other lane, maybe even the experience lane. And maybe, yeah, we also have this priority towards the turtle. And it got initiated on early, I think, by the Omega squad. But there's going to be a catch towards Toshi. I think Hades also dueling with Toshi here, but the Toshi once online, especially with the Valkyrie on, it is going to be difficult. Even with Rhea attempting to get that steal on that crab coin.
Heath here trying to catch out Bensanity. Bensanity will get hit by the arrow.
Yeah.
You know what? Ling got hit by the arrow.
Ling got hit by the arrow for that part, but of course, no worries here for HGZ. Onto the side, Chujin is not going to be casting that quick. We are angry. Into the front line would be of Jawhead, waiting for an opportunity maybe to land that crowd control. But I think that's it. They're just sieging this mid lane now.
And look at the laning that we're actually seeing right here. It's already 5 minutes. You don't see this in the previous patch. By 5 minutes in, the teams will just be going to one lane, trying to get the priority in terms of map control. But right now, there is a heavy priority into just laning for quite a while.
Yeah. 4-2, ladies and gentlemen. A 2K gold lead here for the side of Omega, ladies and gentlemen. And it might seem slow. It might seem slow, but the pressure is still on for them, you
Yes.
know? The way they actually stay on these lanes, the way they kind of secure preemptively all the visions just before members of Cignal Ultra can rotate, just like that. Even if that is no kill, that is still a flicker burn. And this is how Omega plays their game. They play it slow. They take it, you know, one small victory after the other.
And it's not like they have to be pressured into doing something and converting something onto the map just because they have the advantage.
Yeah.
It's clearly just because of that. We have the
compositional
advantage.
advantage,
You
actually.
guys adjust for us.
Yeah.
We won't adjust for you.
Yeah, and we'll just continue with this kind of competition. We'll just continue with this kind of momentum. There's really no one to catch the Ling, maybe except for the Cho. And it's not an easy fit to do, especially with this kind of very, very safe playstyle, very controlled. Nice snappy playstyle on Tahiris, gets greeted quickly by Hajisi, but Hajisi made a mistake of actually dueling up, has enough energy to walk away, only Hit will suffer. But look at Toshi.
But onto the bottom lane, there is a push happening here. So it's not like this is going to be worth it totally for the side of Cignal Ultra. They got a kill on Heath, but aside from that, did you turn it into an objective? No, you didn't really get that turret in the first place.
Yeah, and still, that's the thing. It's not just about little victories. It's actually objective victories that is always taken by the members here of Omega. That's just how they really do it. You know, we can easily describe them low kill count and stuff like that. But in terms of turret damage, in terms of average turret taken per game, they do it just really clean. Unless something goes really south for them, right?
The thing about Cignal is they're really trying to make things work on their side.
Yeah.
And you would expect them to do that.
Yeah.
But then again, you are putting a lot of your eggs into one basket if you put 5 people into just one lane.
Oh, yeah. And of course, you have no idea what could happen on the other baskets if there's a split push happening there, right? And that's what happens. I think the other basket would be more valuable because on that lots of heroes allocated to actually get the win and get the kill for the top lane side, that it's just ultimately a support hit traded for an inner bottom lane turret. And I would take the inner bottom lane turret any time of the day.
Because they got Heath. But Heath is, how do I say this? Is an expendable hero on the map for the side of Omega. If he dies, they don't really care about it as much because that's his sole purpose into this game. Sabotage anything that Omega or Cignal Ultra is gonna do.
Yeah, it's a heavy part here, ladies and gentlemen. We get the 7-minute mark. And of course, in terms of map pressure, that's still onto the side of Omega. All of their outer turrets are still intact. And that would be a team who would just be hovering on the river, moving forward against the base of Cignal Ultra. That's just how they can capitalize with this kind of vision. And if Cignal Ultra doesn't get that game-changing teamfight that they want, this will steadily creep against them towards their base, towards their inhibitor turrets.
I do agree. And Rhea, look at Rhea here, just trying to clear out the waves. Toshi getting kicked in, and
yeah, the Valkyrie actually is still enough to answer Rhea there, even with the way of the dragon. I mean, Toshi has an idea, and now they're putting all eggs in one basket once again. That's 3 members. They'll be disrupted by a GC. They'll be disrupted by another support, maybe with Haze here. All right, almost. Because had it been that they got committed onto a fight like that, they might lose an inner turret once again in the mid.
And just because they focused a lot of their skills into Toshi, that also means that Omega can just take that tier 1 turret onto the middle lane, onto the top lane. Now, what can Cignal Ultra do? We focus a lot on Omega. I think it's still the Hades factor that's gonna come in. I wouldn't really account the Claude out of anything. As long as there is a late game capability, the Claude is still there.
Yeah, as long as there is an opportunity to get the catch. Even Hit here is totally careful. He does understand that he cannot easily just drop his unstoppable force in.
Wow.
Projector on?
So wow. Omega. They really just...
They're being careful.
Yeah,
they're being careful. They know that if they commit too much, they will have very little hold on to Hit. What they want is to actually bait Cignal Ultra into targeting Toshi.
Yeah, I guess so. But then again, it is a carry in the making.
Yeah.
It is a carry in the making. I mean, if you think Haji is annoying, wait till you see Freya later when he gets max items.
We are angry is burned there by Chujin. Was able to walk out with a sliver of health, but they can establish pressure here. And I believe Hayes has his ultimate on. But they have one artillery minion. Will they go for the push? Alright, there's Toshi. Bensanity into the front line. Hayes trying to get a timing to get his ult down. Toshi in critical health. I think he knows that there's really very hard follow-up towards Toshi there. But at least he was able to get decent damage onto the top lane inner turret.
What Toshi needs to see there at that play is he has the high end, right? If he had a killing spree,
it might be a different story.
It could make more sense because putting all your skills into bursting one person could make all the difference in the world. But high end try 1v1 setups, not really your best friend right there.
Yeah. And high and dry works really with something like, I mean, I'm not saying you should use that on MPL, but you'd want those kind of steroid-like ultimates that enhances your hero, that can really take on multiple fights after a single engagement, something like that. Well, here's the thing, at least the catch on Toshi kind of re-established Cignal Ultra's pressure, and now they're eyeing this outer bottom lane turret, but they need to be careful. There is a lot of ground here for Omega to actually chase and make a lot of play. Rhea again goes for the kick. This is very risky. A Valkyrie activated on by Toshi. He's going to be focusing towards Imba DJ. Makes the job, gets the target, Ejector, and that's Imba DJ already gone. Hades goes for the dive, but he hit the nose. What's up? He can go for the chase. It overextends, but there goes a GZ. Bye-bye, ladies and gentlemen. No more BMI, and that's a trade to be won by a GZ. Even Rhea has the way of the dragon. Yep, did burn his flicker just to escape that Blade of Tempest, but that's still a 3-for-1 trade and a beautiful trade in terms of skill trade between heroes by Omega.
Haji Z finding the right presence of mind to just secure whatever there is to secure into the bottom lane. He went there at a later stage of the fight, and he just put himself out there, and he secured every single kill on the most important kills right here. So if you see, that is good use of the unstoppable force here for Heath. He timed that perfectly, but it went in too deep.
He went in too deep, and really there's no follow-up. And of course, he would be. I mean, I don't think he's underestimating, but by that point, Hades has a lot of kiting capacities. Even can be able to dish out big damage, yes, against Jawhead. Because this is a late game. This is an 11-minute Claude that we have here for our game. It's just of Hajizi, good response for Hajizi. But the moment that he went for the dive there, no more BMI is available for Hades. So it's not just actually 3 kills that they were able to secure. They're also able to secure an inhibitor turret down at bot.
Cignal Ultra, how will they deal with this? We did see Hades. He has the capability to turn things around. The only thing that stops me from thinking that Omega has this game on the bag is whether or not that Chujin Ruby can get the perfect initiation.
Yeah.
It's still a possibility.
It's still a very big possibility. Now we have here a siege being done onto the inhibitor mid of Cignal Ultra. There is going to be the cast, and there's a quick flicker. Gets greeted, of course, and Hit will stop on his tracks. So at least there might be a stopping shot to the advantage here of Omega. Kurtz in critical health. Of course, Counter and Inferno should be able for him to withstand the damage being brought by Cignal Ultra, but not the inhibitor turret. Not their inhibitor turret. Not just in the mid, but also in the top. And that's it. All inhibitor turrets already gone. And Omega was able to open up the base of Cignal Ultra. It's a matter of actually getting the initiates or maybe triggering the fight. But maybe Omega will just take this game carefully.
And they won't force that much?
Yeah, they won't force.
Clearly just trying to trickle down the HP here on the members of Cignal Ultra.
Oh my god!
And Chujin, that...
Man, that is ejector by Hit against Haze. So that the flicker ult of Chujin does not connect.
Oh my goodness. Clearly having that presence. Having that presence of mind. That was not a second decision-making factor. It was more on looking at the pattern of what Chujin is doing and what could happen. And he really just did predict that.
Yeah, oh my god. The most mechanical outplays I can compete, it might come from Hit here on this regular season. Back then it was at Show. Especially with predictions of where the proper target might be. But this time, it's about protecting your teammates. And
yeah, I
Man,
mean,
that's
it's
crazy.
a double-edged sword. It can work against your allies. I've been using Jawhead to throw you guys in the fights. But then again, you know what? It can save you as well.
Was that an ejector? Was that a flicker? I did saw an ejector. I could have sworn I did saw the ejector.
You did see an you
I
did
saw that.
saw you
There
did
is a
see
flicker
an-
onto his, but it should be on cooldown right now if that was used earlier. So I swear I did saw an ejector for that part.
Wow.
Man, it's
That's
crazy.
Okay, so Omega being a textbook, this is what we know about this team. This is what they're strong at. They can pressure the hell out of you and make you tap out if you just make one big mistake. Sujin, he's doing his best. He knows that they still have a chance here as long as he can get that certain initiation, that certain pull that catches out probably Hayes, Heath, and the others. That Blazing Duet is gonna hurt.
That Blazing Duet is totally gonna hurt. 15-minute mark, ladies and gentlemen. And we got a 10,000 gold lead here for the side of Omega. Cignal Ultra knows what's up. All they need to do is just survive, really. And maybe delay what is the inevitable. Of course, Omega, they just be taking this really slow and sure. They could just go for the Lord. There's going to be the Antikiras. There's going to be the Gold Wing Wand for Hayes, ladies and gentlemen. And yeah, a Luminous Lord also present within the game. Even with the arrow towards hit, they cannot fully dive on this support of Omega.
And clearly, that is a throw-in for Bensanity. Look at this. Bensanity will go down.
Oh my god.
Face check.
Yeah, that's a face check, and that's 4v1. That's kind of course, receiving the full brawn damage from the Meteor Shower. There's another, oh my god, Flicker! Just after Chujin tried attempt to also go for his angry ult and Flicker combo, and that's it. That's actually round 2 for hit against Chujin. It doesn't matter anymore. The outplays, and also the moments in the highlights here by Omega doesn't just justify the lead that they have against Cignal Ultra here. They will be finishing this game in a very methodical fashion.
Everything that's happening here onto the side of Cignal Ultra, there is an answer for the side of Omega. If you look at it, 4 members were trying to end the game onto the middle lane, but they have a backup plan. If that doesn't work, we go straight for the Lord.
Yeah,
And Curtsy is there already securing it, and they don't really have to mind. It doesn't really take much time for them to take down that Lord just because someone already started it in the first place.
Yeah, man. 12,000 on the gold lead here by GZ. Just 1 core item away to fully locked in the 6 core items. Although there is actually a full core item onto the side of Hades here, but Hades needs to make that risky play. I mean, really nothing to win, nothing to lose, especially when defeat is evident for this part. He just needs to be careful of Hit. Look at Hit here. He's actually eyeing towards Chujin, making sure that Chujin, no big plays can come in from Chujin here, and it's actually getting the attention of Chujin. Ladies and gentlemen, Hit goes for the side. There is going to be the focus by Bensanity along with Rhea, but of course, there is an easy focus by Omega onto the base of Cignal Ultra, closing the series 2-0. And again, a victory for Omega.
And wow, getting more points onto the board. And they actually got more points against Bren Esports now.
Yeah. They have more points against Bren Esports that will shoot them up at 22 points. This 2-0, and we leave Bren at 20 points.
Yeah, and knowing how the points work, there is a chance. I'm not saying this is 100% sure, but there is a chance that BSB cannot catch up on them anymore.
Yeah.
And probably for Group B,
yeah,
the first one who actually made it into the playoffs and secured their slot is going to be Omega.
Yeah, that is totally possible because we got 21 points, right?
Yeah.
21 max points for BSB.
Yeah.
Yeah, guys, of course, this is actually mostly asked in the Tagalog stream, but an easy basis does a team qualifies for the playoffs. It's very simple. We just compare their current points to their maximum points. If the lowest team's maximum points is below a team's current points, then that team automatically qualifies for the playoffs. We can easily predict it because there's no chance of the bottom team in actually catching up to that team. So, we'll have the better breakdown, of course, for that. And also for this game, coming in for our solo analyst segment, Manjin.
Ganon ang ginawa ng Omega dahil nagpakita na si Triple H. Na Triple H, ladies and gentlemen, ang team ng Cignal Ultra, Heat, Hajizi, at saka si Hayes. The Triple H combination. Hindi ko pala kaya talaga gawin yung Triple H. Pero yon ang naging key para sa side ng Omega para i-take itong victory na to. 2-0, instant 3 points. Looking at the item builds right now, guys, automatic naman. If you're up against a Claude, ito lang talaga. Kahapon nakita na natin yan. Boom. Nasaan yung antikiras? Boom, boom. Boom, boom, pow. Armor is real. Armor is the key on the items. And of course, ang mahirapan pa dito si Claude is nabawasan din yung kanyang damage output because of this, the Wind of Nature. So again, the plan was for Cignal Ultra was to destroy the jungle of Team Omega. But then again, nagpakita ang Triple H, Heat, Hajizi, and Hayes outplaying Ben Sanity and outplaying Imba DJ in every way possible, no? I think hindi aabot sa ganitong stand, sa ganitong rank ang Team Cignal Ultra without those outplays coming in from the Triple H. Matagal nang hinahype ng Team Cignal Ultra yung kanilang Triple H combination, and this time talagang nagpakita. Moving on tayo sa ating post-game stats. Again, emphasizing on the laning stage para dito sa side ng Omega. Look at the tower damage of all of the teams actually. Meanwhile, si Cortese lang hindi. Pero then again, interestingly, this is the play style right now of Omega before tayo makapasok doon sa first 4 weeks, no? Na meta, na 1-3-1 funnel. And mukhang komportable sila dito sa side lane pressure na tinatawag, no? It's all about the side lanes para dito sa Omega and hope for the best that you make outplays. And with the Jawhead right now na I think isa sa mga favorite ni Mr. Fundamental, 100% ang taas ng win rate ngayon ng team ng Omega. Unfortunately, for Cignal Ultra, ang ganda sana ng plano eh. Ang only problem right now is Selena back siya. Sige, makakapatay kayo at level 1, pero hindi ganoon kadali, no? You have extra stance, but I think hindi siya napasama sa gera. Hindi man na siya na-shutdown. Ako siya magandang damage, pero na-delay lahat ng kanyang items. Let's look into the smart highlights of the game. Guys, kitang-kita sana na gustong-gusto, ladies and gentlemen, gustong-gusto ng Cignal Ultra i-disrupt. Look at this. Ben Sanity right now, gusto niya i-disrupt yung jungle mechanic. Kanina pa nilang plano to at minute 1, at game 1. But then again, this is Hayes and this is Heat na napakadali lang kumuha ng pick-off. Same as the plan nung early na Kufra and Farsa. This is the same. You have a mage damage hero from the back and you have a tank hero na talagang kaya mag-sustain. Outstanding pa rin si Mr. Fundamental Heat this time. Pero then again, hindi rin naman nila magagawa yan without their strong side laners. I think Cignal Ultra, they really planned this out, but the better team came up on top. Dahil talagang walang fancy-fancy eh. Sa Cignal Ultra eh, same as their play style for the first 4 weeks. And with that, tinuloy-tuloy lang nila. Tinuloy-tuloy na nila hanggang sa boom. X yung ating Torre dito. And now we're gonna look at the smart MVP of the game. It is going to be Hayes right now on the Chang'o with 56,000 damage dealt. Drawing natin yung bala ni Chang'o. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Ayan, tuldok-tuldok lang yan eh. Men, tinuldokan niya lahat, no? Miniature shower niya. Miniature shower niya, men. Boom. Tinamaan lahat. Actually, sobrang clutch actually ng mga backs out ni Hayes. Sobrang clutch din ng mga backs out ni Heat para mabigyan dito si Hajizi ng tamang time para makapag-retribution. And nagkaroon actually ng point in game where na gusto sanang actually gawin ng Cignal Ultra na i-steal yung orange buff, but Heat with a clutch retribution. And man, the supports this time, they won. And Cignal Ultra, 22 points, ladies and gentlemen. By the way, Let us now go to our favorite segment, ang ating tinatawag na player interview. Sino ba yan? I think yun! Si Toshi, ang side laner. Tosh!
Hello po.
Hello, man! Una sa lahat, congratulations! Kayo na ngayon ang naungunguna sa standings. Men, kahapon nakausap natin si Heat. This time, ang tanong ko naman sa'yo, ano yung mga na-realize nyo ngayon sa team na after the first half, ano yung mga na-realize nyo na kailangan nyo i-adjust, lalo na't nagkaroon pa tayo ng next patch, para makapunta kayo ngayon kung nasaan na kayo?
Ano lang po, yung keep it simple lang po, tapos consistency lang po dapat ng laro. Saka yung coordination po namin. Yun lang po.
Keep it simple. Simple lang, no? Simple swag. Nandyan ba si Mr. Worldwide?
Wala po.
Wala na. Men, eto, pinag-uusapan ka namin actually nung kahapon pa yung presence mo doon sa side lane. Sa tingin mo ba mas trip mo yung ganitong meta ngayon na merong gold tas merong XP? Kasi parang pumapabor sa'yo eh.
Sa akin po, depende po talaga sa lineup namin. Pero mas trip po kasi na mas gusto ko pong tumulong kaysa bumuhat.
Tulong na lang. Tulong na lang. Ayan, men. Ang tanong ko, number 2 pa rin ba? Number 1 ng QC?
Number 3 na yata.
Number 3 na. Sige, Tosh. Actually, pre, shoutout mo para sa mga kaibigan mo, family mo, and promote mo na din yung pages ninyo.
Shoutout sa sumusuporta sa SGD, and shoutout sa manager namin si Sir Miko, and shoutout sa family and friends ko. And yun, keep supporting Smart Omega. Tapos yun, follow yung mga pages namin.
Yun. Mamaya, men, turuan kita mag-carry ulit, no?
Balik na natin yung carry.
Balik na natin. Joke lang, Tosh. Okay, maraming salamat. Congrats ulit, Parikoy. Congratulations sa Omega. Sila na ngayon ang nangunguna sa Group B. I think week talaga nila to no? Napakalupit ng mga galaw, and sila ang nakapag-master ngayon ng Project Next Patch. Of course, moving on to our giveaway code. I-type nyo na yan. Baka i-type pa ng iba. Go ahead. Punta na kayo sa browser ninyo. Type nyo na. Giveaway code. MLBB redeem codes. There you go. Baka may kumuha pa niyan dahil pwede kayong manalo ng mga awesome prizes. Of course, meron pa tayong bonus giveaway code. Una lang yan. Ito na yung pangalawa. Oh, magic. There you go. F7BWRHZ4EBS522-8Q5. Kunin nyo na. Baka kunin pa ng iba. Siyempre, kung meron tayong codes, pwede pa rin kayo sumali sa ating mythical raffle draw. Kailangan nyo lang pumunta sa bit.ly/MRD-W7. Kung ikaw ay kasali since week number 1, pwede ka sumali up until playoffs natin para sa ating mythical raffle draw. Pwede kayo manalo ng mga malulupit na skins. Guys, so ano pang hinihintay nyo? Gawin nyo na yan. Siyempre, hindi magiging posible lahat ng to without our sponsors, our official tournament telco partner, Smart. Squad up, rank up, and keep up with your favorite teams as Smart powers up your game with free games for all. Get up to 14 gig of Mobile Legends and Facebook Gaming for 7 days, man. Just simply download the new Giga Life app and choose free games. Kasama natin ang official sponsor, Realme, the Philippines' fastest charging smartphone. Ang Realme 7 Pro, alongside with Realme 7, will be launching this 30th of September. Ilista nyo na sa mga kalendaryo nyo, 12 noon, sa Facebook page ng Realme. Join the Realme revolution now. Kasama rin dyan ang official sponsor natin, ang Gillette. Get free diamonds with purchase of Gillette's Mac 3 Razor, Vector 3 Razor, or Blue 3 Simple Force Pack in select pure gold nationwide. Kasama rin syempre ang ating partner in eSports. Get free 50 peso credits from Paymaya when you download and register using the code MLBB. Terms and conditions applied. Pang hinihintay nyo, mag-register na kayo. Syempre kasama rin ang ating partner in eSports, ang TikTok. Ayan, go ahead and search hashtag Mobile Legends sa TikTok para makapanood kayo ng mga legendary videos, and pwede pa kayo manalo ng mga premium skins. Again, search hashtag Mobile Legends on TikTok to win premium skins and to watch legendary videos. Official gaming headset partner natin din ay ang Logitech G Here Like a Pro, and powered by Moonton. That is it for our first match. Bago tayo umalis, atin munang tignan ang ating Realme Top 5 plays.
Game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
Your life depends on the network you choose. Your movies, music, and games can only be as good as your network speed and strength. Slow means game over. But the Philippines' fastest mobile data network means game changing. Choose the network that gives you what you truly enjoy. How do you know about this Giga Life? Simple and smart ako.
When uncertainty is our reality, we rise above with the things that matter. Gigafy happiness. Gigafy love. Gigafy friendship. Gigafy dreams. Gigafy hope. With smart Giga music, video, games, work, and stories, we let our passions run free in the new world we face together. Smart, live Giga.
Realme 7 Pro, 65-watt charging evolution. Realme smartphone, dare to leap.
You've got me on the edge.
Legit, right? Not quite. Just like your disposable razor. It's time you switch your disposable razor for your legit first shave so you can be every bit legit. Gillette Mac 3.
For a closer shave, less irritation,
Switch to Gillette Mac 3.
Hi guys, I'm Shibuy the One for an Eye and welcome to the second episode ng ating Fan Talk. This time with Keeping Up with the Loadies. Ang title natin, no? So yun na nga, mga idols yung kasama natin dito, mga kaibigan. Of course, pinapaunlakan tayo ni Paring Chakyu mula sa Execration Wise, of course, of Onic, and of course, Zapnu from Execration din, and sa mga pinakabagong membro, mga kaibigan, ng Onic eSports would be Basic. Ladies and gentlemen, so on my first question, no? Unahin na kita, Zap, sa totoo lang. What it's like to become a celebrity?
Dati kasi, syempre, pili yung mga galaw ko eh. Pero ngayon,
kailangan kontrolado na, no?
kontrolado na yun.
You guys have become the faces of MPL-PH. Pero not just MPL-PH, pero ng mobile gaming industry. With regards to a lot of games in mobile, no? Bakit ML?
Pili ko kasi, kahit saan pwede kong maglaro.
Ngayon ba, naglalaro ka pa rin sa PC?
Hindi na
Dahil sa ML. Mas okay yung mobile gaming talaga. What is it na meron yung MLBB na wala yung iba?
Yung sa Pinas siguro yun sa community. Sobrang sigat niya talaga eh. Parang kahit yung lolo mo, kaya yan siguro talaga. Ibig sabihin lang nun, madali siyang laruin talaga.
Can you like share me a weird interaction with the fans, no? Like any moment na parang may fan na lumapit sa'yo?
Yeah, siguro nung nasa, Malaysia.
Okay.
Nung M1.
Okay.
Like, galing sa likod may pala tumatakbo, tapos biglang nangyakap. Pero nagulat lang ako.
Anong yakap?
Nagulat ako, alam ko nakakilala ako. Kasi na-weird yun ako kasi parang first time nakagawa nun, tapos ayun, tapos nagpa-picture.
Ikaw, Zap, ang dami mo fans. Alam mo yan, ang dami mo siguro experience with this.
Yung season 1, siguro season 1. May fans din na parang siguro nasigaw, yung may pinapakita siyang picture.
Okay.
Sa akin, hindi siya, yung picture kasi medyo SPG na picture. Yung siguro nasigaw, syempre na habang hindi pa nag-start yung game.
Okay. SPG yung picture.
Sa
Okay, Ikaw, Paring Wise.
Walang weird eh, pero parang di lang ako sanay na yung kunyari pagtas ng game namin, di ba? Tapos parang biglang may magpapa-video greet ganon. Parang para sa akin, ang weird nun kasi hindi ako sanay sa ganon eh.
Ikaw, Paring Chakyu. Aside from your interviews, no, ano siguro yung parang mga weird interactions mo pa with a fan?
Yung kumain ako sa yung inasal. Tapos, nagpa-picture lahat ng anong tawag doon sa?
Yung crew ng mga inasal.
Mga sila, 10-15.
Ano yung naramdaman mo nun? I mean, what did you feel? Nakakaya, no? Yeah. Feeling ko kasi naging sikat kayo bago nyo pa nalaman eh. So gusto namin malaman, parang kailan yung time na parang palagay nyo, nag-spark yung kasikatan nyo, yung popularity nyo?
Siguro, dalawang part. Nung una siguro, nung nasa Ghost ako, tapos nag-4v5 kami sa qualifiers para sa M1.
That moment, no? Okay.
Tapos, yung pagpasok ko sa MPL.
What about you, Zap?
Siguro nung nagtapon ako sa Global. Tapos nagtapon ako sa Assassin doon, mga Assassin. Kasi Assassin yung saraw nun doon na nakalala. Tapos, nung nalaman ko talaga na medyo famous na yung ganun. Nung naglaro na kami sa stage ng MPL Season 1, grabe yung supporta nila.
What about you, Wise?
Feeling ko yung MPL Season 5 lang. Pero nung sa Season 5, parang feeling ko napatunayan na namin na hindi kami tsamba.
Magaling talaga.
Talagang worth it kami sa spot na to.
Oo.
Yun.
And how is your relationship with your fans? No? And I think it's more on the positive side naman. So all I want, pwede nyo na rin silang pasalamatan or message for them. Lalo pa kami in this Season 6.
Salamat sa pagsuporta guys sa akin. Gagalingan ko pa. Gagalingan pa.
Ayun,
nice. Yung sa mga stream ko, may mga may mga kilala ka na nandun lagi pag stream mo, gano'n. Thank you sa mga taong
Ganun ka-solid, no?
Ganun ka-solid. Pati yung mga nagsisend ng stars. Thank you. Sana supportahan nyo pa kami sa MPL Season 6.
Ikaw, Zap.
Yun, sa akin, nandun eh. Alam niyo naman yun, simula Season 1 hanggang Season 6.
Nandiyan pa rin kayo, syempre. Maraming salamat sa support.
What about you, Basic? Para sa mga fans mo.
Masaya, tapos kulitan, gano'n. Lalo na yung mga stay from, like, yung mga fans ko ng US, hanggang ngayon nanonood pa din.
Ladies and gentlemen, that has been the conclusion of the second episode ng ating Fan Talk titled Keeping Up with the Lodis. Maraming salamat sa mga players and teams na syempre sumama dito sa ating interview at sa mga fans nila. I am Shinbu with a 1 for an I at kita-kita tayo sa MPL-PH Season 6. Good day everyone and welcome to the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Professional League Philippines. Now in its Season 6 regular season. We are currently on the second day of our 6th week and of course we're going to be your casters. I'm Shinbu with the 1 for an I with my partner analyst here, Butters PH, and of course we would like to thank our sponsors, our official telcos partner. We got Smart, rank up, level up, and of course power up your game as Smart grows with you with their new running promos, ladies and gentlemen, especially with their free games for all. Get up to 14 GB for Mobile Legends and Facebook Gaming for 7 days. Simply download the new GigaLife app and choose free games.
And we have our official sponsor, Realme, with the Philippines' fastest charging smartphone, the Realme 7 Pro. Alongside the Realme 7, we will be launching this 30th of September, 12 noon on Realme's official Facebook page. Join the Realme revolution now.
Of course, we also have our official sponsor. We got Gillette. Ladies and gentlemen, get 3 diamonds with purchase of Gillette's Mach 3 Razor, Vector 3 Razor, or Blue 3 Simple Force Pack in select Pure Gold doors nationwide.
We also have our partner in eSports, Paymaya. Get free 50 peso credit from Paymaya when you download and register using the code MLBB. Terms and conditions apply.
Of course, the biggest thanks to our partner in eSports, TikTok Live. Check out MLBB's channel in TikTok Live and get a chance to win legendary prizes from Mobile Legends. We also have our official gaming headset partner, Logitech G. Here like a pro, ladies and gentlemen, and also would like to send the biggest shoutouts to this whole tournament, the MPL-PH Season 6, powered by Moonton. We have our game number 2. We have our series number 2 rather for today's episode, and that will be played between Blacklist versus Aura, ladies and gents. And yeah, it's so exciting. I cannot but feel that we'd have a fresh vibe for this one because yesterday was highlighted by Omega's matches. Earlier, our previous series, it was of Omega still. Now we have 2 new set of teams. We got Blacklist, we got Aura.
Blacklist, they've been consistent into just getting the wins. They got 1 win against Aura way back when they met for the first time.
Yeah.
It was a 1-2 favoring Aura. But you know what? One of the things that actually surprised me here is Blacklist versus NXP didn't really go in the way a lot of people expected it to go.
Yeah. NXP was able to actually avenge their loss against Blacklist from their last match, ladies and gentlemen. Their 3 series streak showed a lot of promise though. right?
Yeah, it was against Exe, Blue Fire, and Onic. Now, if you think about it, these teams, they really made Execration did have a bit of a struggle, or Blacklist did have a bit of a struggle against them. But you know what? For Blacklist International, they always find a way to secure that W. But for NXP, they just lost it somehow.
Yeah. With regards to NXP, I cannot but feel that NXP really came in prepared for Blacklist. This is actually the team that first delivered the very first series loss against NXP, whereas Aura has been looking to be strong right now for the running meta. And you know, again, whenever we go into this kind of series, we always account for what the biggest headline right now for Mobile Legends, and that would be of the Project Next patch, right? The Project Next patch, ladies and gentlemen. And yeah, just look at that. You have another two teams who's, I think, very willing to actually embrace the changes for Project Next. Let's check out our teams first.
I-describe ko yung team namin as black kasi nagdidilim na yung paningin namin sa kanila.
Dinedescribe ko yung team ko as list. Kaya ilista nyo naman ng mga problema ang team nyo sa amin.
International kasi yung galawan namin pang international.
Ang greatest asset ng team namin is yung si Kyrie, yung matagal nyo lang pinakahihintay. Batang-bata, pogi-pogi, mapusok.
Meron kami napakalupit na coach. Meron siyang death note. Nakalista ron lahat ng mga strategies namin.
Nakikita ko sa team na to na mas mataas ang maabot namin ngayong season kaysa sa mga last season. Wala nang umaad lang sa amin.
Gagawin namin silang stepping stone. Packet sa taas.
Here we go. We got Blacklist International, the roster lineup. Of course, it will be a full clip Aqua, Edward, Dexter, Eason, and Killer. You know, this team is getting some good attention actually from our audience, especially in the form of full clip here, as they came in quite really the underdog. One of the underdogs, or like an ignored team yet for the regular season, just because they came in at the bottom 4 of the 8 teams that qualified from the previous season. But with that win against NXP, with the first share of matches against a lot of teams, especially under 2-1s and even with their 2-0s, fans has grown fond of them.
Yeah, exactly. Especially of full clip here, to be honest. This team, I expect them to come out with something new. Bonchan as a coach has grown exponentially. His skill as a coach, he has grown exponentially from the start of the regular season to week number 6. Now, I'm kind of guessing that Blacklist International won't shy away from any new hero that they think about, but I kind of see them as a team that somewhat will utilize the Jawhead. It's a gut feeling. I'm not really sure about it, but it's a gut feeling on my part, and I'm really trying to see what Blacklist International can do after stumbling in front of NXP Solid with a 1-2. When they had 3 straight victories against teams in a series.
Yeah, and well, we'd have to watch out. We'd have to work and see what this series could result to us. Especially Aura is a team who's willing to go toe-to-toe with you, even in a creative manner. Remember, even though they are hailed as the back-to-back champion, there is that strike of creativity in terms of draft for these two teams, and especially the depth they put in every draft, in every game.
I-describe ko yung team na masaya kasi kahit matalo kami sa RG or Scream, hindi namin dinadamdam o iniisip yun. Basta masaya lang kami.
Siguro, madidescribe ko yung team na calm. Kahit sa sitwasyon na sobrang tight, sobrang kalmado lang nila, siguro yun din yung naging key ng namin champion.
Siguro isa sa mga asset nung Aura yung ace, yung attitude, kasi attitude matters the most sa sa game. So, kumbaga yung attitude namin towards one another, goods lang, chill lang tayo, laro lang.
Mali, ang magkakapit lang sa amin kung IQ nila, 99999.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got the Aura PH squad held on by JP, KLVJ, Kiluwash, Greed, Raflisha, and Renjo. You can actually see the fun and the vibe of this team. Again, it cannot be denied. No matter what happened, no matter how kind of lackluster their start is for this regular season, they are still the crowned and are back-to-back champion for the MPL Season 4 and Season 5. You can actually scan the QR code, for more information about this team that is placed at the top of Renjo upper right of your screen. And yeah, so exciting, especially on Greed's peak, especially on Greed's rotation for this kind of jungle-oriented new patch, right?
Yeah, I'm seeing that Greed can be the X Factor. Well, he has always been that.
He's always an X Factor player,
and he is a great asset to the team. But what are the things that are going to happen to Greed now that it's quite prevalent that his role has been lifted up to a new pedestal?
Yeah, yes. With a lot of potential, with a lot of impact. Normally, Greed makes his own saboteur plays by the late game and even by the mid game, but this time, even the early game would pay big time for his teammates. And I do believe that his teammates is totally capable of snowballing from that small lead that Greed could potentially establish. Also, want to acknowledge the fact that, I would say this, we have relatively low KDAs here for the side of Aura PH, despite them being one of the biggest threat. Right? One of the biggest threat of this regular season.
It's more on the idea that they only won 2-0s against struggling teams, which is BNK. Well, not really struggling, but I mean those teams who had a hard enough time to actually just make it in. I think BNK is struggling, but for the side of NXP, they struggle sometimes and they find their groove, and it's a bit of a 50-50 for the side of NXP.
Yeah, it's a bit of a 50-50 for the side of NXP. And well, we get Aura and Blacklist.
Yeah.
That's the main headline right now. And just accounting for their matchup, the only basis that we can have is that their series close in not on a 2-0. Blacklist did lose, but it's still a 2-1 against Aura. I do believe it is a well-fought series, ladies and gentlemen. And for accounting for overlaps in peaks, actually, it's not the overlap that I want to emphasize. It's actually the non-overlap of their draft. For example, the willingness to actually pick up the likes of Cyclops, Rafaela for their support position. Whereas on the other side, you got a Natalia picking and a Kagura picking support position in the form of Greed, right?
So, are they gonna go for that certain draft or certain setup that Execration did yesterday? As we've seen, Omega and the Cignal Ultra did stick on the idea that it's still the 1-3-1, but we are just going to be active on the map. It's just that Omega has more understanding of what they want to execute, and that's why they won. But for this certain setup, I think we're probably gonna find something new, or they're gonna stick with one of the two things that we've seen yesterday.
Yeah. Well, we have to find out.
We have to find out.
Check out. That's what makes this series so exciting. As always, because we get a new patch, it's always of how the teams will present their homework. Yeah, you know that feeling during class where you have a reporting day, and you know that light vibe that today no lecture, no exams. That's the best part. No exams, no quiz, no long test, because it will always just be reporting.
And they will be reporting to us what will happen into the game. And you have
what do they know about the patch, right?
And they have to make sense out of it.
Yeah, they have to make sense out of it. Here we go. We get our head-to-head statistics between Blacklist versus Aura. 18-24 on the games played, sizable onto the side of Aura. And for the most part, look at that. That's only just 2 stats in favor of Aura here. Whereas for our player head-to-head, we did saw this, but I've been waiting for this. Especially when these two courses establish their characteristic playstyles and impact to every game. There's Full Clip, whose consistency, whose like his method approach or like on textbook or on paper, a really, really good carry. Sits at number 4 on a running KDA. Whereas JP, you don't need to look at his stat sheet to really know JP.
Yeah, and
you just respect JP.
You just respect JP. A Full Clip is somewhat of a prodigy. He reminds me of Season 2 players.
Yeah.
Like Haji, Carl, TZ.
So, upon their first entry, right?
Upon their first entry, yeah. And it actually scares me what Full Clip can bring
Yeah.
in the next iteration.
At its peak performance. Maybe in the international stage.
Is
right?
this his prime?
Is this his prime? Yeah.
We don't really know about that.
Yes.
But for JP here, he has been on his peak condition for quite some time already. Now, against full clip, let's just say that against full clip, clearly he has a lot of things going on for him, and how will they deal with this? Especially right now, he is a god carry. You did make a video out of this, but then again, if you look at it, Shinbu, they're not really that dominating into this tournament. They only won 2-0s all throughout the tournament, and that actually translated into them getting, let's say, first place, but more on the idea of it's not really a high-scoring first place.
Yeah. And maybe because they're really waiting for just the playoffs, maybe not the placement on the regular season.
I mean, it's historically proven that Aura doesn't really dominate that regular season as much. But when it comes
to the playoffs,
they just become a new kind of monster.
Championship form, where they just blow through the upper bracket and
we haven't seen a championship from Aura that they went to the lower bracket.
Yes.
We haven't seen that.
Because on that back-to-back, they always just flowed through the upper bracket, ladies and gentlemen. Well, we're just heading into the draft, and there's a lot of expectations in terms of drafting, and I do love the player head-to-head on the idea that we're pitting full clip against JP here, because Keris will have a lead. Keris will have the lead. You have to be very, very participating because you have lead eh. You can get either a gold lead just because of, a first item, a first component item or 2 component item lead against your enemy carry, just because of the shield protection, just because of that gold lane, just because of those jungle gold camps, right? And
but
the level as well, the level lead.
I treat this meta as a seesaw. Like there's 2 side lanes and there's a mid lane. Now, whoever has the most people on it will go like this. So this is more free, and this actually has the most pressure.
Yeah.
But right now, how well can a team just balance the seesaw properly?
Yeah.
Because sometimes if you put all the pressure here, this becomes free, and this has the potential to bite you in the future, in the next few minutes of the game.
Yeah. What you want is a lead
balance.
A lead on the EXP lane.
A balance.
A lead on the EXP lane and a lead on the gold lane. Perfectly balanced.
So if you can do that, if this seesaw is balanced,
this reference, this is
what?
Thanos reference. The perfectly balanced.
Perfectly balanced. So if you can leave it in a perfect balance, you dominate this and you give enough pressure to this side as well. I think that is the same formula that we'll be using for the 1-3-1 meta, but now there is a huge emphasis into just winning those side lanes.
Yeah. Well, we'll see, ladies and gentlemen. Also want to account for their side laners as well, and also want to account for their support as well. I think even though we are only allowed to have that one head-to-head between the carries of Aura versus Blacklist, we still have that head-to-head between Raflisha, right? Raflisha and Grid, right? Although I think on the other side, I think who's the other support?
For the other side,
yeah, I forgot. I mean, it's not. It's actually Raflisha versus Eson. Their teammates, Raflisha and Grid. Grid versus
Dexter.
Grid versus Dexter. I think it would be a sight to see. A 2v2 between these 2 supports, right? It would be nice. It would be a sight to see.
For the longest time, Dexter and Eson, they've been on the different sides of the map whenever they meet in big tournaments. But right now, the combination or the fusion of these 2 really just breathed life into Kyrie, into full clip, which made him the most one of the most effective carries today.
And how can you I mean, it's a sight to see, especially with 2 supports having a play style of enabling their main core. That's what is being suggested here by the Project Next patch anyway.
Well, let's try to see how will they go from here? Because the thing about these teams is they will just really try to go at it at the early stage of the game, and once that happens, Shinbu, you're going to see how Eson, Dexter, Rafflesia, and Greed controls the perfect tempo. Because as we all know, there is this perfect balance on the seesaw. But when one tramples on the other side, you're just going to have a free lane on the other side as well. So how do you make that balance? I just feel that for this certain matchup, I do agree. Aura versus Blacklist International, the tank matchup, the support matchup is going to be the most important factor.
Yeah. Very, very important here. We're gonna feed here for the team bootcamp. I think we just have some sort of necessary preparations being done before we can formally get into our draft. It's taking some good time, and we do acknowledge it. But of course, also want to send the biggest shoutouts again to our Southeast Asian viewers and also our international viewers. What you are watching here is the official English live stream for the MPL. To those who are looking for the Tagalog live stream, you can find it on the official Facebook page of Mobile Legends and also the official YouTube page of Mobile Legends, plus the mobile esports page. Just look for the Filipino broadcast tag on that part, and it is presided on by Wolfcast and also Rockhart.
Yeah. So, you know what? Looking at the certain dynamic of these two teams, they have good coaches. They have good tanks, good supports. Side laners are going to be a sight to see. Edward Kilowash versus Aqua and who's that? Kel or Renjo.
Oh, yeah.
So there's this certain kind of chemistry between these teams, and as we all know, we did see them in action, or we did see them personally. They're tight knit. Both of them really treat each other as brothers, as friends. So does that come into factor right now? Because I really think that for these two teams, it's all about on how they rotate and how they enable each other.
Yeah. And well, we just got a word there. I want to hold you on that, on the idea of enabling, because that would be the biggest headline, really, or maybe tactical headline of this match. The two supports enabling their cores. But I think we got some word here. We're gonna be heading on to a very, very short break, guys. We'll be back again. This is the MPL-PH Season 6 regular season.
Speed and strength. Slow means game over. But the Philippines' fastest mobile data network means game changing. Who's the network that gives you what you truly enjoy? How do you know about this Giga Life? Simple and smart ako.
When uncertainty is our reality, we rise above with the things that matter. Gigafy happiness. Gigafy love. Gigafy friendship. Gigafy dreams. Gigafy hope. With smart Giga music, video, games, work, and stories, we let our passions run free in the new world we face together. Smart, live Giga.
Realme 7 Pro, 65-watt charging evolution. Realme smartphone, dare to leap.
Legit, right? Not quite. Just like your disposable razor. It's time you switch your disposable razor for your legit first shave so you can be every bit legit. Gillette Mac 3.
For a closer shave, less irritation, switch
to Gillette Mac 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here at the MPL-PH Season 6 regular season. We are currently on the very first game of our second series. It is going to be between Blacklist and, of course, our PH, ladies and gentlemen. And we just came in, I think, from a pause. I think there are some technical issues actually coming in from the side of one team here. But yeah, I mean, let's just go. Let's have a better breakdown for this running game. Let's actually account for the possible picks on this. We did mention earlier that there is little overlap on choices such as Cyclops and Rafaela, being that the support position here is going to be very interesting and unique.
Yeah,
on the side of these two teams, on the battle between these two teams.
Let's just say that Dexter is on part of control, and Greed is very aggressive.
Yeah. Yes. I'm actually worrying because on the part of control, actually, Dexter is a bit more on the side of being conservative.
Yeah.
But not really on a weekly conservative. It's just his very controlled, sustained type playstyle that sometimes it might be pushed to a wall by that aggressive playstyle of Greed, using maybe a Natalia or even a Kagura. Actually, I also would like to account the fact that even Blacklist doesn't roll with a Selena pick here, which Selena is being chosen to be open, right? Being open right now for this active patch.
I agree because we've seen Selena in the hands of greed. And not gonna lie, he controlled 3 lanes like it was nothing. And that is one of the traits that they really have to look out for if you're gonna leave that Selena open onto the side of Aura PH. Now, there is a huge, let's say not really huge, but there is quite a bit of a contest here for the Thams. It's probably Edward and it's an Edward and Kilowash or KLVJ hero that can be passed on towards these two teams. So what are they gonna do? Are they gonna ban it on the first 3 bans? Because it's still a good hero. You do not give it out. You do not really give it out that easily. And there is this thing about the first pick. If you see the pattern, teams always go for the side laners now. There are no supports that can out how do I say this, outplay or out prioritize the side laners. Even the Selena doesn't really out prioritize the side laners.
Yeah. Even the Selena doesn't really out prioritize the side laners here, being that Selena has the best control actually on the mid lane part. The moment that you actually translates that even to the buff control. And especially for the vision, I do believe that the vision for Selena is still a bit underrated or misunderstood by a lot. Also would like to account the possibility, no, not the possibility, but rather of this Digi pick by Aura PH. This kind of holds a very different dynamic and changed a very different dynamic from the side of Aura PH and also of teams fighting Aura PH. Here's why. Normally, there is always that Hilda ban. Right? Normally, there is always that Hilda ban onto the side of Aura. It is always a part of their equation, whether a Digi is chosen or a Hilda gets banned, or even a Digi being chosen against them. Even Aura is also vigilant of the fact that the tactic they have they pioneered or introduced to the MPL. It's an old tactic in ML, but a tactic that they have introduced towards the MPL regular season will be used against them, and that is of the Digi feed strat. Again, guys, it is not anymore viable.
It is not anymore viable, but there is this thing about the rubber band mechanic for MLBB. Really just amplified. It gained a bit of more percentage on it. So that means if Digi can if Digi can put someone into legendary status on a legendary killing spree, even if you get 50 gold, the question is, will it be enough? Because I think that in a way, the Digi strat, as long as you can compensate for that 50 gold that's given, I think at times Vision is still going to be more valuable at times.
It is possible. Yeah, it is possible.
But I think it's all about the equation.
It's all about the equation. It's all about, again, like we mentioned earlier, maybe finding the balance. And accounting for that balancing or that weighing scale would be of the Digi part.
I mean, if I give out 50 gold at 8 deaths, then I have the capability to cancel any teleport that can happen and make them go back and regen in their own 2 feet.
Yeah.
Am I saving money?
Yeah.
Or am I giving them am I giving them money, or am I wasting their time more?
Yeah, and that leaves you with curiosity.
Yeah,
that
clearly.
leaves you with curiosity of how it will pan out, right?
You're still wasting their time. They should just be recalling, but at the same time, they can't just because you deal damage when you spin.
And so there is still that possibility.
There is still that possibility.
It's 0%.
It's not 0%. There's a team out there that is still making sense of that. I'm pretty sure of it. And I don't really think that it's Aura in a way, but you know what? I will take everything that I said with a grain of salt.
Yeah.
But I just feel that 50 gold isn't really enough to set back that Vision game and making people go back to their base on their own 2 feet.
Yeah. Well, man, this is... Well, for this match, though, there are still a lot of options. I think there's still a lot of combinations that we have to go through that I think it is kind of easy. Not impossible, but easy at least to disregard first the Digipid tactic. It's really hard not to discuss when we are talking about the team that introduced it here in the regular season.
Okay, so Khalid is still one of the heroes that has not been given out in Project Next.
Yeah.
Such a strong...
Good ban rate, actually.
Such a strong presence ever since.
Mm-hmm.
And right now, he makes more sense into just controlling the lanes. So he has the capability to make people go back into base, to recall back, and he has the capability to go up against 2 to 3 people trying to go for him, especially with that second skill sustain. It's just way too good.
Yeah, I also have questions regarding the Esmeralda pick, right? Cannot but feel that the Esmeralda is not really cannot but feel, but it is not present actually on the running pool of these two teams, which is, you know, it would be a nice mechanic for teams. I can dare say that, you know, these two teams can easily play Esmeralda.
Yeah.
But it would be interesting for them on the idea of revisiting Esmeralda, especially on competitive play.
The last time I saw Kilowash play an Esmeralda offlane was way back MSC 2019. But it was way back MSC 2019. They didn't really, you know, do it again as much. And I think KelVJ is one of the players that can just get that signature Esmeralda of his and just make it his own. And there is this thing about Aqua excelling in mage heroes. So if there's someone who's gonna use that Esmeralda, it can be Edward, it can be Aqua, but I'm actually leaning towards Aqua more.
Yeah, well, we'll see, guys. There we go. We get the Esmeralda being shown. There's no surprise. I think the Project Next totally dictates of that priority ban for that lane-dominating lady. Now, we have Aura PH also going to be removing that Yuzong and Blacklist International. Interesting. They're going to be removing the Selena. They are now eyeing towards Grid. Khalid might be open here.
You can never give out the Selena to Grid, because there are teams that are just letting it go because it's on another team. But seeing how Grid utilized that against Execration, it just single-handedly won them the game.
Yes, for the Selena.
Yeah.
I mean, all those arrows actually, it's been connecting back and forth against that match with Execration. My accounting for this is that, of course, if we're accounting for side laners, we're looking towards the Uranus, especially with that Esmeralda ban, or a Khalid. But, you know, you'd have to account for the first pick advantage that Blacklist has. Though, alright, Aura is opening up teams. So if they are opening up teams, they might be eyeing on securing maybe just the Thams first or the Ling. YSS will also be open. Let's look here on the ban. They're really carefully considering this. I would suggest Blacklist on baiting Aura PH and just securing maybe the Uranus. Probably a Uranus, and just have themselves some YSS. I think that is totally rewarding for full clip. Or though there is a Ling onto JP. That's the running problem. Lots of options really.
Yeah, point of contention here is going to be Ling, because they have two of the best Ling players in the league right now. Hilda is the last ban here. I think they don't want to give it to Raflisha. Raflisha won't shy away from just annoying the hell out of the other team when he gets that Hilda.
Alright, we got a Kufra here for the side of Aura PH. Ladies and gentlemen, Khalid will also be open if they don't ban it. Although, yeah, we would have the Link. Farsa, lots of stuff being opened, so I think this should be a Link, like you mentioned.
Okay, it's going to be a Farsa.
Yeah, Farsa ban.
But now, Blacklist is torn. Which will you get? Uranus or the Khalid?
Or a Ling.
Whatever happens here, Aura PH will have a setup for a Thams equals the Khalid.
Okay, they're eyeing the side lane first.
Yeah, they're probably they can just go for the Ling right now.
Yeah, and they're eyeing the Uranus, so this leaves Thams or a Khalid option to be open for the side of Aura. I'm not so sure though if will they be securing or showing their main core, as there's a nice demand for security on that part. Maybe just go for something safe. Just go for Khalid. Right? Just go for Khalid.
Khalid and Thams. I think it's the safest way to go.
Yeah, it doesn't
here.
give out so much, right?
Or if ever Aura PH has another understanding of the meta, then it's probably going to be that way. But it's going to be a Khalid.
Thams did something safe.
Yeah.
So you give a signal now of probably, if that's Khalid and Thams,
I'm guessing
either
for
lane or YSS. It doesn't matter for now, right?
For now. I think for Blacklist International, they could go for Jawhead and Ling. Jawhead and Ling will look nice on this Uranus setup.
Both are good YSS players as well, by the way.
Yeah.
So that's the thing. There's a lot of overlap for that part.
Roger. Wow.
That is very early.
So that means they're okay. They're okay with
They're totally
RPH
okay, yeah.
getting that Ling. Oh, and they okay.
Alright.
They do have the Cho as well. So it's going to be the Cho and the Roger. Yeah, I like the mobility. Okay, so Cho and Roger actually works well together.
Yeah.
Like the aggression and the dives that they
The
can
types,
do.
yeah, especially once you get the kick or even just a simple Jeet Kune knock up can easily be followed for by that Roger. And it makes, it will give you some questions, but not really so bad, you know, of choosing a Ling, of choosing a YSS. Because Lancelot will also be open anyway, right? And both are capable of playing that. There's just a lot of overlap between Edward and JP here. Maybe even Aura would consider, you know, mixing things a bit. Maybe show us support for now.
And
But there we go. They just went with the Lancelot.
They go straight for a Lance. And it's pretty much safe to go for that Lance right now just because RPH, they saw the carry, the jungler, of the hyper carry rather, of Blacklist International. They saw Roger and okay, we're gonna go for the invades. And I think Aura PH here not gonna really stay away from their current style of playstyle on the previous patch.
Yeah, that's where my curiosity lies. We have the Popple and Cupa for the side here of Aura PH. Ladies and gentlemen, for the ban, Aura PH is now eyeing actually on targeting the support position here against Dexter and maybe even Eson, but it'd be rewarding to target Dexter for now as it is the biggest contrast on the side of Blacklist International's composition. It is the one that is lacking. No mid laner yet. A Digiban.
Yeah,
Wow.
I mean, 50 gold isn't
so much.
Is it really gonna make you flinch?
Possible, right? Yeah.
I mean,
so maybe Blacklist understands it.
Think of it as one extra minion.
Yeah, just one extra minion. Not much on the reward. RPH gonna be removing that Jawhead as well. I do believe the Jawhead is a very, very good ban, especially on the plans here for Eson. Imagine a Jawhead on Eson's aggression, right?
And you know what? I'm actually surprised that Blacklist International did prioritize that show first. The Jawhead is somewhat of a priority pick right now for some of the teams, but it's all about their understanding, and let's see how will this drafting pattern will pan out.
Let us see. We got RPH here. Yet to choose their mid laner and also their tank support. I would suggest that they should pick their tank support now. But rather they went for the mid lane. They went for something very stable. Maybe something that Blacklist International has a nice propensity in picking, and that would be of the Chango.
Okay. Duran's carrier, it's there. First skill got nerfed a bit, but there is a substantial buff to the second skill. It will give him a certain amount of damage. For other heroes, he can be as harass heavy as possible. But they really have to look out for this Chang'o, because the thing is, if ever Roger finds ways to get the gold, he can easily tear that Chang'o down.
Yeah.
It's
You can easily tear that Chango down, and you know, Blacklist International, they require some heavy engages here. Kufra won't be available. They went for the Sicilian and
the Lolita.
Lolita is good against the Chango by default. Curious about the Sicilian pick. I mean, well, there's no Natalia option anyway, so it's already banned. That's why, you know, right? And probably because no more Kufra, even with the Atlas option, I think it's totally okay still for Blacklist in choosing the Sicilian.
What are they gonna go for here? I'm actually
makes things really weird, you know, with the Sicilian pick, honestly.
It's.
But the best part about Sicilian is the moment that everyone dives, you just activate your ultimate, you have decent wave clear, and you can go toe-to-toe with that Chango wave clear. But, of course, just go for that 2-2-1.
Okay, so they go for that Gushon.
Double carry setup.
Side lane.
Yeah, double carry setup. Gold EXP lane Gushon, it's probable. Get that level 4 quick. But how will they allocate the buff? That's the big question.
Okay, so there is a setup for Gushun that ever since the last patch, he wasn't really that heavy in terms of getting the purple buff. It was more on the side lane part, and you always get the execute. Now, I'm not so sure what KLVJ is gonna go for, but if statistically speaking, they're gonna go for that KLVJ traditional Gushun, he is gonna have that execute, and he is going to try to do it as much as possible once he hits level 4. Now, onto the other side, it makes Edward a bit scared to maneuver properly, because that's the thing about the Sicilian. Sicilian here, once it doesn't have the flicker, he cannot escape that Gushun properly.
Yeah. He cannot totally escape that Gushun properly, and that's very, very big question here. There is a nice potency on that Gushun, but again, the allocation of resources. That's where it lies for the side here of Aura. But that's what makes this matchup and this series totally exciting. I mean, on how these two very wise teams really approach the new and the biggest question of Mobile Legends, and that's how you handle Project Next Patch in the competitive platform. Now, we have here a 1-3-1 setup. Gushun will be on the experience lane along with the Uranus, facing the Uranus. Gold lane, Sicilian. Very interesting. An acceleration maybe for that Enchanted Talisman against that Thams. All right.
And they put Edward into that certain role because they want him to probably get the Clock of Destiny fast. It is good. It could be the Clock of Destiny, but look at Eson here being very aggressive, and they just let him be.
Yeah, they just let him be. They know that they cannot afford to actually put delay onto that buff. Even with just grid chasing him, they need someone to at least juggle that jungle camp, or they will suffer the reset. So, 1 buff lead for JP here. Full Clip still stays in the mid. I think they really plan on at least... alright. So there's a side lane Gushun. I'm actually curious if how will they allocate things, but so far the buff goes to the Lancelot, and now a fight breaks out here to the purple buff of the members here of Blacklist International. Rafflesia dances around, being the disruptor, and now the saboteur. Also, Dexter follows through, puts his bulwark up, and Full Clip wouldn't follow up.
Okay, I like the passiveness of both teams.
Yeah,
they're just being controlled, just trying to size up their man onto the side of Aura PH. Aura PH, they're really trying to put a bit of a pressure on Blacklist International on how they react to whatever it is that Aura is doing. So there is a bit of a tranquility in the side lanes. Stamps getting his thing, Dexter here leaving Edward a bit. But you know what? There's this thing about the Thams that Sicilian can't really be complacent at any time, because once the Thams reaches you and you're in range of the slaughtering sites, you are just gonna get harassed.
It's a very, very big thing, ladies and gentlemen, for the side here of Blacklist when it comes to that laning part, especially on the Thams. But again, there's an insurance on the Thams, right? Counter and Inferno. It's not just the harass, actually, it's the durability of that guy.
Durability.
It's the durability as well for that guy.
Control is there, but when the claws actually, meet together, and
you don't want to really go near.
If you don't catch Thams, then that's the time where Thams is gonna say, "Let's go, it's go time."
Yeah, it's go time.
No one can touch me. No one can touch me right now. And I mean, it's still a very good lane for Kilowash, to be honest.
Yeah. Very curious. I find the scaling of a Sicilian a bit awkward in the early game. That's the thing. That's where I worry.
Yeah,
for that part.
That's the thing. You put him on the gold lane just because you want him to scale first or get that first item.
Yeah.
Because you kind of accelerate his capability.
Yeah.
With items.
But will he be rotating? That's the thing, right? It doesn't look like it normally. Well, maybe. What they plan is just have a Sicilian on the gold lane so that when the time comes that their main carry, Full Clip here, visits the gold lane, there's a good support, right, in the form of that Sicilian. But first blood, 1-for-1 will be the overall trade as, of course, Rafflesia dives in too deep. I think that's under third range, and
And look at onto the bottom lane, KLVJ here getting caught out, and I think that is one dead Gushun. That's the thing about Gusion. If you use that combo and you didn't get to execute,
Yeah, especially with incandescence.
it's not going to be a trade.
Yeah, a walking Gusion is not really a threatening Gusion. Gusion is highlighted by his mobility. You have to remember that.
Oh, look at this. Raflisha.
I don't know, just dancing around. And we have to account for the fact that Raflisha has minimal damage, only just for the disruption. Even Full Clip knows he can actually trade this and get the buff. Just Raflisha really being a saboteur again against Full Clip.
And how will they acknowledge the factor here that it's almost 3 minutes, the platings will go down. Look at Kilowash here actually winning his lane. That is a lot of damage onto that plating. And how many gold does this guy have? Because he has 1 kill and almost 1/4 of the plating is left already.
Yeah, things are so heavy here. For the side of Aura, for the side of Blacklist, Aura is now steadily trying to recuperate that death onto KLVJ. That's why maybe Raflisha has been camping on. Especially, it makes a lot of sense with this turtle totally on. Numinum Blast didn't tag anyone on the side here of Aura PH. Rather, they will be the one to secure also the turtle and also another kill against the Full Clip. That's a lot of win. So much and too big. Make that 3 without any answer here by Blacklist. Oh my god.
What is happening? That was a perfect initiation from Raflisha. If you see how they set it up, it's clearly in a way that they were really gunning to get that turtle. The Numinum Blast was there. Even the Flicker was used. That's how confident this team is with Blacklist International. But they did not take into account that a Khaled might come out of nowhere.
Yeah, man.
And remember, that ultimate coming out from Khaled, that is in a circular form. And that is a small circle. That's
Indeed.
actually a very small circle. So they get caught off guard. And the rest is history. It's Slaughter Blades. And how do you say this? And the Thorned Rose. And those are AoE damage, even though they don't have the items. As long as those 3 hit you,
Strikes, yeah.
it's still
Still
going
a lot
to be
of damage. Yeah, we're accounting for base damage. Actually, the Shadowblade onslaught of Shadowblade Slaughter
Yeah.
of the Gusion is still on the higher level mark, right? He did have his fair share of staying actually in the EXP lane, and of course that will be maxed out. So it's no surprise on that damage even without the items he had.
And man, oh man, look at this. Aura PH not really letting up on it.
Yeah, very big lead. It's a very big lead early on. That's too much. 3 kills. You're gonna kill onto Full Clip. Security by JP, everything. I mean,
that is a
very.
is the start that you wish for when you are playing a Lancelot and a Gusion.
I would understand 1 kill, maybe even against a support, right? But I cannot feel it. Full Clip has a tendency of really fighting for the turtle. Remember his Lancelot play, where he always he's always there. He's always there, landing down that retribution. It's just that JP wins the trade for the retrieve fight.
I guess it's more on the Aura PH went on to fight when they saw that the Flicker Numinum Blast was used. And it's fast thinking for them. Like, when you noticed how Raflisha and the others just went into the vicinity and used the ultimate, they knew that they had the advantage just because of that one big ultimate not really connecting into anyone.
So heavy. Right now, if there's any option for comeback, maybe they'd want to rethink. Maybe they'd want to revisit some lane. Maybe something like that. Maybe check out the Thams up top. Try to capitalize in pulling off a 1-3-1 or 4-0-1 maneuver on that part, because we're about to enter the 3-minute 40 seconds mark anyway, where resources will normalize on the side lanes, because again guys, the artillery minions will have no more bonus gold or bonus experience.
And how are the teams formulating their stuff right here? I think for Blacklist International, they can take this time to look at it in a way on how to control JP, because JP got a lot of gold out of that.
It's heavy. JP totally got a lot of gold, and JP is someone willing to actually pummel that gold into your face if you're the enemy team. If he gets the lead, he will just really go in, right?
And that's what we were talking about. Once those claws meet for Sicilian, you have no way to get
To
out.
feel for yourself. Yeah, you got your ultimate, but it's really not enough, I would dare say, right?
I mean,
it's still vulnerable.
For a hero who faces out with multiple dashes on his side, it's not really going to matter unless you have the flicker to catch him off.
You're very vulnerable as well to auto attacks. You need your winter truncheon quick.
And yeah, I mean, they have to look out for the Sicilian more. If they lose another fight like that, they lose all their frontliners, then that only means on the other part of the map there's a Sicilian that's gonna suffer without the winter truncheon.
Yeah, an easy target here, especially with JP getting the lead for that part. I'd be expecting maybe even a rose gold miniature item here for JP, and this is really out of our expectation. I'd be expecting a closer game, really, for this part. I just feel like Raflicia's playstyle provides more vision, was able to coordinate more information towards his teammates. And there's an opportunity for Blacklist. The opportunity of capitalizing onto KLVJ's lane, because KLVJ did overextend earlier, right?
I remember that walking Gushon.
The walking Gushon, right?
Walking Gushon against a Roger.
Yeah, no.
If it reaches the time where the Shadow Blade Slaughter goes on cooldown in the incandescence, that's probably the time where, that Gushon can just turn things around. But without the incandescence and the combo, you cannot fight that Roger.
Yeah, totally cannot fight a Roger here, ladies and gentlemen. We again, guys, just have a technical pause for this game number 1 between Blacklist and, of course, Aura PH. Once again, this is the English broadcast for our running game, and of course, we get the Tagalog broadcast being presided on by Wolfcast and also Rockhart. Again, we just like to revisit that these two already has faced each other, and the result was 2-1, and it was won by Aura. And from the looks of it, Aura can now capitalize once again, and there you go, beautiful.
And that was a bit of
that
was a bit of a miscalculation there from KLVJ.
KLVJ. He actually did engage without his Calamity Reaper, and he was not given any opportunity to cast his execute.
He actually got damaged there, correct, by the concussive blast.
Yeah,
that really messed up his calculation into diving in with the sword spike. He thought that he had enough HP to get out. He almost had the incandescence up on his side.
Yeah.
But when the time came, the Wave of the Dragon was there, and there was no coming back from that.
Eason just greeted him, actually. So, we got 3-5 here. And the lead that we've been telling you guys, it's not really 2K. I was looking at it earlier before the pause. It was 2K. Now we are sitting at a 3K, almost 4K earlier. And yeah, this is what will happen. JP has the lead. He will face and pummel it into the face of Blacklist International. Goes for the dive. Tordros half health on Dexter. Of course, there's some follow-up from Aura PH, but it doesn't matter. The lead is there, and that is a turret push once again. And it's like Aura PH 4 members are cleaning up against the mess of the lane here by KLBJ.
And it's all about the shields here for Lolita. And once you deplete those shields without the items, Lolita is not as tanky as you think.
Yeah.
You have
especially
damage.
With the bulwark down.
You have damage negations.
Yeah.
On the bulwark, and that's one of the things that make that that Lolita seems tanky. It's more in the idea of the bulwark protecting you from a lot of the damage.
Indeed. 3-5 for our running game, ladies and gentlemen. There goes Aqua. He's gonna be careful. There is also the Clock of Destiny towards Edward. A turtle will be secured here by the members, of course, of Aura PH.
KLVJ here will just try to get away, and look at this. Will Aura PH punish? They won't make it in time.
They won't make it in time, man. 6-minute mark, ladies and gentlemen. There's gonna be it. That's gonna be JP. Ison also staying here. Raflicia just dancing around. He did saw Ison, but of course, Raflicia is not really one of the best targets from the side of Aura PH.
I mean, later if they get a bit of a items, it could be a possibility. But Essen right now, Oh, he gets blocked out, and a lot of ultimates were used there onto the side of Aura PH.
Oh, that is a good security as well by Edward. Upon the ultimate that comes in from Greed, I think Aura PH is starting to respect at least that kite back from Edward. Although Edward did suffer a 0-2-0, you know, on his running KDA, it's actually a matter of how will you penetrate these lines from Blacklist International.
You know what? The understanding here from the other, from Aura PH, remember that Mobile Legends Championship Invitational that we had? That certain draft that they pulled out there, they just mixed it with their with the Season 6 pre-Project Next Patch understanding of theirs. They put Gushon onto the side lane. Then you get fighter supports, fighter tanks. that's their understanding for the side of RPH.
And there's also an attempt here by Eason to go for the kick under a turret, and that is a setup messing up against Blacklist International. That's just more and more lead established here by Aura. But it's also just the lead.
Yeah.
You know, it's just a lead flowing through and in favor of Aura PH. I mean, we see this the moment that they actually died on the turtle earlier.
Look at Kilowash. You have to account for Kilowash here.
Yeah.
He is giving a lot of space, a lot of pushing capability here onto the side of Aura PH, and he has to be accounted for. And right now, there is a good Numinum Blast.
Yeah, and let's see here. There is a good catch towards KLBJ, but no more Numinum Blast. There is that. Raflisha was able to flicker out. No follow-up will come in from JP here. And that's what we are looking for. If there is one thing that can return the pixing here for Blacklist International, that would be of that Numinum Blast of Dexstar.
Okay, so now, Blacklist International, they're getting the kills. I like it. The pickoffs are there. It's stopping Aura PH from delaying everything that's happening. Or it's a part of delaying Aura PH through everything that they're trying to execute here. But remember, there is a fact that when Aura PH loses one member, every lane is shoved to the side of Blacklist International.
Yeah, that is the thing here. There's also one lane being worked on by the members of Blacklist. Just got full clip here. He just got full clip here onto the bottom lane outer turret. He has shown himself with the minions. That gives freedom for Aura PH along with JP to go for this inner mid lane turret. And you know, Dexter should be careful with this kind of dives because JP knows of where and when full clip will be arriving. At least he has a nice estimate on it.
Okay, so there was a trade in terms of turrets. They got one to the side of Blacklist International to the bottom lane. What Aura PH did was, we get two. We get two on the tier 2.
Yeah, man.
Oh my.
Here, alright. We have an inner bottom lane turret. Raflisha walks out. Numinum Blast once again. And at least that is a good catch towards Raflisha. Will they commit for the dive? Eason is now setting up for the Jeet Kundu. He gets greeted quickly by JP. Ladies and gentlemen, the Phantom Execution doesn't finish him, but the autos will do. Full clip, rerolls, goes and focus onto the other. KLBJ finally executes someone, and it would be of the Uranus. Everyone walks away with a 2-4-1 trade.
Okay, so now Aura PH can set up. Blacklist International lost 2 people here onto their side. Aura PH, on the other hand, they have Raflisha in 5 seconds. So if they can go back to that Lord lane, they can just make it seem like Blacklist International that, hey, we're gonna take the Lord. Come here. We want to fight again.
Yeah. Are you here? Do you want to focus onto the Lord? No, that it is our Gillette instant replay, ladies and gents. And I did feel that they can take this fight. But the problem is, again, the lead of JP is just overwhelming. If we got the right targets without the Numinum Blast, there's no stopping JP here.
And look at how JP just single-handedly focused all his stuff into Eson. Phantom Execution, Thorn Throws, the dashes, a couple of them.
Yeah.
He even let his dash go on cooldown.
Yeah, he does understand maybe that a very strong playmaker or initiate point for the side of Blacklist would be of Eson.
And they got the Lord up top. Or PH here. KLVJ is holding hands with the Lord right now. And they are going to march on to the top lane while Aura and while JP and the others, they stick onto the middle lane.
Edward is actually not connecting the claws towards the uptime or anticipating the Thorn Throws from JP. And that's a lot of movements. JP is trying to gauge. He did get tagged onto the claw for once. Finally, and that drops JP towards half health. I think this is going to be Aura. They're going to be careful here because if JP dies, that stops their momentum.
Okay, so Kilowash and the others, they're still controlling the map. Even if, let's say, JP is forced out to, get the lifesteal, he's not really forced to recall as much. So, if you think about it, on the side of Blacklist, they're slowly but surely answering the pressure here for Aura PH, but this is not enough.
Yeah, totally not enough. 5-9 here for our running game. Ladies and gentlemen, the gold lead sits at 9,000 still on the side of Aura PH. They might be waiting for a Lord Timer here. I think it is the safest way to go, the safest route to go. Especially, they actually retreat back into the river for this part. Guys, there's so much lead, there are actually 4 turrets outside the base here of Aura PH.
And Blacklist International, if they clearly want to win this, they have to make full clip. They have to put full clip in a good situation. Raflisha getting kicked.
Yeah, a nice pick up on Eson maybe. That's one. Raflisha did get his regeneration down. He can still reset up with his own ultimate and force the flicker away from Isan. He deals flicker out. There is going to be Dexter. That's the full setup, ladies and gentlemen. He wants to get a timing down, and it would be a full clip cleaning up towards JP. Kiluas focuses towards Edward. He flickered out with a claw on. Where is BJ? Waiting maybe for a face check. Everyone focuses towards Kiluas. No escaping for that part. Greed tries to land his own ultimate, maybe dish out big damage. There's Isan greeting him, and also Dexter with the shield. He dash forward, and Kiluwash also will be left for dead. BJ. Well, BJ did try to respond.
He did.
Yeah, but it's really late. It's really late. For one part, he did just went for another, maybe for another minion, just a death brush. But yeah, man, very, very massive play from Dexter.
They put full clip in a good spot. And it really just screwed over Aura PH in terms of getting that kill. Look at Raflisha, he went in. Nominal Blast on 2. How instrumental is that Nominal Blast?
A very good read by Dexter. It's a very, very good read. He does know how JP will try to actually walk out. He did walk out just straight back into his own base, and there's the Nominal Blast. It's a very beautiful angle there by Dexter. Had it been maybe that JP dashed or puncture onto one side or just on the left or right, it'd be a different story. But still, that is the Numinum Blast. That is a Numinum Blast to say. It's one of the biggest Numinum Blasts probably of our regular season.
Numinum Blast there, once, because if you're a Lolita and you play the Lolita a lot, you would see the Khalid's ultimate as actually a way to stop people.
Yeah.
Now, think about it. When Dexter saw that Khalid just went straight for that ultimate to catch someone out, he immediately thought, hey, it's time to use the Numinum Blast. I will even use the flicker.
Yeah.
To secure these kills. And it really worked on their side.
Yeah. I feel like the call actually was made in advance. I feel like the call is a predicted play by Blacklist International against Aura PH, and this will cost them the game. I mean, this could cost them their lead. The lead is at a whooping 9,000, but I believe that should be enough to actually offset a lot of things, and of course balance out the game, balance out the pacing of the match to be not so in favor of Aura PH. But there's gonna be the Lord. That will be one of the biggest objectives for our running game, and Aura PH will start to eye that. And RPH do understand that it is just a setup by Dexter. As long as it is not repeated, then they are good.
This is a tricky situation for both teams. Like RPH, they are in the lead. But Blacklist International just told them, you cannot snowball, you cannot roll on us. Just because if you do, and if you make a mistake, that certain misstep can just cost you another fight.
I just want to throw this running stats right now,
What?
especially with Raflisha's play. Because of his Digi tactic, Raflisha runs as the second highest deaths. Second highest deaths for the league right now. He sits at 105 deaths. You know, it was only of Jay that has offset him with 109 deaths. And I think Jay has his own fair share of Digi strategy again as well. So this is totally understandable for the two. These are two maybe notorious players for the Digi, more so on the side of Raflisha. But here's the good stat. the most assist that comes from Rafflesia is the number 1 in the league. He sits at 181 assists. And that's how, how playmaking, how disruptive Rafflesia is.
I mean, okay. So, you think the Digistrat actually brings a lot of deaths? Yes, that's true. But within those deaths, it's actually more on assists.
Yeah.
There are more assists ready to be on the table if you play that right.
Yeah, and he played it twice correct, very precise and right, especially on top teams like Omega and even like Execration. Next to it would be of Yawi. That sits at 154.
There is a... Well, Yawi didn't really play that much of a Diggy. I don't think that NXP Solid really tried a Diggy strategy when it was cool.
Yeah.
Or it has a maximum potency, maximum viability.
But at least that is a certain stat. I mean, that's still a lot of assists before you get into the first, right? Following onto the rank number 2. So here we go. We got RPH moving towards the Lord. They got Kuliush dealing that. They know they have to set this up. They have Rafflesia for the vision on that side brush. It was shown by Isan, and Aura will reposition again on the mid, just going for the wave clear. Everyone is now being very, very careful.
Okay, so Rafflesia leashing that Lord, pulling him for a reset. Don't really know why. He could have just gone for a check there on what's going to happen, or are they setting up on that certain area? And yes, I think both teams here are aiming to go for that Lord. It's almost always certain that JP on that Lancelot is going to have a bit of an advantage, because Thorned Rose with the Retribution has really high damage output. Now, you have that last hit capability onto your side. Do you mess it up? And Rafflesia here, getting kicked.
Yeah.
Numinum Blast as well.
That's already burned. Numinum Blast, that is too much. Rafflesia can actually cast his own ultimate, maybe catch Eson here, but of course Eson still has his flicker on, and JP won't be following through. He's also getting his own buff. But Numinal Blast, that is still on the timer. That aura is now starting to count. They will try to lure Blacklist here on taking the fight. Look at how JP baits it out. He went for the Tone Rose and of course a puncture just to check who is hiding on that brush. Sadly, it would be of the tank. These are very, very wise decision makings from our teams, from our players. Dexter now will have his Numinum Blast online.
Okay, so Aura PH here trying to check if their damage was enough. And they knew that the timing on the cooldown here for Dexter on that Numinum Blast, it will really cost them once it goes up and they're in the area of the Lord. So Courage Mask will be used there, trying to get a bit of a, damage or movement speed. But Aqua, they're almost going down. Wow.
Oh no, this is Kiluwa. She won't waste any time here. He's gonna go for the wave clear. Aqua will do what he can, but Kiluwa knows that they can trade healths here. He's also taking turret damage. He does. He went the counter Inferno, and he can actually withstand the damage down for the turtle. There goes Dexter. And Flicker from Kiluwa. He knows he can escape. And that is it. That's how Kiluwa establishes pressure. He actually took some turret damage, I think.
And looking at it, Blacklist International, they really wanted to go for the punish, but they realized if we go in too deep, that's going to be the free lord for the side of Aura PH.
Yeah.
Not only did they take the lord, they take the upper turret, they took the lord with them instead. So there's going to be a lord marching to that lane, and if you're Blacklist International, you wouldn't really want that.
Also, although snappy when executed, setting up a Numinum Blast is kind of a bit slow.
Yeah.
You need to really be patient in casting that. You cannot easily just throw it away. You have to account for two things. One is of the misposition by the enemy team. The second is of the follow-up by your teammates.
Yeah. And if you have played a Lolita for quite some time, you would see it more as a counter initiation mechanic.
Yeah.
It's a counter initiation mechanic, not really an initiation. Probably an initiation when you are hidden in a bush and someone is taking a buff or two, or just staying in place for quite a long time. You can use that as an initiation mechanic. But if, all in all, you would use that Numinum Blast to counter initiate more than to initiate.
Yeah, more than to initiate. 8-9, ladies and gentlemen. We got 18 minutes for our running game. And we have the Luminous Lord still fully online. Alright. Members of Blacklist taking up a conservative position on the brushes that is close towards the Lord. But still, Aura PH, what they are doing They're showing themselves onto the Lord, on the Luminous Lord. Still trying to scout out where the position and where the setup of Blacklist will be. Again, knowing this setup, it's all that is important here for Aura PH because Dexstar will be key, and contributing for the win here of Blacklist. I think nothing can start without Dexstar setup. Greed is now rotating. Wow.
And they know that this is going to be a never-ending dance onto the Lord.
Yeah.
So what they did was they're gonna try to go for a pick-off on someone.
Oh!
And look at this, Eson really just trying to go for him. And
He burned everything.
Oh no, I don't think that's the best decision.
Oh, yeah, he did burn everything. I'm actually curious what the items of JP is. I do expect that Eson would not burst JP, but with that kind of sacrifice, it would be awkward, it would be hard. And with the numbers advantage, without anyone to actually kick them, that's it. They're gonna be starting onto the Luminous Lord. Kilumas will just sacrifice himself, but that is... Oh, no, Luminous Lord. No. Alright, they did reset on the Luminous Lord. The total trade goes in 2 for 2. Alright. Edward already scaled.
Yeah, Edward matters now. And you can think as much as you want, but when Edward is in the vicinity with the ultimate, you are gonna hurt.
Yeah, you're gonna hurt. They're gonna be focusing towards JP. Ladies and gentlemen, also Traplisha. Remember that the death timers of the earlier members here of Aura PH still sits at 20 seconds. There's an minion wave onto the side of Blacklist International. Though the top lane side is pushing, Blacklist knows that they can still deliver a blow and take this Luminous Lord. That is surely a Luminous Lord now for Blacklist.
Full clip, almost going down. Will Greed be there in the vicinity to actually take this down? Edward taking a lot of the damage here. And here comes Greed in the vicinity for a meteor shower. And look at that zone out.
Yeah, there is going to be that zone out, ladies and gentlemen. And
hey, Dexter got it.
Yeah, lots of stuff that is awkward. Some split-second decision committed as well. On the idea of Eson actually going ham towards JP. But at the same time, it was of JP actually burning everything against full clip. One thing is for sure, we have a long game. We are now sitting at a 20-minute mark, not accounting for the pause, ladies and gentlemen.
This is really a back-and-forth match, and this is what we call a seesaw, ladies and gentlemen. This is the seesaw. There is a pressure all over the map right here for both teams. And I do think that in terms of creep equilibrium, not really equilibrium anymore, in terms of creep control and map control, I would give it to Aura just because they took out the upper turret here, all the turrets of the upper area onto the side of Blacklist International. But then again, Blacklist International have been winning fights left and right. And it seems to me that whenever Aura PH really tries to force a lot of these initiations and shoving down everything on the throat of Blacklist International's lineup, they have a hard time contributing it.
Yeah, it's the thing. The moment that actually the enemy team is very much willing to take the fight, especially in preventing objectives, that's where you feel that, man, the early lead we got, I think it's not anymore there. This is where composition once again will matter. And again, the composition has been shaken up by the Project Next patch. We are rolling with a 2-core setup. It doesn't look like KLVJ is actually snapping anyone, right? It's very awkward for KLVJ to actually make the dive. That's the thing. Had it been that it would be an Esmeralda or maybe something like a potent side laner.
You know
because
what?
Gusion's story is mid-game.
Yeah. You know what? The thing about that Gusion Uranus lineup is Uranus really wants to get hit as much as possible.
Yeah.
But the thing is, there is a 3-part combo only onto the side of Gusion. Sword Spike, probably a Shadow Blade Slaughter. An Incandescent Shadow Blade Slaughter. Then you just use it back. Or it could be the other way around. It could be the Shadow Blade Slaughter to the Sword Spike, then another, then you retract it. There are many ways to deal with the combinations and the damage output of the Gusion. But you really see what kind of threat a Gusion can do, especially with that execute.
And with this kind of composition,
it's good, but
it's not just the killer actually. Even with that kind of execution, you did mention, of course, the capacities of the Gusion, but right now what you want is setup and pressure.
Yeah,
disruption, quick follow-up, something like that.
And yeah, I get your point, but if it happens again, Khalid getting a 2-man stun,
yeah,
that is going to be the blow.
Damage.
That's going to be the blow that Blacklist doesn't want to take. Because immediately, someone or two people are going to get bursted down.
I keep on mentioning Dexter here, but actually, yes, if Raflisha drops a very nice Raging Sandstorm, right, to key targets, especially on the Sicilian. Especially on the
But
Sicilian.
the thing is, Shinbu, you cannot reach Edward anymore.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
That's the thing. And it's very hurting to actually see, to actually receive the first kill coming in from Edward here. 12-11, ladies and gentlemen, 20-minute mark. Things are too much here. There is going to be the push being done by Blacklist International. They also have the Lord going here at the bottom lane side.
KelVJ didn't even get the winter truncheon. He went straight for the fleeting time. He just wants to pop off every single time on that combo.
Yeah, of course, Raflisha receiving a lot of damage as well. No follow-up is still clear from the Aura PH side. Again, Edward, totally untouchable. Lots of freedom for him. At least Aura is already happy that we're able to get a clear onto that Luminous Lord. Now they will regenerate and make the proper defense here. But a play needs to be done. The claw is not there. There's going to be an entrance by JP. Compared to KelVJ, JP is much willing to actually go for the dive.
Look at that. JP just went in. He got poked by Sicilian and by Full Clip. And he just went back. Look at Raflisha right now. He's not even feeling like he's a tank.
Yeah. And he uses the ultimate just to walk away. He does understand that dying here means the end of the game. Aqua goes for the dive. He does feel confident for this part, though he gets greeted by Greed's ultimate once more. No more ultimate for the wave clear. Up top, there is going to be Greed. And of course, also the Numinum Blast. They're trading skills here, one after the other. Greed is forced to fall back. And also another claw towards JP here. Sanguine Claw. And that's it. That should be the trade, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone will reset because everyone has thrown their green dots, and it will be just a cycle all over again with Greed having his meteor shower online.
So this is a game between Raflisha and Eson. Whoever gets that certain initiation that they want, if someone gets kicked on the course here of the side of Aura PH, that is going to be good for the side of Blacklist International. If Raflisha counter-initiates just in time to save his allies with that Sandstorm, I really think that Raflisha here can just be very patient and hit a one-man, two-man stun. That's going to be a big advantage for the side of Aura.
They need to be very, very careful. We are now at the 22-minute mark of our game. 12-11, ladies and gentlemen. And so far, it is going to be ours backs against the wall. Earlier, they were doing a push with a lead of 4 turrets outside their base compared to Blacklist, who has lost their inhibitor turret already. And now, look at that. Eson, Dexter, they all have the proper setup for this. Even Raflisha cannot afford now to even face check this.
JP, KelVJ, and Greed, the wave clear trio here onto the side of Aura PH. That's why it's really hard for Blacklist International to just push. One Shadow Blade Slaughter and one Thorn Rose. Sometimes there is even participation from Greed.
Yeah.
You would expect that the minions are just gonna go down.
The best part here, Butters, is that again, I can expect us to see another fight, another dance around on that Luminous Lord. 30 seconds towards the Luminous Lord.
Yeah.
Really, it's close to impossible to go for the push here on inhibitor turrets, especially with the trade, especially with the wave clear that Aura PH has. Even with Dexter having the bulwark, he won't burn the bulwark just so he can save the minion.
Who has better RNG? That is the question here.
Yeah.
Who has the better RNG? If Aura PH can just get it and, just use the Thorn Rose Retribution combination, it could be a possibility. But you know what? Let's go the distance. Let's go the distance.
Indeed, ladies and gentlemen. So let's just wait. I think really there are some struggles on the side for of our players, especially when it comes to their connection, if we're not mistaken, for that pause. But really, points are so important right now for them. We'd have to understand. And it's game number 1. You'd want to get that match point. You get 1-0 or you get 0-1. If you lose this game number 1, the highest point that you can get on the offset would be just 1 point, right? Even if you get the 2-1. And you would have to play a long series for that. So at least get that momentum in setting up the 2-0. The longer the game goes, I feel like the longer the game goes, the higher the value it is for the teams to really win.
Yeah, because you can lose a fast 7-minute, 8-minute game and not feel that bad. But if you were dominating, then you just lose a 30-minute game. Then all that effort and thinking and all the mechanics that you really just put in goes to waste.
Yeah. So heavy here for the side of both teams. Again, even though we got Blacklist here going for the push onto the side against the side of Aura, that is still, guys, a team trying to push with one inhibitor turret down. There is still the possibility that if they lose the fight, even in front of the base of Aura PH, they can easily be shoved on one lane. There's enough minion pressure on their top lane side.
Clearly, these two teams will never back down of a fight.
Yeah.
And they're being careful. A little bit too careful, if you ask me. No one is really just forcing a good initiation here. Even Eson here cannot force out that good wave, the dragon kick, just because the positioning of RPH is still good.
Yeah. It's always good for them, ladies and gentlemen. 12-11 so far. And both sits at 70k gold. Ladies and gentlemen, with the Luminous Lord here, Raflisha is starting to scar over on the jungle side, and that leaves freedom for Greed and securing that purple buff. You just need to be careful. There is a Luminous Lord still present here.
And Raflisha going up front, his immortality will go off cooldown. Okay, that's the perfect time for it to go off cooldown, actually. That is the perfect time.
And he's also not showing his Sand Guard on whenever he activates that, making sure that there is always the threat and no info given towards the enemy, that he can be so that he is for a time vulnerable. Because again, Sand Guard is one effective tool for tanking. There's gonna be the 1v1. Aqua and Kiluwas, of course, Tams will get the win for that part.
Damage output.
Yeah.
And it's all about the explosiveness of Kiluwas Tams. He knows this hero, the ins and outs of the hero. And JP and the others, they're really, you know what? They're really just trying to go for that Lord, but they cannot seem to go for the commit.
It does feel like they want to set up towards Aqua. Maybe on someone that will try to go towards Kiluwas. There's gonna be Ison. You can actually see the aggression of Aura PH here. That's the chess game. They revealed themselves. There is KLVJ on the bottom lane. Things are getting more and more heat up. This is going to be a 4v5 onto the Lord. 4v3.
JP here has enough damage. With a few hits more, it could be the sign of fight here for the side of Blacklist International. Raflisha going for the face check. He knows that he has the capability just because of the immortality. And that's what the immortality gives you. A bit more confidence to go for those face checks.
Each of the two teams are just being very careful here. They know they cannot start the Lord. They will be in a tough spot. You know, if you start the Lord, you are very vulnerable to the Luminum Blast. If you are Blacklist International, you are very vulnerable to the Raging Sandstorm. This is totally understandable, guys. But like you and like them, we have no idea how will this be done. How will this be finished? Because it's only through the first one, I think, the first one to pull the trigger will lose the battle.
And that is going to be the Meteor Shower connecting on multiple people.
And that's it. Well,
you don't stay there.
You don't stay there, really. Even Greed here is just using the Meteor Shower for the face check because vision is so important right now for the setups. You're going for Isan. Raflisha goes in. He is taunting a lot. There goes Greed. Cast the ultimate. Bulwark. Bulwark down.
And he got it.
Yeah, he did get it. Luminum Blast! That's a big giveaway, ladies and gentlemen. That signals for the fight, but Aqua goes onto the side, ladies and gentlemen. It's also Raflisha, who will be traded on by the members of Blacklist International. Meanwhile, what is being done here will be of Kiluwas, and everyone gets the reset. Aqua will go down.
Okay. So, Aqua just went in to get comboed by KLVJ. But you know what? Eson here is the next target, and look at the damage output coming out from Reed.
Yeah.
It's being a problem right now.
And that's it. That should stop the clash, guys. I'm very confident. You know why? Luminum Blast will be up any moment soon.
Oh, but they're really go for it.
They can just bait the Lord. This is Kiluwas, the first one that casted on the Lord. Counter Inferno is done. This is just accounting for the ults, guys. This is Dexter also already willing to take up the position. KLBJ has an idea of where Dexter might be. He's waiting for the opportunity. There you go. He wants that. That is the position for the Dominum Blast. Raflisha will be down. And of course, Greed forced to flicker out. They focus towards Greed. I'm not sure if Greed does have the immortality. KLBJ not given any opportunity to cover the dive. That's going to be Raflisha. Also destroyed. KLBJ went for the Shadow Blade Onslaught. Full combo. And he gets knocked up. Double kill already. Secured in by Full Clip. But at what cost? Kiluash goes for the push.
And Kiluash. He makes the most out of this.
Yeah.
JP is in the vicinity. They could go for the steal.
Oh, no.
Blacklist International, they're not in the clear.
Yeah, and the problem here is if something doesn't land onto JP, he's good as dead. Dexter dives in, went for the bulwark. Full Clip wants to commit. And two members already focusing towards the Lord. Once again, back to Lewis, just focusing onto the base. Ladies and gentlemen, you have to put that camera on. And that's it. That's the game. Yeah, I mean, I'm very sure no chance of the Uranus actually protecting that base. Ladies and gentlemen, Aura PH takes this game #1.
And just because of the superior capability of the Thumbs to outplay and outdamage and outpush a Uranus, they win the game.
Very, very strong understanding of their own heroes, ladies and gentlemen. And that's how it's done. I find it a very... I mean, it's not weird, but it is... There's a signal. There was a signal. And the signal was of Kiluash actually taking some turret hits. He can afford to take turret hits and still able to destroy the turret. That is a very strong split push right there.
That was... I don't know how to describe it, but it was a robbery. Blacklist International, it really looked like it could have gone 50-50.
It's 50-50.
It could have gone 50-50. It could have gone both ways.
But there's one part that it's not 50-50. It's the Uranus versus Kiluash. It's the Aqua versus Kiluash matchup. It's the Uranus versus Thams.
I mean, they did not account for that Thams. They put Aqua in front of it, and they suffer the price of just losing by split push.
Yeah. It's very, very heavy, ladies and gentlemen. There's a lot of stuff going on into that game. Although a bit slow pace. I think it's one of the most interesting game on understanding matchup and also understanding late game matchups. And I did feel that, you know, even with this kind of matchups scaling that Aura is losing, they have the proper decision making. And that's what led them to victory. Well, let's see the insights coming in from our solo analyst.
Nakikita nyo rin to. Boom! Dalawa na. Magic. Misdirection. First rule sa Magic. At nakakita na naman tayo ng isang historic game coming in mula sa Aura PH. Tumabla na yung game hanggang sa umabot tayo ng late stages. Talagang kapansin-pansin na sobrang lamang ng Aura PH dito when it comes to the early game. But then again, if we're gonna look at the late game composition, you have a Roger, you have you have this Sicilian in the hands of Blacklist International. Meron pa silang Dominance Ice na I think nabanggit ng mga casters natin. Meron ka pang mga Antikiras and all of these items, automatic, boom, X yung damage ng isang Lancelot. No? Unlike a Roger na talagang kapansin-pansin mo na ang sakit pa rin ng burst potential because of the pounce. No? But at the end of the day, hindi heroes ang kalaban, kundi towers. And Kiluash, Mr. 5 minutes, making it happen, boom. I think interesting to, once na, I think na-hover at nakikita rin yung items sa mga kalaban mo, and I think hindi to nakita ng side ng Blacklist International. Once na makita mo yan, yung baril na yan, baril ba yan? Yan. Yung Malefic Roar, alam mo na ang kahantungan mo. Aura PH, then again, another epic play. Ang kailangan kasi ng Blacklist International dito was all team fight. If you're gonna look at the post-match, look at this. Damage from Edward right now. Sicilian scaling up to the late game. Aasahan mo na talaga nalalamang kayo sa team fights. Dexter having all of these damage taken. They're doing their jobs, no? But the caster said, na nag-agree ako sa kanila, sabi nila dito na ang kailangan dito ng Blacklist ay outplays. And unfortunately, on the early stages of the game, Aura PH is winning the outplay game. They got the first turtle of the game. tabla yung buffs natin kasi umabot na tabla yung mga buffs natin kasi umabot na late game. Pero lahat ng mga turtles, doon nangyayari yung clash. Look at this, 3 turtles ang nakuha dito ng Aura PH. Kasi nga they won the early game, no? Na talagang na-out champion playstyle nila yung Blacklist International. Kung naintindihan yun, sa early game, they know when to attack. They know when the side laners can go in. I like this Gusion pick nagmumula kay KLBJ, especially on the XP lane, na nabigyan kaagad si KLBJ dito ng level 4 and then meron pa siyang execute. So automatic talagang lamang kayo late game. But with the help of the Lolita shield and some of the burst mechanics from Edward, nakabalik dito ang Blacklist International. Let's see the highlights of the game, guys. For sure, napakadami niyan hatid sa atin, syempre, ng Smart. This is the first stages of the game. That Bulwark shield is just too much for Greed, no? Even though, I think ang ginagawa lang ni Greed is talagang binibait niya yung Bulwark shield, pero mahirapan talaga siya. But still, hindi ito yung yung nagpa-turn around sa game Kasi ang daming chances sana ng Aura PH could have won this. But then again, with the scaling of Blacklist International, they're winning every team fights. Look at this. The cone-shaped Luminum Blast, hindi kagad nakalapit yung Aura PH. Ang daming instances na na-save ni Dexter yung team fight with that Luminum Blast. Yes, nakakuha dito yung Aura PH ng mga kills, pero hindi sila kompleto at hindi sila makapag-push agad. Rafflesia is also doing well with the Scalit. Siya lang yung actually face check ng face check, no? Tinatry actually dito ni Eson mag-face check, but the problem is namamatay siya. Wala siya nung quick sand guard. And with Rafflesia, with the flicker, the quick sand guard, okay lang sa kanya mag-face check. Ang daming nangyaring laban dito. Ang hindi natin nakita actually was this. There you go. KLBJ was forced to go in. I really thought na risky yon para kay KLBJ. Akala ko talaga nag-childish play si KLBJ on that part nung pumasok siya. Kasi I think na nanggigil si KLBJ, but no, it was part of the plan. Sinabi bigla ni Kiluwash. Sorry. Kulang na lang whiskers Sinabi bigla dito ni Kiluwash na, guys, kailangan yung ilaban. Kailangan yung i-force yung team fight. At umabot na naman sa isang historic misdirection play para dito sa Aura PH. Your smart MVP of the game will be Greed, but I think it was a total effort for the team. Of course, with 0 deaths, man. Ang dami nangyari sa laban na yon. Ang dami nangyari. Pero bilang Chang'o na meron kang 0 deaths, sobrang incredible nun. Again, direction, boy. Misdirection, man. Ang lupit. Paiba-iba direction. Meron pang ganyan yan, oh. Yan. Paiba-ibang direction. Yan. Actually, ang naging key factor sa side dito ng Team Aura PH to win. And man, excited ako kung magkakaroon tayo ng Game 3. At sana lang, wag mangyari to. Yan, yung pause. Kaya ako nag-pause kasi para makita nyo yung giveaway code natin. Ayan. Sige, magpo-pause ako ulit para ma-screenshot nyo. Okay, nakuha nyo na? Nakuha nyo na? Alam ko may isa pa Yan, yung bonus. Game, pause tayo ulit. Kunyari si screenshot nyo, stolen lang. Okay, I think enough time na yon. Ayan. Siyempre, kung may post yung game, dapat meron din tayo, di ba? Mythical raffle draw natin. Visit bit.ly/MRD-week 7. Ayan, kung kayo ay kasali since week 1, pwede rin kayong sumali up until sa ating playoffs para dyan sa ating mythical raffle draw. Sali lang kayo ng sali, register lang kayo ng register. Pwede kayo manalo ng napakaraming skins. That is it for game number 1, man. Kailangan na talaga natin mag-practice ulit kasi Blacklist International Aura PH showing us kung paano nga ba maging top caliber team. Balik na natin sa ating mga casters.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Thank you so much for the insights as well, Manjin. That is a totally exhausting game. Honestly, no sugarcoating. You got some pause here and there. But it is a game where it borders onto a stalemate.
Mhm.
And the only way to solve a stalemate is, the term, well, it's, in Tagalog, it's very easy to say this. It's called gulang.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
They
I do believe it is still on the under. We can still say it that there's really a nice understanding of the strength of your hero, especially on the thumbs.
It's more on the idea that Kilowash just hustled over.
Yeah, hustled over. I mean,
everyone.
Everyone, yes. And a lot of people thought that no, just leave the Uranus. The Uranus can wave clear and stuff like that. But the problem here is that minions are getting tankier and tankier as the game progresses, right? And what Kiluwash is doing whenever he push, he allows the turret to hit him.
You know what?
Yeah.
It's one of the things that you really have to look out for. It's one of the worst things that you can actually feel in a game. When you got your opening to win, then the camera just drags itself to your base.
Yeah.
Then you see the base explode.
Yeah.
That is one of the worst things that you can actually see.
It's always
or that
signature
can actually
for-
happen for you.
It's always signature for Aura, anyway.
Yeah, and at the same
they've done
time,
it with Onic.
at the same time, there is a fair share of drags on maps. When in the MPL, the first one is probably CKTD.
Yeah.
He did that on the qualifiers, and everyone just exploded. I remember casting that game and popping out. But right now, Aura PH here versus Blacklist International. Aura PH just won that game by sheer hustle. Oh my goodness, this team.
Well, let us see. Right now, let's try to understand. Maybe these two teams would try to. I think the composition, all you need is just have not KLVJ play the Gusion. Probably something that can scale, something that can be so explosive also in the late game whenever push comes to shove. Because there is a lead there by Aura PH, right? And it was a massive lead. They sit at a 9,000 golden and then it went into a stalemate. So, some heavy adjustments on the draft is called for here. For Aura still.
Yes, they dodged a bullet there for the side of RPH. Blacklist International, they won't take that lightly. They knew that it could have gone both ways.
It could have gone both
at
ways.
that point. And
Could
at
have
that point, to be honest, they would have won.
Yeah.
The lanes were pushing to their side. JP almost down.
Yeah.
So, a lot of things really happened.
JP almost down. He's being chased by full clip. They will be able to chase
No.
JP there. They will be able to chase JP.
JP didn't have the puncture anymore.
Yeah. He birdied actually when he attempted to show himself on the Lord fight. And, the problem there is when we are focusing on that, we got the details for that. Yeah, there is Kiluwash. He's doing his work towards the base. And the moment we actually went into the base, everything freezes. And, yeah, it's already the victory screen anyway. But there we go. We got RPH full lineup for the ban. And Aura, who will be removing the TAMs. They did feel that they sent out too much information with the TAMs pick for that part.
And, that only means that Aura PH here wants a pick, wants to just get the Khalid again, and probably a Cho or Khalid. It
Yeah.
could be it could be that possibility. Blacklist International here. Oh, it's
they got
it's an
Esmeralda.
Esmeralda.
Yeah,
I
yes.
totally I got
KLVJ.
used to Esmeralda getting banned.
Getting banned, yeah.
Auto ban.
And that's it. Guys, if not banned, pick Esmeralda. Very strong right now once again.
It's either of the two.
Yeah.
There's no in between.
Yeah.
There's no don't pick Esmeralda. It's
Yeah.
either you ban or you pick.
Yeah.
That's it.
For the lane.
Yeah.
Play her for the lane. It's also very rewarding, guys. Right now, it's so rewarding to dominate your lane. Just with the Esmeralda, things can escalate. Even if you don't need to rotate and get the buff, you just spin there and win there in your lane. Interestingly, Aura did show quite, I would believe, a very early show. Although, this can still be flex. Raflisha has his fair share of playing Cho. Anyway. But I cannot but feel that this might be on Kiluwash. Maybe Aura will be revealing their core now. There we go. We got the Lancelot.
Who or PH really likes the Lancelot because they know that it will stop Kyrie or Full Clip from picking that lane.
Yeah. Want to think twice on picking that lane,
Yeah,
especially with the Lancelot able to also duel him.
And they would just go for the Roger.
Oh,
it's
something
it's
stable.
not like Full Clip had a bad game.
Earlier, yeah,
Earlier.
yes. And in terms of scaling, the Lancelot will drop. I mean, both will still dish out big damage, but Roger has the better sustain.
You know
the
what's
better training
worse than a
capacities.
walking Gushon?
What?
A walking Lancelot.
Oh, yeah. No puncture Lancelot.
No
Yeah.
puncture Lancelot, no Phantom Execute, no
puncture
Thorn
Lancelot,
Rose.
No Thorn
And
Rose.
it just stops right there.
You know what's worse than a walking Lancelot?
What?
A walking Fanny.
Yeah.
It's the worst.
Alright.
A sprint Fanny. Remember that. I remember that playing on a stream. Lots of people were angry. Cannot blame them really. Sprint Fanny. Alright, we have here the Diggy for the side of Blacklist International, guys.
Hey, way back season 1. Way back season 1 I also streamed. I played the Flicker Harley.
Alright, let's go, right? So you can chase some more.
No, if you measure the distance, that's actually 1 foot from your base to the lane.
Just because you get the flicker
And
on.
then you can just go back.
Yeah. Very wise. Very wise builds on your heroes. Alright, so we got here an option for RPH to easily pick the Chango here, especially on the ban on that Lolita. And it's just a respect ban, right? On Dexter. Dexter is, I think over there, say fatal. Lethal on the side of Blacklist, especially with this Lolita. So they did ban the Chango. Blacklist International did that part. And Blacklist now will be utilizing the Natalia. That's good, to protect actually this Farsa. And we do know how what is Grid's capacity on that, right?
Or a PH, on the other hand.
Roughly siya Jawhead.
They go for their they go for the Jawhead. I think this is going to be their tank. Kilowash is much more
Cho-oriented.
comfortable for the
Cho. Yeah.
oriented setup.
Yeah.
It could be a Jawhead side lane for all I know, but I think Kilowash is more is more scary, is more dominant when put on the Cho.
Very interesting setup as well here on that Valier, ladies and gentlemen. It's something very easy to understand maybe for Aura PH. Even with the Natalia being present, you could just pop it still, right? And cast your spell, just throw away the Natalia. Plus, whatever tank will be coming from Dexter. No, sorry. They get the side lane. I think, yeah. They still need a tank for this.
It could be Khalid tank if they want to.
Yeah.
But they get the Baksha.
Okay. They went for the Baksha. They need something durable. I mean, I'm accounting. This is at Khalid tank. But I think they need something durable still. Right? Especially with the throwaways of this Valier. At least soak up some damage, something like that. Something that can withstand the smart missiles of roughly siya.
And this is the only team. This Blacklist is the only team that goes for this setup. That goes for these two tank setup on a lane. On a game, rather. I like the thing that Blacklist is trying to do here. The Natalia pick is quite a fit. It can really stop the Esmeralda from casting skills for a few seconds, and when that happens, that's the time when you actually just collapse everything throw everything at her, and you just take her down.
Yeah.
Especially for the Valier, the Lancelot as well, there is a bit of an opening for everything. Even the Cho, actually.
Yeah.
But he really has to look out for Kilowash and Raflesia here, because if that Natalia gets caught out by a Cho with a high-end Rai and a Jawhead, things are not gonna look great for Edward.
Things are so heavy here for the side of Blacklist International. I wouldn't sugarcoat it, but it would take a toll for them for that game number 1. It depends on how they're fully able to immerse in a reset before heading into this game number 2, guys. Aura PH versus Blacklist International. Blue on Aura and red for Blacklist. Look at that, Raflesia. Very quick, force a flicker out. You know, the combination of Jawhead plus Valier, if not touched properly, it is so deadly.
Aura PH, they are really just poking onto Eson right now. And they know Eson isn't at level 2. That means Eson doesn't have the sustain. He needs to use the regen, and they know that quite well. And they get stunned. Aqua stuns JP.
Aqua stuns JP. And there is Eson. He will be dropped quickly. I'm not sure if they are estimating properly the damage, early game damage that Jawhead can do.
Look at Edward. Look at Edward here.
Yeah.
He can take a kill on JP if he
JP.
wants to, and
So
he
very
goes
good.
straight for the execute. Wow.
Yeah, without any intro. Of course, Edward will be punished here. There is going to be the flicker of Reflecia down for the smart missiles. At least the buff is not yet denied, but a kill is a kill against your carry.
And look at this, KelVJ being fast on his thinking mechanic here. Goes straight for full clip. And full clip gets it, but is he gonna go down? And that is denied as well.
That is what we are talking about. That's the KelVJ we have known. Suddenly after the kill there down against the carry, against full clip, doesn't land the level 4 towards KelVJ. Had it been, he might have dive and at least save his body Reflecia.
So that hurts the side of Blacklist International more. Why? Full clip got his buff and he went down. So that means it was ultimately denied. There is a rotation to the bottom lane. Blacklist International got even.
Yeah, beautiful rotation there by Edward as well. But take note that this is not a retribution, Edward. This is indeed this is actually a mid lane Edward. It's supposed to be. Clueless also trades in. Everyone is out for blood, but man, as they want to deny everything. There's also the throwaway towards full clip. It didn't ejector the Fiend, but rather with the main core, he will be able to get back, and also a quick tag from that feathered airstrike of Aqua.
Greed and the others, they are just going through everything here, and they will try to take as much gold as possible from this turret. Shield onto the bottom lane. Dexter staying there. Edward trying to rotate.
Trying to rotate, ladies and gentlemen. 3-5 for our running game. And Dexter, he wants to go for the shove here. Tone Drews once again. Greed is starting to become untouchable here, and it stops the advance, and lots of protection being provided towards JP here.
And look at this. Full clip.
Lots of blood, man.
Oh,
everyone is just out for blood for the fight. Kiluwas there goes for the knock-up. He can easily connect. And for the finisher, Way of the Dragon. Maybe not even needed. Yeah, Kiluwas is no Way of the Dragon for that. But yeah, that's it.
Well timed. Well timed. At the last possible moment when Roger didn't really have anything to answer with, and he only got out of that pounce. It just costed him. Greed.
Yeah, and the problem here is pressure is complete. Outplays are coming in from the side of Aura. They're trying to corner Edward here. KelVJ has the freedom to go for the dive, especially with the star power lockdown. And man, it's still the same headline, still the same performance there by Hit Jawhead in the early game.
Oh.
Right?
My goodness. Did you see that flicker that came out of Greed?
Yeah.
At the last possible moment, you pull that off. Wow.
And, well, the lead is not much. The lead is not yet much. I kind of feel that the fight has become brawlish, that a lead is not clearly established, especially on the third shields. And we are past, look at that, we actually passed the 340-minute mark. It kind of marks the end of the laning phase. And we are now starting to go for the mid-game. There goes Reflecia. Where is the ejector? He targets towards Isan. It's going to be full clip. He wants to really ejector onto full clip. And that's it. An ejector for Isan. He knows no more Star Guard. Force the flicker out onto Isan.
And
Sand Guard.
You know what? There is this thing about Reflecia that anything that is annoying, clearly, he just excels at it.
Yeah. Well, Reflecia has, I'm not so sure between the two. I feel like Hit is a bit more controlled, but Reflecia really fits the playstyle of a Saboteur. Always and always, right?
He is quite annoying,
especially with Hilda.
He knows the limits of the hero. I'm not saying that
the Diggy.
Heath is more controlled, and I think Heath doesn't really go for those risks that high impact plays. He's more on the control side, where when he sees a kill, he tries to probably see the risk. If it really goes his side, or he has the flicker, he will just force it out. But for Reflecia, it doesn't really matter if you go down. As long as he did his job, he did his job.
He did his job, indeed. And, well, at least the biggest highlight for this is cannot but feel that the game number 1 did impact them heavily, even against the side of Blacklist. I feel like both of these two teams just really want to brawl it out because they know the value of getting wins early into the game. That, there is really enough merit on, pushing out, burning flickers, getting the kill on your enemy because they're just denied out of their lane. And there's a lot of resources in the lane that can be missed just because of that death, just because of that recall, right?
Blacklist International, look at their...
yeah, they're looking tired, honestly.
They're looking tired,
yeah.
and you know what? those kinds of losses that happened on game number 1, those kinds of losses are disheartening. Clearly, clearly it affected them one way or the other here. At least they're showing signs of life, and they need to win this game number 2 to regain that confidence. Game number 3, with that momentum, they almost won that game.
Yeah.
Game number 1, they almost won that game. They didn't really just, take account for Kilowash on the Tams, and that's why you don't really give out that hero to the side of... Oh!
Oh, man! Ankle breaker on Kiluwas, and there goes Eson. And a flicker, of course. With a style points, through Cho Gods. They're here. They're here in MPL. Man.
Oh man. Kilowash there.
Masterful play of the Jeet Kune Do. I mean, that's the main reason why the Jeet Kune Do has mini dashes.
Oh my goodness. This
and
guy...
the finisher on the knock-up.
This guy just...
Look at that. We want some slow-mo action. That's the finisher already.
He just went in. Didn't really get hit by anything. Even
really get
Eson here almost tried to get that kill.
It was very quick.
That was...
godly hands on Kiluwas there.
Well, it came out of a boss. Oh!
Yeah.
Oh, he actually saved...
he actually saved
He actually
the burn
saved
on the...
JP.
Yeah, he actually saved JP for that phantom execution. And there we go, no more highlights. Kiluwas is finally gone.
I mean, with even the puncture, I feel that the punish on JP was just going to be that stun from Aqua.
Yeah.
But with that ejector back, at least he saved his ally.
And by the way, guys, yeah, we got a brawlish fight here, but still, the fight that goes back and forth, the pressure is very evident on the side of Aura PH. Raflisha dancing around. There goes Greed. Also JP. He wants to join the party. He got his one puncture reset on the minion. Phantom Execution did miss. Another puncture out after the Torn Rose, and Greed just kites away. But here comes Kiluwas out for revenge. Gets the kill and also connects his kick onto Eson. Gets the kill, and that will be of JP.
And even the Sandguard couldn't save him at that point. Kel VJ is being the annoying Esmeralda that we all know and love. He went straight for that buff. He got it, and now Full Clip doesn't even have a buff on his side.
Yeah. It is going to be hard for Full Clip here. Run KDA is not so consistent compared to that game number 1.
Mm-hmm. And JP and the others, clearly, slowly but surely just scaling up. We will see a Lord in 100 seconds. Oh, it's still a turtle though.
Still a turtle.
It's still going to be a turtle. At 8 minutes, it's going to be a turtle. So that is the time where JP and the others will try to secure vision of the top lane again. Enchanted Talisman and the Calamity Reaper.
They have to be careful for that part. We have the Blade of Despair towards JP here, ladies and gentlemen. There goes Dexter, another ejector.
Look at Greed here as being very conservative on throwing out those spells. And Aura PH, they clearly just want to end this right now.
Yeah, yeah. But I kind of feel that they still need to be careful. There's a lot of wave clear. Decent ones coming in from the far side. That's a very hurting tag on that Thorned Rose. And also Raflisha. Again, this Jawhead has a lot of flexibility, especially with the ejector on his kit. He can, again, eject his allies. If you've experienced getting ejected towards your enemies, here in the pro play, at least you get ejector to save you.
Yeah.
Okay.
And look at this. Flicker in.
Of course. Boom. Perfect. Alley-oop. Ladies and gentlemen,
teamwork.
Alley-oop by Raflisha and JP combination. Ejector to the Phantom Execution.
Or
beautiful.
They even have their aura emotes.
Yeah, they even have their aura. I mean, we get those I think from MPL ID, and that's why we have aura emotes there. And yeah, OG for Aura PH, ladies and gentlemen, that would be the same logo anyway. And Eson here getting melted by the kicks of Kiluwas.
And this looks really promising for the side of Aura PH. Blacklist International. They were finding their groove earlier. What happened here? The Roger pick isn't really going to their side. The Link pick isn't really available for them just because there's a Lance on the side of Aura PH.
Even Kiluwas, even Full Clip lost his tempo actually, and I think composure for this game. Is not committing into so much deaths really, but this is a less consistent and has lesser methane or rush compared to that game number 1. Kind of but feel that, you know, full clip here really did take a hit, especially that's actually some of the rookie problems, you know. They take a loss a bit more hard compared to the veterans, right? That's the strength of the veterans. Mental fortitude of the veterans are pretty strong, right?
And you can't really pass that mental fortitude to others. You can be affirming, you can affirm, or you can just tell your other members to, you know, don't think about it as much. But full clip here, can he get out? Oh no. He got the turret, but at the cost of his own life.
At the cost of his own life. So they're trying to at least get something here for the bottom lane side. Maybe at least recuperate from the lane pressures on the sides. But the problem here is of the gold. Aura PH once again has taken control. It got 6,000 on the gold lead handled here. And in the pockets of Aura PH, majority of that would be into the hands of JP. Even KelVJ is fully online. And that's what's so threatening. KelVJ has a lot of opportunity, a lot of skills to go for the dives. Just like this, they have 3 players already diving.
Eson got called out. And it's not about him just being in very bad positions. It's about him not being able to scale well with his tank items.
Yeah.
It's just him trying to, you know, control the early game for his team when he was really trying to make sure that they get into the late game so that they just can come back from this. But right now, it's Aura PH really just punishing him at this point.
Need to be very, very careful for this part. Aura, along with JP here, going to be taking on this Lord. Ladies and gentlemen, now onto the side, there goes Edward. He wants to make his own play. Kiluwash not wasting any time. He can easily burn a flicker as long as there's no threat of that Natalia. Down to the way of the Dragon. No more way of the Dragon, but it doesn't matter. There's still a lot of kits available for the side of Aura here, and Blacklist decides to let go.
And man, oh man, how do you see this Aura PH Esmeralda pick really just it changed?
I'm not so sure. I mean,
it changed the setup here.
It changed the setup because the biggest setup here is of Lolita that can make game-changing crowd controls, and it's different. We get the Baksha here that is designed to actually ease up the pressure of the Jawhead early on, but there is the Valier. You got the Valier online on that part, and right now, it's still KelVJ is fully online. I think this is actually a banning mistake here for Blacklist. It's just so potent. The Esmeralda didn't give any opportunity actually to put this Esmeralda behind, right? And there's a lot of threat. There's just too much dive here. Add on to that Kiluwash. Kiluwash has just been godly on the mechanics here. And just like that, there is a quick walk by Rafisha that's able to burn his own unstoppable versus a flicker towards the ejector, and that's it. No Lie can pounce actually to do it because, of course, it is in human form, and that's Rafisha. He goes for his own emotes. He goes for his own stickers, force the flicker away from Ison, and now onto that Sand Guard. Rafisha just waiting for an opportunity to make and cast that ejector, and Kiluwash goes for the push like always, like game number 1. Finished by Aqua, already made it by KelVJ. A very different impact coming in from that game number 1, and all inhibitors are already gone onto the base of Blacklist International.
And Aura PH will just go back. They will not.
All in a day's work.
They will not let Aqua just do his thing, because the thing is, Feathered Airstrike was actually available on the side of Blacklist International. But you know what? They took that quite well. Especially when Raflisha just went in with the flicker.
Yeah.
Even Aqua got scared. Even Aqua got rattled. He did cancel his feathered airstrike there.
Yeah, they cancel his feathered airstrike for that part. Ladies and gentlemen, 17-7 for our running game. Alright, they're gonna be keeping their distance properly.
Oracle just to Oracle on Eson just to negate some of the damage from Esmeralda.
So far so good.
But then again, Esmeralda doesn't really care about taking you down. Esmeralda just wants to take the shields out of you. And your portable refilling area. You are a power bank.
Yeah.
You are a power bank.
Yeah, power bank. You know, just charge. Ladies and gentlemen, this might be the final team fight. That is without a doubt. You got the flicker onto Raflisha.
Full clip
just going
again.
for full clip. You know, hey boy, welcome to MPL boy. And that is what Raflisha is saying onto full clip. There's gonna be the wave clear coming from Aqua within under the base with a feathered airstrike to be available, but up to what follow-up can be done by his teammates. It would be of Raflisha staying in the middle, taking up some third hits, it doesn't matter. And a monster kill gonna be secured here with a double kill, also by the Valier, and unstoppable of this Lancelot. All of that added up, and it would be a victory for Aura PH.
And that is going to be a 2-0 for Aura PH. Clearly just flexing their game number 2. Both teams just showed that their capability of, you know, just winning the game is there. But Aura PH just stole one against Blacklist International from game number 1. And for game number 2, they just won that downright. They just downright won that.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to Aura PH. That was a 2-0. I do believe that was well for that. I do believe it is a nice game on the early parts. It did escalate a little bit quick on that part where where Full Clip is, and his teammates are not so vigilant of the plans of Raflisha.
Yeah.
Always getting the flicker to the ejector.
It didn't happen once. It happened twice. He got ejected in front of the team of Aura PH, and they will just unload.
Yeah, while in human form.
Oh, they will just unload on that, and clearly he didn't really have enough time to delay on that. They didn't have the Numenon Blast to punish that for game number 2, and they just suffered because of it.
I do believe it is a very strong series by Aura. Now let's check out the insights coming in from our resident analyst.
Sa pulang araw kasi Aura champion hindi ako nakapag-ready Kailangan pala action pack yung pormahan. Aura PH outplaying team Blacklist International in every bigla ang suot no? In every way possible. Sobrang naapektuhan dito ang Blacklist International nung game number 1 na mukhang nanggigil actually sila dito sa game 2 to the point na na-outplay at nagiging delix yung mga positioning. Yung MVP of the game, nakita-kita natin 5-0-10 grid. 4 na heroes actually ang sumasagot dito kay Kuya Eson, kaya hindi siya makapag-face check. 4 initiating heroes, 4 that can disrupt the quicksand guard. Hindi makagalaw si Kuya Eson ng maayos. Never siyang pwedeng mag-quicksand guard ng basta-basta kasi una, pwede siyang matulak. Pwede siyang pangalawa, pwede siyang ma-ejector. Pangatlo, pwede siyang manakawan ng shield ni KLBJ. Ang dami diba? And looking at the items early on, sagot agad ng physical damage ang team ng Aura PH. Ladies and gents, and ang aga nakuha rin ni KLBJ ang magic book na tinatawag para dyan sa isang Esmeralda. So with that guys, let's move on to our post-game stats. Let's see the damage outputs here of the teams. And makikita natin, of course, na kay JPN lahat, but look at KLBJ on the bottom side. Look at Grid, your MVP. In-emphasize ni Wolf na ang daming natutulak dito ni Grid. At isa na dyan si Aqua. And again, si Eson, the best target of all. Napakadali, no? Even though you have the Rafaela to target this kay Grid, it seems like nang gigil itong team Blacklist International na atakihin ng solid itong si Kiluwash to the point na naka-outplay na malulupit si Kiluwash, and there's no going back para dito sa side ng Blacklist International. Purple Buffs claim ay 10. Kitang-kita na hindi binigyan ng kahit anong space ng Team Aura PH itong sina Full Clip, no? Never nilang binigyan. Sabi niya, hindi na namin papahingayin si Full Clip sa laban na to. Even 6 deaths on Full Clip and 1 on JP, the champs, showing us the champion way. Meron lang akong interesting theory dito kasi sa tingin ko, bumalik ang meta ng Aura PH. Going in to the smart highlights, habang ni-explain ko yan, no? going in to Smart Highlights, it seems like comfortable ang Aura PH on having a side lane mage. At dito komportable si The King, KLBJ. 4-man flickers on Aura PH. Automatic, alam natin, nang i-expect natin na magiging action-packed ang laban. Look at KLBJ right now, outplaying the back siya in every way possible. Pumupunta pa nga yan siya dyan sa kabilang side. No? Even though alam natin kapag nag-ultimate yung back siya, okay na Okay na si KLBJ Ay, okay na maka-counter mo yung, yung Esmeralda. But again, then again, it doesn't matter for KLBJ. No? Umabot pa sa point na nagkaroon na ng switcheroo na si JP na yung kumuha ng gold. And look at this, Kiluwash with an outstanding outplay on 2-2, forcing the Raging Sandstorm, forcing Edward to tower dive. Edward underestimating the dash and the kick, and it was all Aura PH looking dominant. Again, this is still the same story for Blacklist International. They once again lost week for 2 consecutive straight, no? Straight. Ang week number 2. So baka nga talagang naapektuhan sila nung bagong draft natin. But nonetheless, your MVP, smart MVP of the game, Greed _ nakakalimutan natin yan. Positioning himself well. Ito lang ang puhunan. Yung dalawang item lang na yan. Init at lamig. Pag meron kang init at lamig, ano ang meron ka? Spaghetti. Alam mo kung bakit? Kasi pag mainit at malamig, sasakit ang ulo mo. At pag sumakit ang ulo mo, mag-i-spaghetti ka na lang. Ayos na yun. Yun na yun. Yun na yun. Yun ang analysis doon. De, joke lang. Movement, super slow burning sensation. There you go. Tapos I think this is going to be anti-kiras para kay Kuya JP dito. Baloy, Big Daddy JP is your MVP of the game. Ganoon mag-position ng Valir. Marami nga nagsabi, sorry, Greed pala. Big Daddy. Daddy kasi talaga si JP. No, sorry. Si Greed, Big Daddy Greed is your MVP of the game. Ganoon mag-position. I think nabanggit din ng casters natin na ang ganda nitong Valir pick na to kasi ang dami niyang nasasagot. If I'm not mistaken, ang bilis nung pick dito ng side ng Aura PH nung nakuha nila yung Valir. Combo talaga no? Parang pwede mo itulak yung Roger, yung Khalid talaga, sagot na sagot mo Kasi hindi siya pwede mag-Raging Sandstorm in, tutulak mo lang siya, no? Hindi siya makakapag Desert Tornado. But nonetheless, guys, papasok na tayo sa ating MVP of the game. Sino ba yan? Nandiyan si Kiluwash, hindi pala si Greed. Interview pala to. Interview of the game, walang iba kundi si Mr. 5 minutes. Si Mr. Anime. Kiluwash, man, congratulations. Sa wakas, nagkaroon kayo ulit. Nagkaroon kayo ulit ng 2-0. Man, sobrang epic. Ayun, teka, ayos ba yung mic check nga Kiluwash? Mic check? Okay, hello din. Alright. Okay, ayan. Oh, hello, Kiluwash, medyo choppy lang. Pero sige, iintindihin natin. Okay, sige. Men, feeling ko naririnig mo naman ako Ita-translate ko para sa kanila. Sige. Kiluwash, we're so sorry, medyo nadali lang tayo ng onte, pero congratulations, men. Hindi talaga namin makuha ngayon yung message, pero I think na masaya kayo ngayon and proud kayo sa mga outplay na nagawa ng Aura PH on that part. 3 points para sa Aura PH at sila pa rin ang nasa top of their bracket. And if I'm not mistaken, secured na sila sa playoffs natin. If I'm not mistaken, kasali din sa secure ng playoffs ay ang team ng Omega, no? Pero hindi nabanggit yan sa atin kanina ng mga directors natin. So yeah, congratulations Aura PH once again. There you go. Giveaway code BCQD73CD6J53228Q5. Kung narinig nyo yun, i-type nyo na yun. Kung ako sa inyo, i-ready nyo na kasi yung mga computers nyo, i-ready nyo na yung mga browsers nyo, at ilagay yung mga codes na makikita nyo ngayon. There you go. Pangalawang bonus giveaway code natin. Dahil nga kayo ay sali ng sali sa ating mga raffle draw. Sabi ni Kuya Ton, pwede naman natin silang bigyan ng marami pang codes. There you go. Ito, yung raffle draw natin. Mythical raffle draw. Just visit bit.ly/MRD-W7. Kung kasali kayo ng week 1, kasali kayo week 2, hanggang week 7, up until playoffs, ay pwede kang sumali. So, huwag mo nang kalimutan, pumunta dyan sa link na yan. Bago po tayo mag-end, nais muna natin syempre pasalamatan ng ating mga sponsors, our official tournament telco partner, Smart. Squad up, rank up, and keep up with your favorite teams as Smart powers up your game with free games for all. Get up to 14 gig of Mobile Legends and Facebook Gaming for 7 days. Just simply download the new Giga Life app and choose free games. Thank you, Smart. Siyempre, official sponsor, Realme. The Philippines' fastest charging smartphone, the Realme 7 Pro and Realme 7, will be launching this 30th of September, 12 noon, on Realme's official Facebook page. So join the Realme revolution now. Isa pang official sponsor natin ay ang Gillette. Get free diamonds with purchase of Gillette's Mac 3 Razor, Vector 3 Razor, or Blue 3 Simple Force Pack in select Pure Gold doors nationwide. O partner in eSports din natin, nandyan ang PayMaya. Get free 50 peso credits from PayMaya when you download and register using the code MLBB. Terms and condition applied. So mag-register na kayo at gamitin nyo yung MLBB. Partner in eSports natin, syempre, ay ang TikTok. There, kailangan may ganun pag TikTok kayo, no? Ayan. Hashtag Mobile Legends ang search nyo sa TikTok para makapanood kayo ng legendary videos. And malay nyo, pwede pa kayo manalo ng mga premium skins. Kasama na rin natin ang official gaming headset partner, ang Logitech G, and powered by Moonton. That has been series number 2. Next series natin, magiging malupit din. Exciting na ako dyan. By the way, I am Manjin Paldas. Tungayan natin kung ano ba yung mga top 5 plays na naganap hatid sa atin ng Realme.
Game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
Your life depends on the network you choose. Your movies, music, and games can only be as good as your network speed and strength. Slow means game over. But the Philippines' fast and mobile data net means game changing. Choose the network that gives you what you truly enjoy. How do you know about this Giga Life? Simple and smart ako.
When uncertainty is our reality, we rise above with the things that matter. Gigify happiness. Gigify love. Gigify friendship. Gigify dreams. Gigify hope. With smart Giga music, video, games, work, and stories, we let our passions run free in the new world we face together. Smart, live Giga.
Realme 7 Pro, 65-watt charging evolution. Realme smartphone, dare to leap.
Don't pay cash. Pay Maya. Para may balik bayad ka.
You've got me on the edge. Legit, right? Not quite. Just like your disposable razor. It's time you switch your disposable razor for your legit first shave, so you can be every bit legit. Gillette Mac 3.
For a closer shave, less irritation, switch
to Gillette Mac 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Professional League Philippines. Again, we are currently in our Season 6 regular season and of course on the second day of our Week 6. We're going to be your casters. I'm your anchor, Shibu the one for now with my partner analyst here, Butters PH. And of course, the biggest thanks to all of our sponsors. We got our official telco partner that is Smart. Squad up, rank up, and keep up with your favorite teams as Smart powers up your game with free games for all. Get up to 14 GB for Mobile Legends and Facebook Gaming for 7 days. Simply download the new Giga Life app and choose free games.
We have our official sponsor, Realme. The Philippines' fastest charging smartphone, the Realme 7 Pro alongside the Realme 7, will be launching this 30th of September, 12 noon on Realme's official Facebook page. Join the Realme revolution now.
Also, the biggest shout out to our official sponsor that is Gillette. Ladies and gentlemen, get free diamonds with purchase of Gillette's Mach 3 Razor, Vector 3 Razor, or Blue 3 Simple Force Pack in select Pure Gold doors nationwide.
Our partner in eSports, PayMaya. Get a free 50 peso credit from PayMaya when you download and register using the code MLBB. Terms and conditions apply.
Also, the biggest shout out to our partner in eSports, TikTok Live. Ladies and gentlemen, check out the channel of Mobile Legends of MLBB in TikTok Live and get a chance to win legendary prizes from ML. We also have our official gaming headset partner, Logitech G, Here Like a Pro, and of course, the MPL-PH Season 6 is powered by Moonton.
And right now, we do have a bit of a thing here for Onic PH and BSB. Onic PH at 12 points, BSB same group with 6 points. Now, looking at their past matchup, Shinbu, it was a 2-1, and BSB got one game of Onic.
Yeah, BSB got one game of Onic here. And again, there is a lot of things to be expected for this game, although the underdog will be clear, and that would be on the side of BSB. And Onic actually has some nice momentum on their end, especially with the twin against NXP. Guys, BSB is still here to win it. They are still not auto-relegated or will be sitting on the bottom, or will be the one auto-eliminated here and will have no chance of qualifying to the playoffs. They still have a good chance of qualifying for the playoffs. Their maximum points still offsets even with the exception of Omega.
Omega is automatically
beats BSB into qualifying to the playoffs.
So there is no way that they can be put onto the bottom spot.
So because Omega is already locked in for the playoffs. But there are still 3 teams, including Onic here, that BSB can offset their score.
Now, if ever BSB wants to, make it into the 4th spot and throw another team onto the 5th spot, therefore that goes to the elimination spot, they have to make it count right now. Against Onic PH, getting 3 points, putting themselves into 9 points, near Cignal Ultra with 10 points just because they didn't get anything right now. It really jeopardizes the chances here for the side of Cignal Ultra. But for Onic, things are not really looking good for their side as well. I mean, they have 12 points, and it's near the threshold here for BSB, which has 6 points, and Cignal Ultra with 10 points as well.
Yeah, and here's the thing. Should ever BSB is able to... It's a very... I think it's unfair to actually account for an auto loss here for BSB. But even a 2-1 against Onic would mean a lot for them. Even a 2-1 against Onic would mean a lot for them. That will be a series win. That will be their second series win, with the exception, of course, the first one being against Blue Fire. And if they're able to face something like Onic, it removes question against them. Now let's look at Onic.
Describe ko yung team ko as mapanakit kasi sasaktan namin kayo di sa MPL Season 6.
Describe ko yung team ko na basic kasi bebasicin namin yung MPL-S6. Lahat sila magaling. Kaya kumontrol ng mapa, magaling mag-shot call. Lahat sila nag-uusap, lahat sila nakikinig sa isa't isa.
Ang pinaka-greatest asset ng Onic PH is yung napaka-bonggang individual talent nila and yung good captain skills ko. Kaya na pag-combine ko yun at nadala ko 2 times into the grand finals ng MPL.
Gusto ko makalaban kay Brem eSports. Kasi kahit ilang beses pa kayo mag-finish roster, hindi naman kayo mananalo sa akin.
That is some heavy statement there from Iaknu, ladies and gentlemen. Well, they did have their 2 series against Bren Esports, and they actually failed in closing that series to a win. But still, they're a very clear threat. They have some nice momentum, especially when we mentioned earlier that they had the win with NXP on their recent battle, and that would be of Wise, Iaknu Dilar, Oh My Venus J, and Basic. This is a team that, you know, we are also very excited to see what is their breakdown, what are their thoughts, especially with their understanding of the project next patch. Not to mention, Butters, that they can apply other disciplines from other MOBAs, right? For that, maybe that goes in, that can be applicable with the project next, right?
And I have to say that Onic PH, I want to see them. I want to see how they understand the game right now.
Yeah.
There's probably another understanding from Onic PH that they're just gonna surprise us with. Remember Season 4? The first time that they entered the MPL arena, everyone was shocked. Everyone just... It blew out our minds. We thought that it was going to be a struggle for them because they were going to debut, but it was the other way around. They just dominated Season 4.
Yeah, and they just dominated Season 4, and that is gonna be the big memory when we try to recall the strength of Onic PH. It is of a past glory, and in my recent interview with Onic PH, Onic PH do acknowledge their challenge status right now, and I did feel that these losses are totally okay and are important, you know, in re-establishing and understanding understanding again themselves as a team, and maybe understanding the other teams.
Balagbaga na sa Season 6.
Family, parang ano sila eh, mga kapatid ko na rin yung mga eh. Tagal na namin magkakasama, isang taon na ata, lagpas na.
Puyat. Sobrang puyat nila lagi. Parang Mobile Legend lang.
Masaya din. Kasi natatalo, wala lang silang pake. Tuloy lang, bawi na kill.
Kaya ganito kami kalakas kasi maayos lahat ng ugali namin. Walang natitil, palaging positive.
Sobrang komportable namin sa isa't isa eh. As a team kami naglalaro, hindi as an individual player. Parang pag individual, nahinahang ako sa sarili namin, parang gano'n. Pero pag as a team, ayun, nalalakasan ako. First game pa lang, suntukan na.
Here we go, guys. We got the BSB roster lineup here in the form of Drix, Ana, Wilson, Trevor, Kapuan, and Scheider. Of course, there is a very visible challenge against them, especially for their run here in the regular season of MPL. They're being compared and of course kind of lined up in the ranks of Blue Fire's performance, but they have their win. They have their series win against Blue Fire actually, and they had their nice start, I would dare say, on certain series where they close it 2-1. I do believe they still have some nice strength in them, especially for the side lane, and maybe when the playing field is heavily influenced by a big reset here in terms of knowledge for the project next patch, we keep on mentioning that the teams who are the first to adapt would be the best performing teams for the current situation here at the MPL, and it might be a nice opportunity for BSB to step up.
There's this thing about BSB that you really want to see them in a way that you are they are kind of in the middle of everything. They're aggressive, but at the same time, they can be super passive as well.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. ML was super fast-paced in the previous patch.
Yeah.
Like, if you get the advantage, you should just keep on pushing it until you end the game. But for this certain setup, for BSB, there is a laning stage. So, technically now, being a bit passive in terms of just going for the skirmishes can be an advantage as well.
Yeah. Again, just staying in your lane, making sure that you want it, right? That's still the rule of thumb. Making sure that you want it, and of course, account for the factors that what are those things that can influence your lane, especially on the visit from the support, especially on the visit of that jungler. And in terms of skill and mechanics, I can still can vouch for BSB's competitiveness here, right?
Yeah. Well, they did take one win away from Onic the last time that they met, but it was the factor of Onic to have this game one curse. It was stopped when they defeated NXP 2-0 last week, and let's see if this is going to be the case. Is this going to be another 2-0 for the side of Onic or BSB? Did they find something on Project Next that will take them to the next level?
Yeah, they did find something on Project Next for that part. Anyway, guys, there you go. Let's see what can happen here between BSB and also Onic. If we're accounting for the pool, we have a very wide pool for the side here of Onic PH. They're rolling with a lead of four heroes. More than the pool here of BSB. And here's the thing. If ever, what will be the question coming in from that Project Next patch? Maybe this pool of heroes could be increased, you know? And maybe, for the side of BSB and for the side of Onic, maybe some heroes can be revisited, right? Probably, even as far as the Odette can go.
Yeah.
Even in the back end, yeah.
It's if it works, it works. And right now, 21 versus 19 games played. And looking at it, the bar is actually favoring the side of BSB here a bit.
Yeah, there are some bars actually here that favors onto the side of BSB. They did have their fair share of win against the Blue Fire squad. And of course, there is some slump onto the side of Onic. But this is where I am confident to say that if you look at Blue Fire's performance, if you look at BSB's performance, it is not so one-sided. It is not so evident on a team that maybe hasn't won a series right now in the regular season. I think it still merits. It's still totally okay, and it merits BSB some trust of them being able to compete in even patterns against the likes of Onic.
Okay, so for Onic here, they actually kind of always they lost almost all game once until last week.
Yeah.
But if you can see right now, their KDA on Wise, it's not really that good, but for Drix at 5.94, there's really something on Drix that you need to see, because the thing is, your team is not getting any success, but your KDA is really high. It is kind of high.
Yeah, it is this kind of high, ladies and gentlemen, and we need to watch out, ladies and gents. We are currently sitting at the player head-to-head, and like you mentioned, it is high. Right now, you'd also account for the unique heroes use here. I find the unique heroes use of Wise relatively low, even on the 5, especially on the carry position. I think the normal number would be the likes of 7 or 6, but at least.
Then again, on Wise's defense, we do see Wise as that controlled carry that won't really go for those big plays into the early game. Because that's what Onic is about. Onic is about the controlled chaos. They can fight whenever the hell they want to fight.
Yeah.
But for Wise, if they can avoid it, they will avoid it.
Yes. Also want to mention that the last time that these two teams faced each other, it was of a series that went 2-1. It was won by Onic, but it's still 2-1 against BSB. So, there is some statement there, right? That BSB has some good fight in them against Onic, ladies and gentlemen. And remember, again, that I do believe, even with the losing record, we are saying that Drix still has some nice and impressive stats here, especially when being number 5, I think, on the running KDA. And when it comes to hero damage per minute as well, but also the other teammates. I sound like a Wilson fanboy for this part, but I always keep on mentioning Wilson. I really do believe there's still there are really good and talented players for the side of BSB.
Okay, so Wilson aside, I have to put it out. Ana, he looked really promising for the first few weeks of the MPL, but right now, it seems to me that that certain kind of confidence just it dropped, it dipped for some reason, and I would like to see Anna back into his form. Like he's more dominating form, is more controlled kind of characteristic in playing the Cho and the other heroes that he uses. But Onic PH is a tough hurdle to get through.
Yeah.
Onic PH, as long as they see anything wrong with your playstyle, they will try to take advantage of that.
And they will. They totally will, ladies and gentlemen. And that's the thing. Onic PH, again, I do feel that they're also finding their groove right now here into the regular season. We are seeing, some series, a good amount of series closing in as 2-0, right? With teams showing up that, we are better prepared. There's really like no... You will find very little way against us. That's their running statement. Because even here on the counter, we're seeing a good amount of 2-0s by OMG, by even Cignal against BSB, even with Bren and XP, right? And even on the side here of Onic. So, especially with the running patch right now, again, same line earlier. It depends on who really has done their homework properly, for the draft.
Well, let's try to see some of the heroes that they actually pick. For Onic PH, they picked Balmond 11 times. Now, I don't know if it really works in terms of Project Next, but
they just love Balmond.
They love Balmond, and we talked about
the win
this.
ratio is at 36%.
It's still a 36.36%, but
it's very low.
They really like to use it, especially on Iaknu, and he's probably considered as a Balmond specialist now. Like, you don't really see the amount of Balmond picks this high, and they have the Cho as well. So this is the yin and yang. For Cho, they have a 70% win rate with 10 games, 7-3. But for Balmond, they have 11 times pick, 36.36, 4 wins, 7 losses.
And they've been switching the Cho as well.
Yeah.
On J, on not sure about Iaknu, but Iaknu as well. And also they have a 100% win rate, although it's always getting banned against them. It is gonna be the Uranus, the only 100% win rate side here for the side of Onic. Also commendable onto the side of BSB. Even though we do know that they have series loss, win rate sits at 27%. Their most peak hero would be of the Tams. And I do feel that even though that there is kind of a low win rate on this guy, I still feel that Tams is really very potent on the side of BSB.
BSB here, as you can see them, they are actually not in one place probably. Well, it could be the same bootcamp, but you know what? They just separated.
Yeah, from the looks of it, yeah.
But I just want to say that in terms of Onic right now, they are really the favorites to win this series. But then again, this series, ladies and gentlemen, for all of you who are watching at home right now, the winner of the series might determine the final lineup of the Group B playoffs. So, that means there is a probability that if Onic gets a 2-0 here, we might instantly lock some of the teams here for the Group B playoffs.
Yeah. Right now, let's just see what happens here, especially on the side lane emphasis of these two teams. Because if you also look onto their preferred picks, there is a good amount of side laners here. They even have a good amount of Esmeralda play for the side here of Onic. And I think this is going to be integral, especially if this is allowed to plow through at the hands of Iaknu, right?
Alright. Now, Hayabusa is banned this week.
Ah, really?
So,
okay.
Wise, the Hayabusa hero can't be utilized by Wise right now. And we did see a bit of a Hayabusa action for Wise. They picked it 4 times. The win rate is not that impressive, but you know what? It still fits the playstyle of Onic PH. I mean, even though they're losing, they should just stick with the probability that Hayabusa is one of the easiest to maneuver on the assassin roles right now. There's a huge emphasis on getting the Ling, the Lancelot, but we don't really take account that Hayabusa is still a part of the circle.
Big question here. Very, very big question as well on what would be the impact for that Hayabusa option being gone on the side of Onic. Although on the Project Next patch, I feel like I did saw it on the RMC. I did saw it on the RMC, the Hayabusa pick, but not quite here yet on the MPL. Even though we're just onto our second day, and we just had 2 series yesterday and just 2 our series for today, our 2 series for today, right? But accounting for it on the Hayabusa, I think it's totally okay. I mean, there is a clear signal of an assassin being a preferred pick anyway for the Project Next patch, right? Especially on that flow of gold that is enhanced in the early game.
Anyone that can be mobile in terms of anyone can be mobile in 2 places at once, probably 8 places at once for Hayabusa.
Yeah.
You just thrive on that. You just use that to your advantage.
Yeah.
So let's see for the side of BSB what are the things that they really just want to secure right now. They have a 50-50 win rate with a Yisun Shin and a Valir. They have a 27.27 win rate with the Thams. So I think for BSB here, they still want to go for the Thams right now because it might not be working for them in terms of statistics, but you really have to account for that Thams is one of the best heroes right now in dueling the side lanes.
Yeah. Very safe. Very, very safe, and even on the late game, there is decent scaling for this hero, for the Thams. And from the looks of it, there is actually a very little pick rate for the side of Onic PH, right? You only have you only got the Thams getting picked by Onic 3 times, and with only just two out of 3 winning that game, right? So it's really not preferential. Although I can help but feel that this is getting banned as well against them because there is really a very specific target ban towards Dilar.
Yeah, I'm actually seeing for the side of Onic PH, if they get the Yuzhong, the Uranus, probably the Thams as well, they have a good chance into winning this just because of the statistics that we have here. But BSB, they really have nothing to lose here. Well, they have everything to win, nothing to lose. So they can just go with the best heroes of the meta right now, just be comfortable with whatever it's happening.
Yeah.
If they can win the side lanes, that would be good. We did see Cignal Ultra earlier trying something else for the side lanes. It did work onto the middle lane, but for the side lanes, they got destroyed on that part. So it really backfired on them.
Yeah, things are so heavy here for the side of BSB. And I mean, you mean BSB, right? Or for Onic?
For Cignal.
For Cignal. Sorry for earlier. Yeah. Well, that's actually one possibilities as well if you're accounting for the options of heroes still, right? For the Project Next patch. Ladies and gentlemen, we're just waiting out. We're actually just waiting as well, like you guys, for the games to start, because the best way to really account for this match, I would dare say BSB will be coming in an underdog, right, against Onic.
Of course.
But there is a little reset. There is a little reset on the Project Next patch.
BSB was given a lot of time for reset. The 10-man setup, that was actually a reset in itself. The Project Next is going to be the next reset, and we haven't seen this much reset in a season actually.
Yeah.
The last time probably was season 5 when we had a big break. But that's the only time when I see that we took just the longest break ever, and it made the meta go to another point in the funnel.
Things are so heavy right now.
I mean, we really just want to tell you guys that BSB, they still have a chance, but seeing the momentum that they have, seeing the statistics that they have against Onic PH, who found their certain momentum from last week, this is going to be a tough task for them. For Onic PH, they should just find their own understanding of Project Next. If they do, then clearly they are going to have a huge chance to win this. But if BSB doesn't really bring anything new to the table, it's the percentages, the odds are just gonna go to against their side.
You can easily see it of whatever their understanding is of the Project Next patch. Right now, there is no stats on the Jawhead, right? We're not seeing the Jawhead on the running pool of these two teams, and that would be very interesting. I mean, if you're accounting for the Jawhead, if you're accounting for that Jawhead, it would be nice who will be holding it. Will it fit the playstyle of Jay? Haven't seen it, right? Onto the side of Onic, and also onto the side of BSB. Cannot but feel that really Jawhead is such a very clear threat. Even BSB, I think they had their fair share of Esmeralda getting banned against them. Not to mention of the auto ban of the Esmeralda. Right? So there's really no win still on that Esmeralda pick. So guys, just basing on the previous series, on the previous games, even from yesterday, so far on the Project Next patch here at the competitive, high impact heroes would be of Jawhead. Tams will still put the same element for your team composition, but Jawhead, and you also have Esmeralda for the side lane. But you have Django also being a preferred pick for the lane, right? Being a preferred pick for the lane, especially if you want to shove and get some pressure on for that fight.
Yeah.
Right. All right. So we got word. All right. That there's something is up on the side of our players. So we're gonna be heading on to a very short break, guys. Just stay right there. The MPL-PH Season 6 will be back after this.
The way you live your life depends on the network you choose. Your movies, music, and games can only be as good as your network's speed and strength. Slow means game over. But the Philippines' fastest mobile data network means game changing. Choose the network that gives you what you truly enjoy. How do you know about this Giga Life? Simple and smart ako.
When uncertainty is our reality, we rise above with the things that matter. Gigafy happiness. Gigafy love. Gigafy friendship. Gigafy dreams. Gigafy hope. With smart Giga music, video, games, work, and stories, we let our passions run free in the new world we face together. Smart, live Giga.
Realme 7 Pro, 65-watt charging evolution. Realme smartphone, dare to leap.
You've got me on the edge.
Legit, right? Not quite. Just like your disposable razor. It's time you switch your disposable razor for your legit first shave, so you can be every bit legit. Gillette Mac 3.
For a closer shave, less irritation, switch
to Gillette Mac 3.
and gentlemen, welcome back to the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Professional League Philippines Season 6, of course, regular season. And we are your casters, Shinbu with the 1-4 and I. We also got my partner here, Butters PH. And again, we are giving our biggest thanks to our sponsors that made this event possible. We got our official telco partner. We got Smart. Rank up, squad up, and keep up with your favorite teams as Smart powers up your game with free games for all. Get up to 14GB for Mobile Legends Facebook Gaming for 7 days. Simply download the new GigaLife app and choose free games.
Our official sponsor, Realme, the Philippines' fastest charging smartphone, the Realme 7 Pro alongside the Realme 7 will be launching this 30th of September 12 noon on the Realme official Facebook page. Join the Realme revolution now.
Of course, we also like to send our official sponsor, like to send a big shout outs to them. We got Gillette, ladies and gentlemen. Get free diamonds with purchase of Gillette's Mach 3 Razor, Vector 3 Razor, or Blue 3 Simple Force Pack in select Pure Gold doors nationwide.
Our partner in eSports, Paymaya, get 50 peso credits free from Paymaya when you download and register using the code MLBB. Terms and conditions apply.
We also have our partner in eSports, TikTok Live, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, check out MLBB's channel in TikTok and get a chance to win legendary prizes from Mobile Legends. And of course, the biggest shout out to our official gaming headset partner. We got Logitech G, Here Like a Pro, and the MPL-PH Season 6 is powered by Moonton. Alright, so we just came from a very short break earlier, coming in from Onic and BSB, yet to actually start their series. We've discussed some points. We've discussed also the hero running pools for this one and for the history. And again, with regards to the upcoming Project Next patch, the biggest question is what will be their first tackle here? Because from the looks of it, my general impression would be you will be seeing something very different for the Project Next patch.
Okay, so you probably dropped your ball pen there. But yeah, all of these stats, by the way, guys, all of these stats are pre-Project Next. So for some statisticians, it's a probability that you do not disregard this. You do not disregard this, but you can take this a bit more lightly.
Yeah.
Just because these are the stuff that happened on a previous patch.
Here, that's the thing here. That's why I'm quite confident we'll be seeing major changes in the drafting approach. Some teams actually started like hiding their tank support on the running trend as they adjust towards this Project Next patch, and that's where my curiosity will lie, as Onic PH, sometimes they have the tendency of not really hiding the tank, but it would be of their support position. And Oh My Venus, and not to mention, I'm very excited for Oh My Venus playing in the mid lane, having a lane for herself, right?
Well, let's see
That would be cool, right?
if they have the same understanding as the other teams.
Yes.
Well, it could be a possibility. Then again, what heroes does Oh My Venus go for? Because I feel that Oh My Venus can go for a Sicilian as well. It could be a possibility since they don't have, let's say they don't have the capability, or not really the capability, I'm sorry for that word, but the priority into getting Venus's heroes early.
Yeah. No, it's still gonna be very heavy on their end, ladies and gentlemen, and also the idea of how would you go toe to toe on that scaling on My Venus. I kind of feel that maybe she will be enjoying her pocket Sicilian pick.
Yeah,
just because she already has a lane for herself and not easily relegated onto that full support position, and rather there is some lane maintenance involved for Oh My Venus here.
And it's the queen. The queen will get priority over lane, at least. But it's all about their understanding and how much they prepared for this.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we can actually check out the updated standings right now coming in from the last two series that we witnessed early from yesterday. And also today. So we got Omega already offsetting Bren Esports on the #1 spot for Group B, and actually overall for the regular season. That is going to be 22 aggregated points for them. And you have Aura PH coming in next from Group A. We got 21 points on Aura PH, right?
And for Blacklist International here, they almost got, let's say they almost got 1 point to, just get closer to that coveted top spot. But it was a long shot since Aura PH really had something else going on for them. But for the side of Group A, everyone is already locked in for the playoffs. Aside from Blue Fire,
We could easily name a top 4 as well.
yeah.
Right?
So clearly, the next set of matches for Group A is going to be about them securing a better spot into the playoffs. Like, depending on your group and which slot are you. Let's say if you're NXP Solid at 4 right now, I'm not really saying that that's the last or the final form of the groups. You can be facing off against Omega just because you're on the bottom spot.
Yeah, totally. We'll see, guys. Right now, we'd have to account on the idea that Onic is just about to enter actually the 14-point mark here, and you could really see the impact of kind of the slump or slow start that they have for this regular season. Whereas Blue Fire, if they get this series, especially on 2-0, that shows very good signs of life. That shows very good signs of life. They will be sitting at the bottom still at 9 points, but very close to the next one, which is I think a team that starts at 10 points, right?
Yeah. Clearly, right now, the points are looking very close for some of these teams. 14 points for Group A, Execration, Blacklist, and Execration, Blacklist, and NXP Solid will be fighting there to secure their a better placement before the playoffs. But for Group B, this group where Onic PH and BSB is in, the fight is not over. There is still this chance. Probably, you know what? It's a small chance. It's the miniest of chances. It's the littlest of chances. But you know what? I just have to say that anything can happen to the MPL.
Yeah, totally.
Anything can happen to the MPL.
Yeah, and that's why I do not like discounting BSB yet.
Yeah.
Right? Especially if you're accounting for the side lanes here, and especially if you're fighting a team that still has some questionable groove for this regular season. Although you'd have to be very careful of Onyx momentum and of course Onyx familiarity on the concept of jungle. Because I believe they are.
Yeah, that is true. MPL-PH Season 6, regular season week 6, day 2. This is Onyx Bootcamp. If you can see, they're just talking right now. And they will try to make something happen. Make magic. The Onic magic that we all know and love.
I wonder what will be the draft here, running draft for Jay. Will we still stick onto the Cho? Right?
It's
Still,
a
yeah,
possibility.
very likely, right?
It's still a possibility that they can go for that.
I kind of feel that his playstyle fits the Jawhead really well.
Yeah,
Jay.
that's true. But
it's very aggressive, remember?
if it gets banned, I mean, the Cho is actually a good pick as well. I mean, it's really one of their go-to heroes into securing the wins. It has 70% win rate when they use it.
Yeah. Oh man. Things are so heavy. Things are so heavy here as we wait for the Onic and BSB matchup. Ladies and gentlemen, my curiosity will lie still also onto the side lane. Ladies and gents. This is gonna be some CR break to the side. Oh my Venus.
And
ladies and gents,
they just stick with that. Clearly, they are just aiming to go at it. They're just aiming to go at it. They want to fight as soon as possible. We want to get cast as soon as possible.
My curiosity also lies onto Drix's performance. What do you think of Drix? I think
Drix is surprisingly one of the breakout stars. Of the MPL season 6.
Yeah, you can qualify him as a breakout stars actually. Rookie to watch as well, right?
Yeah, whatever happens here, I think Drix got the attention of a lot of these teams. And you know what? No, whatever happens to him, I think this kid has a bright future ahead of him.
Yeah, I mean, that's the main headline actually for a certain course. You'd want consistency. You'd want that player fortitude. They don't easily bend to diving and trying force fights or kills after yourself and make sure that you are efficient in farming. That's the keyword, consistency and efficiency if you're playing on the carry role position.
But then again, we did say that BSB, you can't really count them out at this point. You have to take credit of the things that they've done in this league, and they got one win over the best teams into the MPL. It's really not surprising because the first time they actually just went in, they took one game off of Onic. Then now Onic is still looking like a monster. They're one of the top performing teams. I mean, the regular season for them has been a bit rocky.
Yeah, yes.
Then season 4, season
Yeah,
5,
yes.
they really look strong.
Yeah.
But for season 6, I think the honeymoon phase for Onic in the MPL is over. It became a bit rocky for them, but still, remember, if your start is rocky and at the same time you make it into the playoffs, things can't go south from there. It can only go up.
Yeah, it can only just go up, and you know it's one of the biggest characterization or biggest description right now for Onic, because Dilar did mention that the losses they're not okay with that, but they do acknowledge the fact that it is important.
Yeah,
losing is still important, that they cannot really run a regular season always winning. They're totally okay with that. They acknowledge those kind of weakness, and yeah, from that loss they just build their foundations on, right?
It's a fact that you have to live with, that you're not always going to win your matches. Sometimes people are just gonna get the best of you, and people are just gonna see what you're trying to do. But it's somewhat of a challenge to improve yourself and just be better at the end of the day, because at the end of the day, people won't really see the hardship, or people won't really remember you having a hard time if you lift that trophy.
Yeah, and it's always just your match. It's always the match, the game that the people are seeing. It's actually what matters. Well, as a pro player, I think that's also the thing that matters here between Onic PH and BSB. Ladies and gentlemen, again, guys, I would like to send a bigger shout outs, of course, to all of our Southeast Asian viewers out there. Again, this is the English broadcast, and same with you. We're just actually waiting for the game proper to start. And for those who are looking for the Tagalog broadcast, it is presided on by Wolfcast and also Rockhard PH. It is on the official channels of Mobile Legends on Facebook and also on YouTube.
Why does everyone have PH? I dropped the PH already.
I forgot. Butters and
Rockhard PH.
Yeah, it's kind of an old mannerism, especially for old names.
Yeah, for old names, we did put a lot of PHs because there probably is a Butters SG or Butters ID.
Yeah.
But I mean, BSB here, they still have a chance. Onic, they're just securing better positions for this side. And as you can see on your screen right now, that is Scheider. Scheider is there. And Weiss is going to play, not basic.
Yeah, and from the looks of it, they look like they have hand warmers. They have hand warmers.
Oh. You do anything, you buy everything to win.
Yeah.
If you can.
I usually just see that in international pro play.
Yeah.
Not even for MLBB.
I remember the time when we went to China for a tournament.
Yeah. They provide hand warmers.
They almost always provide hand warmers, because the thing when we went there, it was really cold.
It's really cold.
And we just your hands are just freezing. You have to hold a mobile phone or a keyboard.
Yeah.
Your hands will shake.
It's very hard to control. Your hands is very hard to control.
So when it's on a pause, you just hold that. You just hold on to that so that you don't shake. So that's what happens. So if under boot camp, it's cold, then you just get the hand warmers.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Finally, let's head on to the draft of this game number 1 for this series number 3. Here's the second day of the 6th week of the MPL-PH Season 6 regular season. Onic PH versus BSB. Got Valier and also the Khalid removed here by Onic PH. There's also the Hilda. A big question on a Yuzong priority and also Uranus priority. But remember that both of these two teams have been willing to utilize the Esmeralda prior to her auto ban.
And Wilson is not with BSB right now.
Alright, okay.
Onic PH, they ban
Shider.
out the Valier, they ban out that they ban out the Khalid. So it's going to be a side lane Shider. Oh, we do know Shider for being a core though.
Yeah. Oh, let's just see. It's still the same ban that we mentioned earlier. Although the Jawhead, we won't be seeing that on the hands of Jay. But we could be seeing, you know, one of these 3 picks passing out, and that would be of a Yuzong, an Esmeralda, and also a Uranus. Rather, it will be Onic opening it more with the Selena ban here.
So I'm expecting BSB to, you know, just ban out a Yuzhong or a Uranus, because you don't really give that out to Onic PH. As we've said in the previous patch, those are the heroes that Onic PH has a high win rate with. So right now you have to pick, you have to choose, will you get the Yuzhong or will you get that Uranus ban going on for you, because Onic PH will have access to one.
Yeah. Let us wait, you know. BSB got Natalia on. Ladies and gentlemen. Alright, so this should be an Esmeralda for the side of Onic PH, or rather they have different plans of winning their lane. Yuzong will also be open. Uranus is also going to be open. Or is that Uranus on Dilar? Which is totally okay for me.
Yeah.
No, they have 100% win rate on Uranus anyway. So that's Uranus on Dilar.
Yeah, and BSB, they just let it out. They ban out the Natalia. They do not want to give that out to Onic PH. But there are more problems here on the side of Onic PH that you wouldn't really want to get. BSB, you have the Yuzhong, you have the Thams. You can get that. You can secure it right now. But what are you going to do?
Well, we'll see. I do believe that the Esmeralda is very, very called for
Cho.
here for the side of
Esme.
BSB. Yeah.
Cho as well.
And
Cho is there.
Yeah, Cho and Esmeralda. This should be a Cho and Esmeralda.
So that means there is going to be one more pick for Onic PH that they will like. It's either the Yuzhong or the Cho.
Then that should be a Thams
Yuzhong
Esmeralda.
Esme. Yuzhong Esme Cho.
Yeah.
One of those. Also,
They're going for Esmeralda. It should be an Esmeralda.
So it's going to be a Yuzhong on the side of Onic.
Yes,
Those are
for the side of Iakno. Or Balmont!
I mean, they could. They could.
They just love picking that. But maybe it's about time to reveal the core hero here. The idea is, of course, to not have the last 2 bans be focused towards the core, and that would be more and more open course here for Onic and BSB. I do feel that the likes of Harit right now, and while Claude has some challenges, we did saw the picks on him though, but I'm not so sure about the Harit right now. But YSS is still a very, very viable pick, right? Even a Lancelot, even a Ling. We have to wait out. What will be the picks from the side of Onic PH? This is pretty early, you know, pretty early. Rafaela and YSS.
Okay, this is kind of interesting from the side of Onic PH. What are you planning to get here onto that side? I mean, if you really just wanted to go for this, if you really wanted to go for that Rafaela this early on, then that means you are going to improve the way of life for the next 2 picks that you're going to go for. I mean, you already did for Weiss and Dilar. So what are the next picks that are going to come out here? The Cho surprisingly was untouched.
Yeah, man. Let's wait for the Cho pick here, ladies and gentlemen. We got the Alice as well onto the side of BSB getting banned. It should be a focus of Onic now for probably... I'm not sure about the Cho on the side of BSB, but Ana has been a consistent threat onto the Cho. You can still play that on the support position. And I'm just waiting for actually the disruption hero here for the side of for these 2 teams. Natalia might also... Natalia is already banned, even along with the Selena. So lots of emphasis actually for the support position here. There is, again, to repeat, the respect ban on Iagnu's Alice.
This is 100% going to be the Ruby onto the side of BSB. Because I think in terms of capability and just dueling the side lanes, I think Ruby is a top priority right now.
Yeah.
I mean, both teams didn't really pick it for the first 3 sets, for the first 3 picks here for both teams. But seeing how Onic PH wants to run this, I think it's a scary combination. The Rafaela plus the Ruby. Or even, or probably, I think Onic PH can just go for a Balmond right here.
We need to move steady here for this running game. We got the Lilia ban by Onic PH. I cannot but feel that this is the first time I saw Lilia getting banned, but it would make the most sense against BSB. They really love rolling on that comp, and Lilia on the mid lane is also, you know, quite powerful, especially, again, not even on the mid lane, actually, on a lane, right?
And if you think about it, the zoning capability of Lilia is just way too strong.
Yeah.
As long as there are the balls there, and as long as your pet eats it, it's going to put fear in the hearts of Onic PH. If
Also
they
has
ever
one
let
of the
that
best
go.
level 1 damage as well.
Yeah.
For the Lilia.
It's because you have 2 spells already.
Yeah. And you have someone who's very vulnerable to burst. Actually, 2 heroes who are vulnerable to burst. You know, the Wise and also the Rafaela.
They go straight for a Diggy.
Alright.
What are they planning? I think it's more on the Diggy strat that they want to pull off, or they want to do a proper Diggy play. Because right now, there is a downside to this Diggy.
There is the gold.
There is still a gold that's gonna come out from this Diggy no matter what, but it's still going to be at minion level gold.
At minion level gold. But every kill... It's every kill, right? You get 50.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can get 50 for every kill. So Onic PH, how will you answer this?
Actually, if you actually kill the Diggy like 10 times, you get 500 gold. Still not bad.
Yeah.
You know.
It still puts you in a good spot. Cho and the X-Borg. So it's going to be a side lane Dilar or a Yakno X-Borg. A J Cho.
Yeah.
Or it could be a possibility that Yakno Cho is there and it's going to be the tank X-Borg. It could be. But it's going to be Yakno. That's the safer route.
If the members of Onic PH is able to shut down the Esmeralda here, this is over for BSB. I can help but feel. I feel that this is really a Diggy feed strategy. Because right now, you can only account for the crowd control of the Cho. That is the only thing mitigated by the Diggy. And I think there's really a heavy attempt to make sure that there is a delay delivered towards Wise there, ladies and gentlemen.
Still,
I really thought we are far from over in seeing the Diggy, but maybe. It is what it is. It might be the Diggy feed tactic here for the set of BSB. Maybe we are wrong as well.
Yeah.
Maybe some adjustments will be done here by
but
BSB. But as you know, something surprising may come.
I have to say, no matter what team uses it, I still hate the Diggy strategy. Period. I still hate it. It's counterintuitive. And right now, BSB is gonna use it. If it's a Diggy strategy, then I still hate it.
Yeah. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen. So here we go. We are just into the game, of course, waiting out for this pause to be done. Again, this is a match between Onic PH versus BSB. Ladies and gentlemen, a match between Wise and also Drix. Kind of feel that it would be the this is the game where we have the closest margin in between these two teams. It depends really on how their players will enable them.
Diggy had the arrival.
Oh, really?
So it's not a retribution.
All right.
That's a step in the right direction from away from the Diggy feed strat. I don't really see it necessary for this patch because 10 kills will equal to 500 gold still.
Probably a gold lane Diggy.
Yeah.
Yeah, make sure you just win your lane, right?
And it could be used in a way that when you want the Diggy to def to another lane.
Yeah, just support, just properly support.
Just probably support.
I can see it going. I can see it working. You know, a Diggy peak. Just protect your main core, your main carry.
At least
it's not feeding.
Well, it still could be. It still could be.
Still could be.
Because I mean, there's some merit into getting a retribution Diggy as well. You can get the Hunter's Knife. you have good control over it, but that also means that you cannot have enough you won't really get enough gold from the lanes for the first 3 minutes, so that means you are going to be left out.
Yeah. You're totally going to be left out for that part. Well, we'll see for that part. At least we were able to get through the drafting.
Yeah. Yeah, at least we got through it.
We got through the drafting, guys. That's
record time.
Yeah, record time for for this game. It's totally okay. Curious just how the Digi will work. I'm just curious how the Digi will work.
Let's talk about the Rafaela.
All right.
And the Rafaela and how will it affect the certain situations here for Onic PH. Because I think for the Rafaela, you have to look at it as a Litho Wanderer for everyone.
Yeah.
And
with bigger AoE.
Yeah, with bigger AoE.
And movement speed.
And not for solely the one who last hits it alone. It's now, in terms of defending, it's really heavy emphasized onto just moving towards lanes. Top lane, bot lane, mid lane. So there's a gap, there's a bridge on how you can actually go for it. Now, with the arrival, they have mended it here for the side of BSB. So that means whatever Onic does in terms of pushing, as long as the Digi has the arrival, the Digi can negate a lot of damage from it and can just use the time bubs to get away. And that's the thing. Like, if you are going to get the Rafaela, then that also means that if you see the Digi TPing in or using a rival in the other lane, you can just use your skills to get back to another lane as well.
Yeah, you can just use your skills to get back into the other lanes. There is some flexibility still. We might be reminded of the old playstyle that goes in for this Digi, right? Yeah, so it's maybe we'd be introduced to a feed Digi strategy. Then maybe after the project next patch, we finally have this return of a formal Digi strategy.
Or probably a Digi hyper carry. I mean anything's possible. I'm just kidding, guys. That's a bit far-fetched for Project Next.
Auto attack Digi, right?
Auto attack Digi.
No escape, right?
No escape.
The full duration of the reverse time, you just auto attack.
Kidding aside, guys. You
have your own purification.
You have your own purification.
Yeah, with the time journey.
You have the bombs.
You have the
bombs.
You got vision.
You have vision. Okay, yeah. Kidding aside, it's somewhat interesting what BSB is gonna do here, but there's a part of me which is scared just because I don't want to see a Digifade strat in Project Next.
Yeah. Hopefully it's truly shut it down. Well, it's good to test.
It's good to test.
It's good to test also of what seems to be a nice solution against the Digifade strategy, because from the looks of it, it has been gimping and bending the direction of the draft of a lot of our pro teams, especially during the time or during this season that it was introduced, mainly by Aura.
Onic, they are looking great with their pick. They have the YSS. They have a 57.14 win rate with a Yisun Shin. Now, if you're an Onic fan, you should be happy with this because Uranus is at 100% win rate onto the side of Onic PH. It's not given that, it's not given in a way that it's always there, because the thing is, it's only picked 3 times for the side of Onic PH before this game. Right now, it's picked 4 times, and it's still at 100% win rate. We have to see what will happen until the end of this game till we can put it, because 2 things are going to happen. It's going to stick to 100% or it's going to be 75%. That's it.
A difficult situation here for the side of
BSB.
For the side of BSB. That is without a doubt. Well, finally, we have the game here, guys. Congratulations to everyone. And now, let's see how will all of this unfold. This is our final series, Onic PH versus BSB. Onic on the blue, BSB on the red.
Wise here. He just went in for the poke straight down, and look at the Wise Venus combination. They just poked the minion wave, used a bit of Rafaela's skills on it just to clear it out. And Dilar here, what is this rotation coming out from them?
Very, very interesting. They're actually focusing towards Dilar, but Dilar will be leveling up. That's the thing here. At level 2. And he will regain some of that health. So that is the thing. By the second gag, they might attempt to actually finish Dilar here.
And they're actually pushing Dilar to their limits.
Yeah.
But Onic is doing the same thing as well.
Onic is doing the same thing as well. And still, Wise is getting the gold that he wants. Here.
And
in the
look at
mid lane.
Jay here, just pushing his luck there. A bit of a knock up. And they're trying to secure. They're really trying to secure the turret plating. And look at this. Shider gets punched.
Yeah, also
Wow.
a first blood towards Dilar. Everything's so shocking here, really. But again, still a lead here established by the side of Onic PH. Especially as BSB tries to bully out Dilar in his own lane, huh? And that's not a gold lane, that's EXP lane. I'm not so sure how rewarding it is to really like accelerate your tabs to level 4.
You know, it's more on the idea that you would want Dilar to have a slow start.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not really stopping Dilar from doing anything, but he's still getting the gold. But you get the gold, so that means you kind of negate the fact that the gold lane is up top.
Yeah.
Because you got the gold as well.
You get a gold as well. And the thing here is that that delay on Dilar doesn't really work. There was a time where Shider sits at level 2 and Dilar was at level 3 despite the delay, despite the 3-man unit that they have run on the bottom lane. And now both are even at 4, so I'm not so sure where that rotation came from. But there goes Jay scouting for some information, maybe trying to disrupt the main jungler of the enemy.
Oh!
And, okay, Jay willing to actually burn his own flicker. Shider fully commits. There's the knock up. Protection onto Dilar. One last jump, and that should be it.
No Shun po available, no Jit Kundu available. But yeah, I do get your point, Shinbu. Dilar here, he has the regeneration up. I get your point earlier that what is the merit of having
3 members
FAMs or 3 members onto the bottom lane when the Yisun Shin is getting the gold,
The gold
from
in
the
the mid,
turret,
yeah.
the turret shield.
In the mid, yes. That's the thing. They have their arrival in, I think that will be of the Diggy. They would kite back. Capone is there. The reverse time gets Traceless out.
Yeah, it's a counter mechanic.
Yeah.
The dash is a counter mechanic.
Yeah.
It has a mini purify setup on it.
Yeah.
And look at this Jay staking here. It doesn't have any backup on this.
Yeah.
So it's just show.
Yeah, he's just dancing around, of course, for the mid lane side. But look at that. Alright, so we are very close on to getting that 340 mark. There we go. That marks the end of the lanes and also even the outer turret shield. Iyakno getting focused on. Blade of Tempest coming in
Wow.
from Drix. Nice flicker out by Iyakno, but of course that should be not enough.
Okay, this Drix setup worked well for the side of BSB. They got 1 kill on that. Trevor will be the target, so it won't be a Digifeed strat.
It's not a Digifeed strategy, honestly. So, still, in terms of gold, it's totally okay. In terms of gold, it is totally okay. Things are looking pretty even, but still, for these two teams, just looks like whatever the plan is, it doesn't hold so much promise.
Okay.
On the side of BSB.
So, let's try to see what happened there in the early lane. They gave onto the middle lane. All the turret plating was down. It won't really matter as when it hits 3 minutes and 30 seconds, the turret shields will be gone. Anyway, so what happened there is they put Shider in a good spot where he would get the XP, he would get the gold, and that will work out fine in his way. But what they did was they put Drix in a setup where he couldn't really outlane or out-clear the minion waves in front of Rafaela and Yisun Shin. That's just way too fast. So you cannot really account for the fact that someone is going to defend this. And I think this could have worked for another hero like a Lilia or a Kagura that can just clear the waves fast. But for a Ling, I do not really think that that's the case because Ling is one of those heroes that really just struggles at level 1.
Yes. Yes, actually curious because the Ling is not really so behind anyway.
Yeah.
He may have even cashed in some few kills if he tried to actually go in and get the kills onto the show. Because I think he has that mechanic of catching up and allow other teammates to just juggle the fiend and return to that buff and secure it, ladies and gents. Because right now, really, amidst this fight, things will look difficult here for BSB. They're not rolling a Digifeed tactic. I mean, we have no camps. We're totally okay with not rolling a Digifeed tactic. But that tactic, whatever it is, it's still not working. Right?
They have all the arrivals in the world that they needed. They couldn't really use it. I get the idea why you picked the Diggy. It wasn't really for the Digifeed strategy. It was... We used the Diggy way back Season 2, Season 3, Season 4 just to zone out people and just throw people out of the lane. And that's what the Time Bomb's power can be utilized for.
Oh, yeah. Well, we'd have to challenge here what can happen on the side of BSB. We're actually curious where the pause will be coming from, but still, right now at the game pacing here, I'm also curious of where Yaknu's scaling lies, right?
Yeah. I'm really just seeing Dilar here not having that early game that he wanted, but when you notice that he got the kill, that was really the part where BSB, they made a boo-boo.
Yeah.
So that shouldn't really have happened.
Let's see. We're still at the 4-minute mark of our game, ladies and gentlemen, and so far we're yet to also witness the first take of Turtle here. But it does look like, Onic may have some free time on that part. That's gonna be Dilar. Kind of having Shider suffer. There's a turret to be pushed as well onto the top lane side. Wallace hit. It'll be Dilar finishing onto Shider. And that gives freedom even for the 3 members of Onic to focus onto this Turtle. Something needs to be done. It's gonna be secured still by Wise. They're gonna go for the kills. Gonna go for Cap 1.
And look at Ana here, waiting for the proper initiation.
He's trying to guess. Actually, he did try that max range Falling Star Moon. Now for the kill. Onto Trevor. One last auto attack. Wise gets the tag. And
Esmeralda will go down.
Yeah, Esmeralda will go down. I did saw the mounting shocker. I didn't saw the animation actually drop onto Esmeralda because the map didn't ship, but it doesn't matter. It's also another kill onto that Ling. Triple kill there by Wise. Wise just got the scaling that he wants.
And they have their own emotes as well.
They have their own emotes as well. They got more Shider, ladies and gentlemen. That's the benefit of having a sister team on the Indonesian League. And now we have here Wise along with Dilar. They're going to be focusing towards this purple buff. All win for Onic. That's 2k gold lead, 5-minute mark.
And top lane is on their side 100%. Yi Sun-shin is here as well with the triple kill. A killing spree well used in the early stages of the game. And now they're aiming to destroy the bottom lane turret.
Yeah. And, well, at least we are way past the 340 mark. Anyway, it's just about, the usual mid-game that we have. Let's check out our Gillette instant replay for this running game. There you go. We didn't see it in the map, but look at Wise. He did hit upwards. That signifies the mounting shocker. And yeah, a bit late on the prompt, but it was a double kill.
Yeah.
Make it a triple as well.
When you don't have that dash that puts you in a bit or a movement speed upgrade.
Yeah.
Almost always certain that first mountain shocker, that second mountain shocker will hit you once or twice.
Yeah. And I cannot feel that Wise already sits on a Blade of Despair here. And yeah, that's what we love about the YSS right now for the Project Next patch. It's just, he's just too easy to pull off. It follows still the same pattern of 1-3-1. You get your scaling, and you clearly feel the strength that you have. This goes really online because fights breaks out in lanes where you have a clear idea of where they might be, where they are going from, and no surprise back gank from you.
And that is going to be Jay just going in, a 2-man.
He went for the dive, ladies and gentlemen. Shadow's dropping low. Faker out just to walk away along with his Slaughter of Sights returning. A dance around by Drix. Not going to be going down. Not going to be going down with the Blade of Tempest. That leaves Wise and the rest of the members of Onic to take what they can in the map.
So Onic PH here, they're just controlling the setup. Turtle has been slain. Retribution not even used. Man, oh man, how do you... Oh, look! Oh my goodness!
God. Just blood floods and a traceless auto attack Ladies and gentlemen, that's how it's done here for Wise. Fully online, Blade of Despair with the new icons here. They have the freedom to even target actually Cup 1 on the Hylos. And they're doing a massive massacre against BSB. No touch. There is one turret that was taken up top, but yeah, so much.
So Dilar just staying here. And Shin,
he knows he can pressure.
He knows he can pressure. He knows that he can take out a lot of these turrets alone. Ana trying to defend, but Shay and Venus not letting him do so.
Yeah, man. Wise will be doing the tag here down for the inner bottom lane turret. Ladies and gentlemen, and also another one in the mid. 12-4, 8-minute mark. Ladies and gentlemen, already godlike here for Wise. And Dilar is there. You know what's up. You know why why there is 100% but low pick count on the Uranus of Onic, and that is of Dilar being targeted always for that Uranus ban.
And look at Dilar.
It's just gonna be there. Yeah, no one can go in near. No one can go near. Oh, my Venus can just easily sustain him. There we go. He's receiving a lot of hits, receiving a lot of skills. Glorious pathway.
Arrival.
Still not gonna be enough.
And they even tried to stop it, delaying the inevitable.
Yeah.
Wise. Look at Drix and Wise. It's a combo.
Bloods. Almost. No mountain shocker from Wise. But that's one inhibitor turret already down.
Oh my goodness. This team is just going at it. Onic PH clearly just having the advantage all throughout. It is a 13-4 for the side of Onic. 13 for the side of Onic, 4 for the side of BSB. They are just unloading the stress, or they're just showing that the first game curse is over for the side of Onic PH. BSB here gets put, their backs get put in on the other side of the rope.
Yeah, on the other side of the rope. It's a difficult situation right now for BSB. I kind of feel that they might be suffering as well from some connection issues for that part. But it is what it is, especially for this running league, ladies and gentlemen. And we're expecting something actually, for that Digi peak, right? For those lanes. I just kind of feel that on the start, that's where I can become critical, because I really don't see a very good reward on putting the Uranus behind and burning so much when those crowd control could have been better off targeting Rafaela, forcing your way towards the Rafaela, forcing your way towards Wise. And Wise is just cashing in from that very nice early game.
Cohesion here is the factor that Onic is going in to. Their draft is solid. They are putting the Rafaela to good use. Dilar here got his best hero.
Yeah.
And he's really happy with that. He's just staying in front of it. And he is just flexing his muscles right now in front of the Team BSB.
Yeah. I mean, it's Uranus.
It's a
Uranus in Dilar. I'm actually trying to remember who's one of the most threatening Uranus player aside from Dilar. Really can't remember. It's quite difficult here. It's a kind of a pocket pick really for this guy, I mean, the guy looks like a kid, right? Dilar, but preferred heroes is really those tanky, just getting a lot of damage, being soaked up, and opens up a lot of space for his teammates, and his teammates are more than happy to qualify. And you still got Iaknu. There is no heavy requirement for Iaknu on doing those signature Iaknu playmakes, diba? Iaknu the playmaker, right?
And look at Dilar here. He's just going back at it, and he can actually take down Ling here if he wanted to, but he is back into this fountain. So they're just gonna get away, and look at this. Trevor is answering with his own emoji.
Yeah, and the thing here about Dilar, he can really just focus into the base. If you look right now, anti-heal item, it is onto the side of the Thams. It did shove out Dilar, make him jump out onto the base, but probably wants to set up something here. Alright, very interesting. Mounting Shocker, that's the follow-through. There goes Iaknu. Iaknu trying to find an opening, and he gets greeted by Anas. Of course, Falling Star Moon, Iakno grits as well with a flicker towards his own ult last Insanity. He does understand, yeah, why not? Let's go for the kill. Let's take up and, of course, pick up that Esmeralda, whereas Jay does his work towards that high loss. The minion wave gets cleared in the mid, but there is going to be another one coming in. With this, that timer sits at 15 seconds onto the mid lane inhibitor turret of BSB.
There's actually a voice line saying go Onic.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Go Onic.
Oh, yeah.
That's actually nice. Seeing it could be, you know, next time, go Bren, go Onic PH,
Or like
go
Bren
BSB.
lang malakas, you know,
Yeah.
their local taglines,
Yeah.
actually. Well, let us see, you know, they get the emotes running in, and this is the inevitable, ladies and gentlemen, happening. And yeah, that's it. Onic takes game number 1 against BSB.
And that game took long, but yeah, I mean, it was a really fast game if you think about it, because from the get-go, Onic PH punished that 3-man XP lane rotation that coming out from the side of BSB.
Yeah.
I mean, they got the
Even
gold.
if that works, it doesn't encash to something really big. You just get AXP.
And
you get some gold on that.
You get the turret plating early. You bully the Uranus out, but still you're not really denying the gold. You're not really putting them in a very bad position just because the kill made it all even for Dilar.
Yeah, he was the one who was being bullied, actually. I mean, that's the term. It was the one being pressured. He was the one being focused on by 3 members early on. Look what he is doing by the late game. He was camping. He was the one pressuring 5 members of BSB for that part. There is a heavy demand for BSB to adjust, not just in terms of trap, but also in terms of playstyle. And I think chosen lane to pressure against Onic PH. And that's where that question will be answered, of course, as we head on to this game number 2. So let's see the insights coming in from our solo analyst.
Wise. This is classic Onic magic. Once again, lagi natin nakikita to sa games ng Onic na probably hindi sila lamang sa early game. Natatalo sila. Pero men, kapag nagkaroon na ng clash, kapag nagkaroon na ng bugbugan, Onic PH, they show up. Wise, guys, 9-0-5. 14 kills in total out of 18. I think the reason why favorite ng Onic PH ito is they know how to play with the Mountain Shocker. Also, the reason why Jay, on the other hand, getting 10 assists. Talagang walang nagawa dito yung Ling dahil sa pag-target talaga ni Jay onto the early game. Kung kitang-kita natin, no? Jay creating space for his team. This is interesting. Ang ganda. Gusto ko yung lineup ng BSB. Sa wakas, nakakita tayo ng Diggy na, sige, hindi siya yung feeding Diggy na nakikita natin. But then again, with the powerful lanes na nagkaroon ang Onic PH, walang bisayo. Nadaan ng Onic PH sa team fight, nadaan nila sa Ring of Durance, Necklace of Durance agad ni Oh My Venus. And with that, papakita natin ang stats ng ating game dahil si Wise for sure ay napakataas ng damage output. Let's see the post-game stats, ladies and gents. Na makita natin. There you go. There you go. Wise, 7,000 damage output, automatic, tapos nasa kanya din lahat ng gold. This is the perfect Yishun Shin game para kay Wise. Nakuha niya lahat, nakuha niya yung turtle, outplays eh. No, it's a matter of outplays for the game. I think, ang nagiging mahirap kasi dito sa BSB, hindi sila magkakasama as of now. And ayun ang power ng Onic ngayon. Ang laki talagang kawalan ng communication. Kung titignan nyo, this is a love set. Actually, for Onic PH, no tower damage. Actually, ang may tower damage lang ay si Drix at si Ana. Those are the side lane. This is the main carry and this is one side laner in the bottom lane. Ang ganda sana ng ginagawa dito ni Ana. At least nakuha niya yung gold sa baba. Actually, hindi siya yung kumuha nun. Minions pala yun. So, wala rin pala silang nakukuhang gold. Dahil nga sa panggagamol ni Jay and ni Oh My Venus. I think favorite ni Jay ngayon to eh. no? Kung meron tayong mga Cho players right now, isa si Jay na makikita mo dyan. I think ang ka-level niya dyan ngayon ay si Heat. Pero talagang boom boom pow kung si Jay. Ang dami ko nang sinulat, no? Kung si Jay ang gagamit niyan. And I think I like the decision of Onic on putting Dlar on these type of heroes. The Uranus, the Thams. Mas na-activate mo si Dlar sa ganyan mga klaseng heroes. Hindi ba natin nakita dito yung mga mage? But I like the adjustment coming in from Onic PH. Moving on to our game highlights, the smart game highlights. There you go. See, nakakuha dito yung BSB. They're clearly winning the early game, no? But then again, look at that. Instant outplay from Oh My Venus and Jay. Magigets mo kung bakit meron ditong kung bakit meron ditong Rafaela, 'di ba? Para ma-proc agad yung movement speed nung first skill para sa Cho at para sa Yi Shonshin. There you go. Another perfect Mountain Shocker. It seems like alam na alam gamitin ng Onic PH itong Mountain Shocker na to. Biruin mo, ginamit siya pang habol at pang scout out. I think the problem here for BSB is that hindi nila masyadong alam kung paano maglaro ngayon revolving around Drix. Nagkaroon sila ng dilemma na parang nagkaroon sila ng solo movements all throughout the map kasi the Hylos and the Digi are good backs out heroes, no? Good backs out heroes. But with a Ling tends to really go in. So wala kang talagang iba-backs out para sa side ng BSB. And with that, Onic PH getting this victory. I just hope na hindi masira yung game na to para sa BSB. Talagang, hindi talaga communication is key. Drawing tayo susi. Aha! Yan. Communication is key, guys. Teka lang, mali ako. Hindi ko alam spelling. No? Mahina ako sa spelling. Okay? Pero communication is key. Totoo yan. 905, 14 kills. Kapag nakita mo Mountain Shocker o nandito to, klinasik lang ng Onic PH, guys. Klinasik lang ng Onic itong laban nila sa BSB. Sana kamo hindi masira o ma-disrupt yung draft ng BSB kasi ang lakas ng unang heroes na nakuha nila. Thompson, Esmeralda, tapos Ling. I just think na medyo bitten dito yung support output kasi hindi kagad marireach yung Cho at hindi kagad marireach yung Rafaela, no? On the Digi. Kailangan pa ng Hylos dito ng ultimate para kahit paano makapalag. But again, na-disrupt sila ng sobra. So there you go. Wise, your MVP of the game. Demon Hunter Sword lang ang kailangan and goods na siya. Ang tanong dito, itutuloy-tuloy ba ng Onic ang kanilang magic para dito sa ating game, no? So, I guess before we head into the game, atin munang ibigay ang ating mga giveaway code para sa mga tropa natin. There you go. Screenshot nyo na yan. Na-screenshot nyo na? Okay. And next natin dyan ay ang bonus giveaway code. There you go. Uso pa ba itong ganitong sayo? Ayan, kunin nyo na yan. Baka kunin pa ng iba. Pag kinuha ng iba yan, sayang lang ang effort mo. Nanood ka pa, diba? Siyempre, marami mga joke lang. For sure, sinasuportahan mo ang teams mo. At siyempre, sali kayo dito sa ating mythical raffle draw. Just visit bit.ly/MRD-W7. Kung kasali ka ng week 1, up until playoffs, kasali ka pa. Pwede ka pa rin makasali. Of course, thank you sa lahat ng mga sumali sa ating mythical raffle draw. Ang tanong ko kasi dito, guys, is BSB, again, uulitin ko, yung game number 1 ay nakaka-apekto sa draft. So, dahil din magkakahiwalay sila, baka lalo silang maapektuhan. It clearly nagkaroon ng malaking miscommunication within the game, kaya talagang inown ng Onic PH yung game na yon. You just don't want to give Onic PH a team fight. That is the key for them to get that victory. Dahil, again, Onic Magic. So, ipasa na natin to sa ating mga casters. Guys, anong tingin nyo sa game 2?
It does look like, yes, a team fight that was given towards Onic would be so rewarding onto Onic. And I think Onic is willing to take that because they have a carry that has a lead. They had Wise, capitalize on the advantage of a freer lane with the trust on my Venus just sustaining him. So, you know, I feel like really Onic, when they go for those team fights, they go for the dive, totally all in, totally committing. And they know they had the lead already, you know. They didn't even worry for the Digi. The Digi tactic is not even a Digi feed strategy, it's just the standard Digi. So it makes them a bit more tolerable. It makes it no, not a bit more. It makes it tolerable, you know. It makes the pick really tolerable compared to other supports. Even I can imagine it being Farsa, you know. Although there is the ban, I can imagine it to become a different support, maybe, right?
Yeah.
Maybe even a Cyclops, maybe even a Sicilian, right?
I feel for Onic PH, they should just stick with these kinds of lineups. It really works for them, like putting all the damage onto the side lanes, just securing it and making it worthwhile for them, while enabling Wise to be the best carry that he is. Because the thing is, Shinbu, clearly for Wise and Venus, they're putting up a lot of intricacies into their playstyle.
Yeah.
When they want to rotate, there is going to be the Rafaela. If they want to, you know, just farm and not give anything or a reaction to the enemy team, you would just go for an Estes or something. So there are a lot of things going on here for the side of Onic PH, and we did see them just be creative with some of the picks that they're actually doing. So I'm not gonna be surprised if they just go pick up an Estes, if they pick up what are the supports here?
The sustains.
The sustains.
Rafaela,
and
maybe an Angela. I'm not so sure.
Probably.
It's very possible, right?
Probably.
Yeah,
Even
not far-fetched, really.
If they pick a Louis right now, I wouldn't even be surprised.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised as well. Onto the side here of on Onic, right? You're speaking of Onic, right? Yeah. We get the Hilda here and also the Khalid ban by BSB. Onic PH. They're opening up a lot of things so that they can easily pick a Yuzong.
Yeah.
Trade that with the Uranus. Here's the thing. Last 3 bans, we're down to the last 3 bans, and Onic PH can open up a lot of things. They will start to open up these 3 picks. Esmeralda, Yuzong, Uranus. That would be the big headline for this.
So let's see, they're taking their time. Onic PH, what do they want to ban? Do you ban out a Yuzhong? Do you ban out a Uranus? Do you ban out a Uranus? Still, it's for the longest time, Uranus is still first ban priority.
Yeah.
That's something. This guy has been nerfed to the ground and still he's here.
Yeah. I mean, even in the Project Next, right?
Yeah.
Even in the Project Next patch, honestly. Well, BSB should be securing the Esmeralda now. You know, in my opinion. Onic won't be banning it. They'd be trading it with probably a Thams and Yuzong, if not a Cho and Thams. Sorry. Cho is actually banned. A Thams and Yuzong, probably. And Onic may just ban something like a Selena, you know, here. Or probably a support hero, you know. Farsa, maybe.
Yeah, that could be a possibility as well. Selena.
Yeah.
Selena is there as well. So you really have to look out for whatever it is that the enemy team is doing. I think Kufra is a priority pick here for both of these teams. Not really first pick priority, but it will go to the other side.
We get the Farsa ban.
It will go to the first 2 picks, just a perfectly set up, a balanced draft.
Yeah.
The first 3 picks.
Now we're looking with Esmeralda here. Then, alright. Thams. This should be an Esmeralda. Or no? Esmeralda 2. Sorry. Oh, it's iconic for the chat.
Esmeralda.
Yuzong.
Yuzhong is still good.
Yeah.
I put in Yuzhong in my top 3 list for the best offlaners right now. Just because of the capability of the Yuzhong to just go in and out of fights, especially with that dragon form. You know what? The map in Mobile Legends Bang Bang is quite small, but having the capability to go through obstacles or to go through terrain, that is something else. Oh, and they go for the YSS.
Alright, they want more security. They don't want to give that first 2 picks anymore to BSB. Onic PH feels quite confident in choosing the YSS because they did make the Rafaela YSS work, you know. So it gives them a signal na, oh my, it's very easy to pair something with this YSS.
Yeah.
Even with the Ling in the hands of Drix.
So even if they get the Yuzhong right now, I mean, there is a 75% win rate on Yu Zhong here for the side of Onic PH.
Yes.
That is still big. Yi Sun Shin, on the other hand, has a 57.14 win rate onto the side of Onic PH. Alice is a good offlaner right now, is a good side laner just because of the certain changes that happened. Alice is one of those, now his ultimate is on toggle, not on cooldown, not cooldown based anymore. There is a change in how the orbs get stacked. It does get into, it does give mana regeneration now, better mana regeneration. So you really have to look at it in a way that Onic PH, they're clearly just wanting to probably answer this Alice right now.
Yes. They can still go for the Baksha. Something should they decide to really answer the Alice for that part. But I'm not sure if they will be revealing as Alice. I think they should be. At least pick another side lane for this. They did go for the Ruby. And when you do remember how impactful Dilar is and has been on this Ruby, especially in their previous games against NXP.
So that is going to be the first 3 picks for these two teams. Now, how will they adjust? What is BSB looking for right now into banning against Onic PH? Onic PH doesn't want to give that Natalia. Natalia is just a way too, way too crucial or way too annoying for the side of Onic PH, especially for these heroes that need to be using their skills uptime and they need to spam these skills, to be honest. But for the side of on the Jawhead rather, it's an anti-bully mechanic for the side of BSB. They want their Roger to have a good time into the lane and not get annoyed into just farming slowly but surely. So yeah, I think these bans are perfect for both teams, and they still ban the Lilia.
Yeah, indeed, still went for the Lilia ban. At least there's good respect ban, right? At least there is a good respect ban from the side here of Onic PH against BSBs. I would dare say yes, legit pocket pick, right?
That's true. That is true. Selena.
All right.
Nobody gives a ban or priority to Selena anymore. Things have changed.
for this, times have changed. I would dare say
things have changed for MLBB. But then again, you seldomly see these teams pick Selena.
I'd be expecting a Chango here
for BSB.
If that's the case, yeah.
There's no Valir available. I think BSB Valir is one of their favorite heroes to pick.
Yeah. Well, there is the Valir getting banned, right? Yeah. So, yep, Valir not gonna be available here for BSB. But all right.
They got their own. They got the Rafaela.
Yeah, they want to deny the Rafaela from Oh My Venus against Wise. But the thing here is that Oh My Venus has a lot of bullet in her guns. Not to mention, she can easily play Sicilian Cyclops here. I kind of feel that Iyaknu or Dilar, whoever holds on this Ruby, can build a raw Deadly Blade, right? And Deadly Blade on Ruby will pay big dividends against the composition here of BSB.
So, clearly right now, BSB is set. They have their offlaners, they have their side laners rather, they have their carries, their supports. But for Onic PH, they can make this certain kind of adjustment right now. Are they gonna go for the Sicilian, or are they gonna go for another sustained support here? Estes is still open. It can be a possibility, but who knows? I think the Sicilian is a safer pick for the side of Onic PH.
Indeed. Let's observe here. Oh My Venus.
Louis. Whoa, we did predict this earlier.
Yeah, we did mention that Onic can go as far as to picking Loyi here. And it is very probable that Onic is very much willing to really transition in lanes very quick. Because you have a lot of melee components here for the side of Onic, right? You could even have the YSS be considered lethal within melee range. So right now, especially with the Hylos also, if you punch onto someone with that stun. And man, in terms of melee range, Onic composition would be awesome. I was expecting really a Chango pick right there, at least give some nice pressure and distance against Onic here. But if this composition, you know, fall apart by the mid game, that's it. Should be an easy 2-0 here for Onic because late game is what is required for the Alice and also the Roger.
How fast can you adapt? That is what Onic and the gang is showing. BSB here, they're finding a bit of trouble. You know what? They have one more game to spare here, and they can show us that if they have what it takes to take down Onic PH. But if you would look at the Wise and Venus combination to the mid lane, they're just heading there, and I'm afraid for the first wave clear here for the side of Onic PH. Just way too strong.
Ah, yeah. Yeah. Especially with the low YSS. Yeah. Right? Blood Floods, not to mention the dispersion. Might be too much, ladies and gentlemen. And things are looking so heavy here. No, not yet heavy, but we can actually see it, right? We can actually see the early presence here of Onyx side. And there we go. We just get some challenge as well onto the boss here for this game, guys. But that position right there, can escalate.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's a little position. I'm not sure who's level 2 or level 1 yet for that part, but that is very risky.
That is risky indeed. If you think about it, it could be the opening that BSB needs.
Yeah.
And Dilar,
and they have enough sustain.
They have enough sustain
on the Rafaela.
I think it's in a way, it all boils down to whether Dilar has the flicker or not.
Ah, yeah.
If Dilar has the flicker, then there is enough time for him to, you know, just get away from it. But if it's if it doesn't have the flicker at that point on, then that might be the conversion that BSB wants.
Yeah, yeah. So looking so heavy here for the side of BSB. Although they still need to be really careful of that Loya as well. On that Loya setup, especially even at level 1, if you stayed very long on that dispersion, on that dispersion ability, yung dispersion, it would be too much. It would be too much damage. You don't want that. And especially with the crowd control that you can receive from those combos. And it's YSS. And you got and it's still YSS, and you also have Iakno rolling on that Esmeralda. The level 1 might seem awkward here. It is an opportunity for BSB to take a lead because I can clearly say that the biggest strength of Onyx composition sits at level 4. Sits at level 4.
So it's a good lineup for the side of Onyx just because they have the Louis as well. I would like to put in that Louis is one of those heroes that has access to whatever the hell she wants to reach in the map. They can move in a way where, as long as there is a ulti on that Louis, they can just go in there. They can bait it out. They cannot go into the circle. They could surprise the people and have 5 people on that circle as well. So it can be used as bait. It can be used for mind games as well.
Yeah. There we go. We are accounting for that risky position. Cap 1 didn't get tagged by that Blood Floods. And Jay is doing a really good job soaking up the damage here.
And look at Trevor.
Oh, no. Oh, yeah. Oh, Jay actually targets on to Cap 1. And Trevor would be the bonus one as well for the kill secured here by Onic. Now, it might be, Jay will be there. He is going to be camping in advance just to make sure that Drix will have a hard time actually securing that kill. Iaknu gets camped on. And I think that's where the 3-man rotation will be rewarding, to put Iaknu behind. Because Esmeralda is still Esmeralda. It will struggle if she doesn't have the early game that she needs.
Still, it is rewarding in a sense, but you don't account for Yi Sun Shin again. And this is how BSB lost in game number 1.
Yeah. It's still the same rotation. And if Iaknu still sits at level 2.
Cap 1 went for an arrival there. He tried to stop. Oh no. Venus?
One last tag.
Venus,
Wrong
one
turn.
last tag.
Drix has to walk away.
Oh,
yeah, that's
pulse.
totally within the range of the pulse, ladies and gents. And oh my god. Oh my Venus here. But still, she has done her mission. That's the thing. And that's the 3-man actually in the bottom lane. So look at Iaknu now. He's farming actually in the middle of the lane.
Yeah.
So that's the thing. I mean, you sent a lot of members towards Iakno. That's why Oh My Venus has the freedom to chase down your main core.
Arrival is a good spell if you think about it, but not really into the early game of this of the patch right now. Because if you react so much into just, protecting that plating, it's still 264 gold. Yes, you don't want to give that out, but if you think about it, you can get that by just clearing out a few waves of minions.
Yeah, man. 2-5 for our running game, ladies and gentlemen, at the 2-minute mark. And I can dare say that this is, again, escalating a bit onto the side of Onic PH. A team fight should clearly be won quick here by BSB. Especially now that we are getting closer and closer towards the turtle.
And Iakno here.
That's good.
Oh.
That's good. That is a very nice pick up there. And, well, there is going to be Wise. Trevor in an awkward spot here. He's going to be left for dead as Cap 1 zones out the duo on my Venus and along with Wise.
Look at Dilar. Look at Dilar. What is Dilar doing there in the map?
He knows what's up. I mean, if you have an idea of where the enemy is, right?
Yeah, just clear it out.
Just clear it out. And that opens up the mid lane. And there's still enough turret protection. Turret shield in the mid. And about to go for Dilar would be of the Roger. He was able to force a reaction against them. At least the kill is completed. Ladies and gentlemen.
And Onic PH just pushing their luck. They're not really holding back their punches. If they see the opening, they would go for that opening. And Cap 1 here, look at this, going 1v1 with Jay. Jay has enough tankiness to go through that fire stakes all day.
Yeah. You need to go steady here. 10k gold lead, ladies and gentlemen, at the 4-minute mark. 75 seconds, ladies and gents. And still, Dilar will be continuing that pressure up top. Need to commit also to Shider. There's going to be a pullback. And yeah, a quick kill on to Shider. Arrival will be coming in. Maybe a bonus round. That's going to be Trevor.
This is not the best position that you want to see yourself in. And that was a missed ultimate coming out from Dilar.
Dilar, yeah. Had it connected, it might have been big for Onic as well. But they're establishing some good lead here. It sits at 1k for the gold lead that they hold. But at least the best part here for BSB is that their turrets are not yet pushed. Even with the pressure done in by Dilar, even with the early lead that is, I think, secure. Even with the delay that is being delivered towards Drake, still totally okay. And ladies and gentlemen, and yeah, I think still some latency issues are being suffered onto the side of BSB.
Oh my goodness, this is looking grim for the side of BSB right now. I would just put it in a way where there are some things that you couldn't really control, but for the side of BSB, there are some things that could have been avoided.
Yeah.
That first the two-man setup onto the top lane, just putting a bit of an emphasis into the gold lane. It really just stopped the mid lane of Onic PH to, just get whatever the hell they wanted. What happened was they went straight for the bottom lane. They tried to defend that. While that was happening, they punished a lot of the members here for the side of Onic PH, but still they only got one kill. But onto the side lanes, onto the mid lane, Wise was getting the turret plating, that their turret shield that he needs.
Yes.
So it's counterintuitive.
Still Wise getting the lead.
Yeah, it's still Wise getting the lead. So if we do say that our meta right now isn't really, staying away or going out of the 1-3-1 realm, then giving free farm for that fun hyper carry isn't really gonna do you any good.
Yeah. It's still, remember the impact here. When push comes to shove, when carries join the fight, it's still gonna be the carry that has the bigger damage that will deliver. And the thing about YSS, why he is so preferred, is that it's very easy for him to actually land damage. The Mountain Shocker may not look much, maybe, but really it's some serious damage. It's some serious setup damage, right? It either stops the engagement team. It gives you vision. But once that is dropped, you'd really have to reposition yourself. You don't just want to stand idle by, because maybe one hit of the Mountain Shocker, okay, but all 3 hits landing onto you, right? And we do know that the update after the update on the YSS, it's just sometimes you'd be very willing to. Sometimes you need really that lockdown because it's very hard when you're dealing with the YSS that has a lot of free hit within, especially on melee range, right? Especially when he's able to shift between the glaive and the bow.
So we're expecting Onic PH to just win this outright, but you know what? Never say never when you are a fan of BSB. Anything can happen right here, but for the side of Onic PH, they are just looking really strong right now. And Jay, look at this. They even put themselves in a position, and the burst down coming out from Venus.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious. It just popped the Rafaela.
It totally just popped, ladies and gents. Got Shider here. And now Onic is setting up actually to corner towards Shider. Oh my, Venus is going to be joining the party here. Backing up Dilar. There's going to be the pull back towards Shider. They really want to complete the kill maybe on this Stamps. There's going to be Jay lands in the stun. Jay got the turret aggro on top of the glorious pathway. He would be able to walk away. Cap 1 does what he can. No Firaga armor, totally online. Oh my, Venus just waiting for the cooldown. Got his first kill on. And also the Mountain Shocker. The layering of spells from Onic. Of course, with this kind of dove, you can also follow up with the Mountain Shocker. And you got 4 members instantly on the top lane side with 2 members of BSB getting back in. Trevor arrives, but still up to no avail. This is very risky. Dilar will have his ult anytime soon. And they have to walk away.
Wow. Dilar, Trevor went in with an arrival. Trevor went in with full HP. He got out with a sliver of HP. That's how fast they are. A Yakno here getting chased. Falling Star Moon. Wow. He gets out.
Gets out, yeah. And now another trade here. Ana will be going down, ladies and gentlemen. Items now getting one by one locked in here for the side of Onic.
And look at all the arrivals being expended here for the side of BSB. It just goes left and right. They delay the push, but that's all the things. That's the only thing they're doing. They're delaying it.
Yeah, they're totally delaying. At the 6-minute mark for 11, we are sitting here. Drix is still at it. Of course, still beating his item in. And maybe there is an opportunity for BSB still to capitalize on the choke that will be happening here for the side of Onic, as they will now attempt to go for pushing inner turrets. But Dilar here, he's really rolling a lot of pressure. And I think Ana is getting mitigated as well by the Deadly Blade. And, you know, another stun onto Jay. One thing I'm sure, it's not so easy for Onic to really get a kill onto BSB. But I'm very confident BSB has very little damage now against Onic.
It's all about the core items. It's not even about the skills that they have. Every skill that the Onic or BSB has an advantage on, it just gets mended by that certain amount of item.
Yeah, he can commit to a dive, maybe. Will he?
And then Venus is here.
Venus is here. He wants to get a poke down. There's gonna be Lar. He get a kill onto that Rafaela. Maybe one onto Shider. That's gonna be Wise. He gets some turret hit. Shider did attempt for a jump. A few hits there, and Wise will be out of range of the turret and traceless once again. You have to be really careful of the traceless because the glaive has some good range on it, right?
Traceless. Oh my goodness.
Especially with the Soul of Lava online for this YSS.
Look at Dilar. He just went in. Glorious Pathway getting used out. And Onic PH, they're everywhere.
They're everywhere. You know, this is just a team that we just saw in the bottom lane. Now, you can actually saw the last Insanity here coming in from Cup 1. It won't do anything. Ana will be the next target for the arrows here by Wise. Waiting it for the Traceless. Not going to be dived in by Wise. Rather, a Mounting Shocker to be completed on that part. No ultimate up to Ana. That's going to be the Flowing Blood. Not going to be shifting towards Wise. And there's one minion wave. They were going to be clearing that. At least the push is stopped by a bit against Onic.
And at least Onic here is taking their time. They're not really rushing. They're not really forcing anything here. They want to secure this slowly but surely. I mean, in terms of gold lead, I would put it in a way where Onic is actually capable of ending this right now.
Yeah. Let's see here.
And look at that.
Yeah, that is the big play for Dilar, and the biggest target was landed on by the site. We are angry. Ultimate in of this Ruby, and yeah, on the carry of BSB.
And look at Shider going to the other side of the map.
Of course.
And he accepted his fate
here. You know, fate is sealed for Shider here. There is going to be the Mountain Shocker just to make sure that really nobody goes near on this inner bottom lane turret. And this might be another turret to be taken. And that's an inhib bitter turret on the bot.
And they are pushing slowly. They are pushing slowly. They're taking the slow siege, pushing out the minions, and Onic realizes that there's no point into taking that tier 3 turret onto the bottom lane right now. They still have outer turrets that they can deal with.
Yeah. It will be a tough scenario for
Cap
them.
one.
Cap 1 also stays on to the mid lane side. Piraga armor already gone. He has his immortality on. And I think Onic realized this, let's just set up for the Lord. I think they're setting up for the Lord here for this timer. We still gotta pause for this part. 13 seconds here for the Lord timer. And on that kind of position, yeah, I think with this kind of lead, Wise can actually solo, I think, the Lord.
Wise can solo the Lord just because of the sheer damage output and item progression that is there on the side. BSB, we can see Drix really trying to just win this game by just pushing out the minions, trying to delay the game a bit. But all the dives that Onic are taking are well calculated, and they use it to the full potential just because of the Mountain Shocker. The Mountain Shocker just puts people in their place.
Yeah. The Mountain Shocker totally just puts people in their place. It's just a lot of damage coming in from that. Even if you don't really utilize the execute mechanic of the Blade of Despair, even if you just land it and of course cast it at the start of the fight, it still breeds heavy impact. And again, we did saw this Ruby on Dilar even from last week, even on the side of NXP, and Dilar is just really threatening. Dilar is just really and totally threatening here for the on this new Ruby pick. I can totally vouch for this. We didn't even see a Yuzong preference here, right? Had it been a Yuzong, had it been in an older patch, we might be seeing the Yuzong, right? But Esmeralda, totally no-brainer. Ruby, kind of case to case, but it's starting to pop off.
I mean, Yuzong just dropped in his capability to. I mean, it's still a good hero. I think it's all about preference now. Some teams will just go for it. Some teams will probably, just try to stay away from it if they are not really comfortable with it. But yeah, I mean, seeing Drix and the others right now, they are still holding on to their cell phones, their smartphones. That's still, they're not giving up on this.
Fight on.
Fight on.
Get on fighting, right? For that part, it looks like Onic here, they're just fully on the groove, just fully focused, just waiting out to actually push and close out this game. And the best part, what I love about this is they have the lead, and a lot of teams really right now, they just finish it in a very, very disciplined manner with a Lord. Finish it with the Lord. Establish proper pressure, set up your proper push. Because why not? No need to really rush, right?
You know what? That Yisun Shin poke, that Luyi poke, once it hits someone here, especially on Trevor and the others, they are just going to get destroyed.
Yeah, Lord will be spawning into the map. Ladies and gentlemen, after a smart overlay right there, it will be focused on towards Wise. He will be dancing it, shifting of course from Bow to Glaive, whereas the rest of the members of Onic PH will be pulling up the siege.
And Wise is going for the solo Lord. He knows that he is capable. Let's try to see his health bar. Cap 1 getting called out. And yeah, clearly.
That's it.
They cannot do anything anymore here.
Yeah.
On the side of BSB.
Well, the best part about that Lord is it is a non-luminous Lord. It is the purple Lord. But the problem is of the wave clear. If you want to wave clear this Lord, you have to embrace him. You have to go into the melee range. You need to be you need to be close to that Alice. I'm not so sure if the flowing blood will be enough just to wave clear the Lord. And the Lord will be knocking onto any of this inhibitor. And the problem here is with this kind of proper setup, they can push not just one inhibitor butters. They can actually push 2, maybe even 3.
I do agree, Shin. Like, considering that the waves are shoved onto the middle lane and to the top lane, I'm convinced that this isn't going to be a one-time deal.
Dilar.
Look at Dilar going in.
Yeah. Maybe
He gets punished.
He gets punished. He went in quite quick, but there is going to be the burn of spell coming in from the members of BSB. Onic still doesn't care, fighting this 4v5. Maybe along with the Lord, they're going to be taking in that mid lane inhibitor turret. Also, the minions coming into this bottom lane inhibitor turret. Kapuan does it again. Firaga armor is still down onto him, but immortality is available. And there's the kite back onto Wise. No, he's actually repositioning himself. He wants to target this. And of course, there's going to be the flowing blood towards Ana. Cast his ultimate. There is the traceless out. Wise won't be tagged, and rather they are going to be tagged by that spell of the Loyi. Ana still wants that flowing blood. He goes in, gets stunned by Jay. That's going to be the Winter Truncheon, and also the ultimation coming in from the Rafaela just to follow through, but it's still not going to be available for by Onic PH. Maybe it would have been better if Dilar was present for this fight, but at least there is a good defense being delivered for by the members of BSB. They were able to get the kill and a shutdown against Wise. A killing spree secured by Cap1.
And my Venus will go down as well. Is that gonna cost them? Probably.
Probably. You know.
Probably.
Yeah, maybe just halted the game for them.
Yeah,
it's very possible.
But the question is it delaying the inevitable?
Yeah, that is the big question. Iakno is still present. And that's the thing. I do feel that Dilar just dive in way too early.
Oh. You know what? Having this certain setup or certain pressure from Onic PH, it does look like Drake's here, as long as he can reach the backline of Onic PH. Not gonna have a problem as long as they can take out Venus and Wise. I think Yakno here will be the last guard or the last problem for BSB, but to think that Yakno didn't really have the best Esmeralda game this one.
Yeah.
It's still a 1-3-5.
It is totally a 1-3-5. 13 minutes passes in. We have 70 seconds on to the next Luminous Lord. Same formula is being handed on and targeted here by the members of Onic PH. Ladies and gentlemen, right now we are 60 seconds onto that Luminous Lord, and still the same position is spread on by Onic PH. This Lord will be moving towards the mid, and that's the thing. So there's a demand for Onic PH to maintain the side lane waves right now. I cannot feel that really just Dilar oversteps boundaries on the diving inside the base, you know. And that's why you know, they were not able to actually complete the push onto these two inhibitors, as we are actually banking that there are surely two inhibitors that will go down from that Lord, but doesn't matter. Maybe no need for the Luminous Lord. Maybe just a dive by full members here of Onic under a turret. They get kited back. There goes Cap1. A lot of durability is still available for the side here of BSB. Remember that Jay and still Dilar is gone, but Iyaknu totally online. They get kited back, and this is a massive spell coming in from Oh My Venus, ladies and gentlemen, and that's it. That's gonna be a 3-4-2 trade. Maybe I get a kill as well on an inhibitor turret. Not in the top, but down in the bottom. With the minion meme going for the push. Oh My Venus doing what I can. Went for the dispersion
look
to
at
the traction. El Clasico with the full-on swag. Bow to the queen, ladies and gentlemen, and no one can take her hand.
Oh my goodness. BSB showing signs of life. Onic PH, on the other hand, they're just putting out Onic PH, they're just trying to put out the pressure, but still BSB, they are making the most out of these dives.
Yeah, that is a dive, you know, without any minion really, as they just want to overstep their, they just really want to establish the lead and cash on the lead for that part. If they're able to get a kill, if they're able to get something against BSB on that could have been the game, along with the inhibitor. But the best part here is of the consistency on Wise and Oh My Venus, right? Ah, my God. Oh My Venus on the Louis. That is too much, ladies and gentlemen. Layered that with the mountain shocking, and that should be it. Minion will be coming. Oh my God. Another one. That's going to be the Lord getting called out. Maybe not even needed for this fight, as minion waves will be coming in down for the ball. It's only Drix. It's only Cap1. They have to do their very best on this one. And let us see. Jay will stay to the front line. Dilar goes in. They get greeted by the last insanity for the wave clear, but it's still artillery. Rather, the siege creep is alive. We got the minion wave in the mid, and that's it. This series closes in to 2-0, and that will be of Onic PH.
And it is a day of 2 O's.
It is. Interestingly, it is a day of 2
wow,
O's, right?
I did not expect this.
Yeah.
I'm expecting that as we close, as we are nearing the end of our regular season, the competition is gonna get fiercer. But it looks like the teams are, who are on top of the food chain right now, they are really just roaring at it.
Yeah, totally roaring at it, ladies and gents. It is within the expectations. It is within what the stat has mentioned. But you can see there, BSB has a fight in them. BSB has a fight in them. It's just that there are really some things that is already lacking for them. Probably on the early game, probably on those rotations, probably on the trades. I feel that there are some lapse in judgment for the trades done, especially when you allocate your members. And of course, you have to account the strength, the nice play that was done here by the members of Onic. Oh, my Venus. You know, it's very good performance on the Loyi. Probably the biggest performance I've seen on the Loyi for this regular season.
Yeah, clearly Onic PH, they found their groove, and they just showed us how dominating or how they're understanding it is in this meta, because they did not really shy away from their previous drafts.
Yeah,
they just put in a new a new rotation or a bigger emphasis into just controlling the lane.
Yeah,
and sticking in the lane for a bit.
Yeah, and not to mention that just more than just sticking in the lane, it's actually trading the lanes as well, right? For the jungles, the rotation, and I think that's what is also a big consequence, manifestation as well of our Project Next patch. Well, those are awesome matches that we have witnessed. It's still an awesome series come in from Onic and also BSB. Cannot feel that really there. It could have been more. It could have been more. I do believe as well from the side of BSB and Onic, and I think that's it, ladies and gentlemen. That should be our final series, and that should be our segment for us casters here. And as always, it's an honor, and we're very thankful for you staying us with here on this English broadcast, ladies and gentlemen. We have been your caster, Shinbo with 1 for an I.
I am Butters, and let's throw it back to our solo analyst segment. Go.
Pero kahit nakatatlong arrival pa rin sila, wala pa rin silang dating sa game para sa Onic PH. Dahil Onic PH, boom, Onic Magic, Luyi as the support. Ang nais ko lang sabihin dito, ang taas ng emphasis ng early game level 1 damage ng Onic PH. That's why talagang mapipilitan ka mag-arrival, no? But first, let's look into the items dito ng dalawang teams. Uber Kunat, ladies and gentlemen. Cignal on this Ruby. Having this, Queen's Wings, Oracle Queen's Wings, Easy Bugatti, Mambalicious out for Ana, and the Magic output of Cap 1. Wala na rin, ladies and gentlemen. So, Onic PH, they played it hard in the early game. Bakit? Kasi kaya nila. Meron silang tatlong heroes actually that can put in a lot of damage in the early stages. Meanwhile, dito sa side ng BSB, dalawa lang, no? Tams and the X-Borg. Roger, pwede siguro, pero I think mas lamang ang Yishunshin dyan. Kasi if we're gonna look at the post-game stats right now, no? There you go. Look at the damage. Ang taas. Esmeralda ang taas. Luyi ang taas. Bakit kamo ang taas ang damage ng Luyi? Kasi level 1, at level 1, meron siyang 3 proc agad ng damage. Level 1. Sabay-samahan mo pa ng high loss na meron nung law of punishment damage. 'Di ba? So, ang dami yung AoE damage for you to take all of these objectives. At nakuha yon lahat ng Onic PH. Kaya hindi sila takot lumaban kahit may mga arrival pa. Kasi 3 stacks of the first kill of the Luyi, tapos may Yishunshin ka pa na may crit agad na nagpo-proc, na passive on the weapon mastery. Automatic lalaban kayo, no? I find it hard for BSB talaga kasi if they're using the arrival at early on, meron silang mga wagons na hindi makukuha. And kapag ginamit mo yung arrival, kailangan meron kayong ma-outplay. Kailangan meron kang makuha out of it. Kasi ang tagal ng cooldown, no? Well, kaya tiisin yung cooldown, pero maglalakad ka eh. Pabalik at mamimiss mo yung mga important objectives doon sa laning stage. Moving on to the smart highlights of the game, guys. Again, look at this. Onic PH, 50 seconds pa lang, alam na nila na kaya nila pumatay, no? At level 1. That's a level 1 Hylos. That is the best Hylos play. Buti sana kung naka-revitalize itong side ng BSB, no? Kung naka-revitalize siguro isa, kasi wala kasing natural revitalize, siguro ito, Rafaela, may chances are pwede silang lumaban. Pero again, Onic, knowing their capabilities, besides the skills, no? Revitalize, Purify, Flash, gera yan eh. Gigera at gigera yan. And knowing Onic PH na magaling sila sa team fight, even Shider in the bottom lane, pinapasok nila. Ganon kataas ang range at ganon kataas damage output, no? I cannot emphasize this enough. May mga certain compositions talaga na at level 1 pwede na kagad pumatay. Alice ay hindi maganda at level 1, no? Pili ko nga kahit level 2 parang level 2 yung extra stun mabibigay niya sa'yo mamimili ka lang kasi. So kailangan niya pa ng level 4. So talagang pinanish ng Onic itong BSB on their capabilities at the level 1 damage, no? At level 1 and level 2. And with this, dinire-derecho nila hanggang sa boom. Basag. Diba? X. X. Basag, guys. 915 is the score of Wise on the Yishun Shin. Mukhang favorite talaga ni Wise itong Yishun Shin. The single, and double technique on the Yishun Shin. Interesting kasi sa lineup ng Onic, meron kang vacuum mechanic, no? On the Luyi. Meron ka pang hila mechanic on the Ruby. No? So, vacuum plus hila. Nandito na yung mga kalaban mo. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Tapos nandito si Wise. Ito si Wise, yung Yishun Shin. Eh di automatic, pag sumugod si Wise ng pasok ng ganyan, sa-slash niya lang ng ganyan, dami niyang tatama. Boom! Sabog, magulo yung drawing. Ganoon ka naging magulo. Guys, ang naging dilemma dito ng BSB. So, Wise, your smart MVP of the game, utilizing the AOEs, utilizing the early game damage, and the vision of the Mountain Shocker to his advantage. Congratulations sa Onic PH. 6 points ang nakuha nila in total. So, pwede na silang humabol against their rivals, Aura PH. I think Bren, no? Hindi pala sila magka-group, no? Pero before we head on to our standing, syempre, atin munang tignan at kausapin ang MVP of the game, si kaibigang Wise. Wise, hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening din.
Good evening.
Kuya Manjin.
Good evening, man. Congratulations. Kamusta si Toriyama?
Yun, malaki pa din yung mata.
Malaki pa. Hindi ba siya gumanon? Hindi siya nakaganon.
Hindi nag Sangoku.
Hindi siya nag-Sangoku. Congratulations muli, men. No, magkasunod na dalawang games. Sobrang kailangan nyo na manalo, no? Last week nung first half nitong MPL, ano yung naging process ng Onic PH para makabalik dito sa tournament, no? Nagulat tayo, nagkaroon bigla na malaking patch eh.
Medyo rusty yung naging namin. Mga week. Mga unang week namin, hindi pa masyado talagang ano ba yun? Hindi masyadong basta yun na yun.
Basta hindi masyadong yun na yun. Yun na yun. Wise, interesting, no? Sa bagong patch na to, sa tingin mo ba naging pabor sa inyo yung laning stage na nagkaroon ng 3 minutes na kailangan muna mag-tori-tori, o sa tingin mo kailangan nyo pa mag-adjust?
Di pa kami nag-a-adjust kasi 1-3-1 pa din yung ginagawa namin. Di pa namin nilalabas yung secret weapon namin.
May secret weapon pa ang Onic PH.
Di pa namin nilalabas sa MPL. Saan pa lang, mga practice namin.
Mga practice pa lang. Abangan namin lahat yan. Oo,
abangan nyo, guys.
Abangan namin. Ayan, that is, of course, Mr. Wiseman. Shout out sa mga kaibigan mo, friendship mo, family, and promote mo na din yung mga pages nyo.
Shout out sa family ko na laging sumusuporta sa akin kahit anong gawin ko. Thank you sa inyo, mahal na mahal ko kayo. Sa Gogo Express and Cebuana Luilier, sa sponsor namin, thank you. Ang ganda ng bahay namin. Pati sa VY Spam, thank you sa mga sumusuporta lagi sa amin, sa Onic, sa mga live namin. Tsaka ito, kay B. Venus.
Kay Madam. Congratulations.
Thank you sa inyo sa sumusuporta sa Onic. Dahil sa inyo, hindi kami sumusuko. Thank you. I love you all.
Wise, last question. Sino madalas mag-TikTok sa Onic PH?
Si Dilar tsaka si Basic pagtas ng practice.
TikTok agad?
Sumasayaw agad.
Okay. Kala ko si Iyak mo eh. Sila pala.
Wala na, quit TikTok na si Iyak no. Bala na siya.
Okay. Thank you so much, Wise. Maraming salamat and congratulations muli sa 3-0 at nagkalaglagan na nga, no? Nagkalaglagan na ng mga kaibigan at ng mga tropa peeps. Wow! 2 zeros ang nakuha natin for this day. I think ito ata ang day na, or baka mayroon pa tayong game, pero grabe dominant ang mga teams and na-witness lang natin kung sino ba ang mga naapektuhan nitong bagong patch natin, the Project Next patch, and kung sino nga ba ang mga nanguna. Kagaya ng sinabi ko guys, papasok na tayo ngayon sa ating standings. No? This is the updated bracket. There you go, 22 points for Omega after getting 2 straight 2 zeros. Meanwhile, Onic PH yun din pala. No? Nandoon pa rin sila sa 3rd spot. After defeating BSB right now, 15 points, mukhang safe pa rin ang Onic PH. Meanwhile, mukhang tumatagilid na ang BSB. There's no announcement yet that they're eliminated, no? Hindi pa naman, pero for sure, pag nakakuha pa siguro sila ng mga points, pwede sila makahabol dito sa Cignal Ultra. Meanwhile, sa side naman ng Group B, I think clear na pasok ang Aura PH, secured sa ating playoffs. Blue Fire, 99.9% chance, I think, na pwede na silang matsugi dito sa ating groups. Pero ang magkakatalo kasi dyan is the positioning ng mga teams dahil syempre gusto din lang makakuha ng magandang spot pagdating sa ating playoffs. If I'm not mistaken, we are 3 weeks away, no? Bago matapos ang regular season. And crucial na lahat ng games, no? Speaking of games, nandito. Ayun. Ang galing ko doon, man. Nandito lahat ng games para bukas. These are the star matches for tomorrow. Blacklist International. Badly needed points din yan against BSB. Eto na, game number 2. Bren eSports versus NXP. Ito ang inaabangan ko. Feeling ko tapos na yung NXPX eh. Ito na ang bago. This one. Abangan nyo to. Screenshot nyo na to. Bren versus NXP for tomorrow. Ilista nyo na sa mga kalendaryo nyo. And syempre, mainit din na laban. Dito pala, yan. Mainit din na laban ay ang Onic PH versus Execration. Halos magkapantay lang din itong dalawang teams na to ngayon sa ating tournament. So abangan nyo yan guys. Same channel, 4:30 p.m. Dito lang sa Mobile Legends Online PH. And for the English broadcast, Mobile Legends eSports. There you go. Abangan nyo yan lahat. By the way, syempre, kasama rin ata ang ating mga code. Tama? Yun! Kailangan ko mambagalan eh para connection eh, no? Ayan, so giveaway code natin. Screenshot nyo na guys or i-type nyo na. Kung ako sa inyo habang nanonood kayo ng MPL, mag-open na kayo ng mga browser ninyo to redeem a code, no? Kapag pinasa sa akin, alam nyo na agad na mayroon ng code na maibibigay dahil eto na ang pangalawa nating code. Sumakto na naman! Bonus giveaway code natin. Ayan, dahil nga sali kayo ng sali sa ating mga paraffle, 13,000 in total, no? Estimatedly, ang sumali, nagbibigay kami ngayon ng mga bonus code. So, kunin nyo na yan. Again, uulitin ko, kapag ipapasa sa akin, ihandaan nyo na ang inyong mga browsers para sa mga code na yan. Kasi nga, bukod sa codes, meron pa tayong natawa ako doon, mythical raffle draw. Just visit bit.ly/MRD Week 7 para makasali kayo at pwede kayo manalo ng mga malulupit na legendary skins. From week 1 hanggang week 8 up until playoffs, pwede kayo sumali sa Mythical Raffle Draw. There you go. Maraming salamat sa lahat ng mga nanood ngayong araw. Sa mga teams na nanalo, congratulations. Sa mga teams na natalo, bawi tayo sa susunod. Congratulations din sa mga fans. Congratulations din sa lahat ng bumubuo. Syempre, maraming salamat sa mga entities na bumubuo ng tournament na to. Our official tournament telco partner, Smart. Squad up, rank up, and keep up with your favorite teams as Smart powers up your game with free games for all. Get up to 14 gig of Mobile Legends and Facebook Gaming for 7 days. Just simply download the new Giga Life app and choose free games. Official sponsor, Realme. The Philippines' fastest charging smartphone, the Realme 7 and the Realme 7 Pro will be launching at the 30th of September, 12 noon, on the Realme's official Facebook page. Join the Realme revolution now. Official sponsor, Gillette. Get free diamonds with every purchase of Gillette's Mach 3 Razor, Vector 3 Razor, or Blue 3 Simple Force Pack in select Pure Gold doors nationwide. Partner in eSports natin is PayMaya. Get free 50 peso credits from PayMaya when you download and register the code MLBB. Terms and condition applied. Register now. Syempre, partner in eSports din natin, ang favorite ni Kuya Butters, no? Ang TikTok, just hashtag search Mobile Legends or hashtag MLBB sa TikTok para makapanood kayo ng mga legendary videos and malay nyo, manalo pa kayo ng mga premium skins. Follow nyo na rin kami, no? ng mga tropa nyo, mga shoutcasters. Syempre, kasama na rin dyan ang ating official gaming headset partner, Logitech G, here like a pro and powered by Moonton. There you go, guys. Again, congratulations sa lahat ng mga sumali. Here is my social media page, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Instagram. Sama nyo na rin ang TikTok. Follow nyo na rin ako. Follow nyo na rin ang mga casters natin. On behalf of everyone, of the production crew ngayong araw, bago tayo mag-end, panoorin natin ang Realme Top 5 Plays. Ako muli si Manjin Paldas. This is MPL Season 6. Peace out.
1 gig data all day, every day. For Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
The way you live your life depends on the network you choose. Your movies, music, and games can only be as good as your network speed and strength. Slow means game over. But the Philippines' fastest mobile data network means game changing. Choose the network that gives you what you truly enjoy. How do you know about this Giga Life? Simple and smart ako.
When uncertainty is our reality, we rise above with the things that matter. Gigify happiness. Gigify love. Gigify friendship. Gigify dreams. Gigify hope. With smart Giga music, video, games, work, and stories, we let our passions run free in the new world we face together. Smart, live Giga.
Realme 7 Pro, 65-watt charging evolution. Realme smartphone, dare to leap.
Don't pay cash. Pay Maya. Para may balik bayad ka.
You've got me on the edge.
Legit, right? Not quite. Just like your disposable razor. It's time you switch your disposable razor for your legit first shave, so you can be every bit legit. Gillette Mac 3.
For a closer shave, less irritation, switch
to Gillette Mac 3.